Welcome back, everyone, to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott. WrestleMania week isn't over yet. We've got Monday Night Raw, the Raw after Mania, as it's known, where hopefully we're going to get a few surprises and a few answers as well. I feel like WrestleMania has left us all feeling a little bit confused about certain things. Look, I've stepped away a little bit further from last night, and I feel like it's time to tackle some of these issues with a fresher mind, perhaps, and we're going to do that throughout this stream. Of course, we're going to take you all the way up to Raw starting. This is your build-up show from the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, once again, welcome back to the channel, guys. I see there are people in the comments already who are not going to miss any of the action. Aiden's in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Casper says, good evening. Also says, didn't know what to make of the finish of WrestleMania. John Cena versus Cody Rhodes. No Rock. No show. No Rock showing up. Travis Scott coming out instead. Apparently one of the worst endings of WrestleMania in Casper's mind. Aiden says, I couldn't believe it. It fit 17th world champion as a heel. Yeah, I was thinking it wouldn't happen. I really thought he'd do it as a babyface and, see the error of his ways, but it wasn't to be. We've got to break that down, right? And the ending and where we could go from here throughout tonight's stream, of course. Aiden said there's a part of me that wanted Lyra's match to be the main event, of course, with the return of Becky Lynch. I wouldn't have said that before, but yeah, considering the way the show ended, anything but what we saw, in my opinion. Anyway, we believe, says Aiden, of course, referring to Joe Hendry. One of the worst WrestleMania finishes in WrestleMania history, says Casper, and a 6-hour preview. Well, is it 6? 5. We'll be here for a long, long time and for a very good time indeed. We're going to have a few kind of replays of our WrestleMania content, don't get me wrong, but we are going to be live for quite a big chunk of this show, I should say, including right now. So yeah, get your comments in. Let me know what you thought of WrestleMania. In a moment, I will again show you our original instant reactions to both night 1 and night 2. But the show itself does start at 1 a.m. here in the UK. Yeah, that's 5 hours away. Anyway, point is, it is going to be a long show. It's going to be a long night. But the whole point was going to get you hyped up in the mood for the Raw after WrestleMania. If you're new here, that's what we do. We do it mainly for PLEs, but we always feel like the Raw after WrestleMania is a special enough show to get something like this as well. And we're going to give you a Raw after WrestleMania watch-along. We don't do many of them on this channel, but again, it's a special occasion, right? And we're going to cap off WrestleMania weekend in style. Then there'll be an instant reaction review, so make sure you stay tuned for all the fun stuff throughout the night. You're including the 8. Okay, all right. You counted wrong. Steiner math getting messed up, I guess. But anyway, you are here again on the build-up show. There's a lot to break down. Later on tonight, we're going to be joined by more members of the Rebellious Noise crew. And you guessed it, our friends from the wrestling media as well. So, yeah. Looking forward to that because I want to hear what they've got to say about WrestleMania and what they've got to say about the Raw after WrestleMania. There are always rumors flying around about this show, right? Who's going to show up? Who might debut? Who might return and come back to the WWE? And this year is no different. Will we get the surprises? I think it's going to be a big show. I mean, Triple H said in his press conference last night that it's going to be big, essentially. So I believe him. Now, I don't know if I should after what we saw at the end of last night's show, but I trust the old chips. I think it's going to be a good show. I'm hoping by the end of it, once we're done with the watch-along, once we're done with the instant reaction review, I'll be here at ridiculous o'clock in the morning saying, you know what, I'm glad I stayed up. But we're a long, long way away from that now. At the moment, again, it's all about previewing the show itself on this special build-up edition of the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling podcast. Yes, I will be watching Raw. I'll be doing it live, and we will be covering it in depth. Don't you worry, Aiden. As I said, messaging you earlier, happy for Dominic winning and Becky returning. Yeah, there were the highlights for me as well. As much as Becky winning the title is not amazing, I like what it means for Lyra, even though someone having a solo title and having a tag title is not always something I'm a fan of. It was a nice moment for Lyra, we'll put it that way. But yeah, Dominic, talking about great moments, one of my favorite WrestleMania moments in recent history. I'm saying it. Aiden called, Dom winning. Kieran's in the house as well. Raw tonight. I am looking forward to it. Is Cena at Raw tonight? Apparently so. Aiden's going to stick around all the way until the build-up is done with. And again, yeah, we'll have a watch-along once the build-up show has been completed and an instant reaction review. But Aiden, we appreciate you sticking around forever, for however long you can. Man, it's been a long weekend, hasn't it, mate? But yeah, good stuff. Speaking of which, we will in a moment throw it over to a replay of our original thoughts on WrestleMania Night 1 and WrestleMania Night 2. Please excuse how tired we look in these videos, because again, it was as soon as the shows went off the air. And then later on, we're going to kind of recap and reassess and talk about if our opinions have changed or anything like that. Because again, we have had a little bit of time to step away, take a breather and relax. Now, there are some things I feel a little bit better about, and there are some things I don't. So we'll dive into that. Really looking forward to getting Lucas back on the show later on as well. Again, a member of the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling team. And again, our friends from the wrestling media world. Some of the great guys that joined us last night will be coming back for the build-up show for Monday Night Raw, just like they did for the build-up show to WrestleMania Sunday. So yeah, let me know, guys. What do you think is going to happen on Raw? Are you excited for it? Do you feel the story's more about Cena, right? I mean, look, we talk about surprises and stuff like that, but maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's to not to distract us, but maybe it will just distract us, because there's so much talk about what happened at the end of WrestleMania. Maybe it will mean we're distracted, and therefore the surprises will feel even better, if that makes sense. Let's hope there are surprises in the first place. And it says, I've been talking to other people about WrestleMania. What have they been saying, Aiden? Are they, did they like it? What are your general vibes? I mean, I think most people I've heard from have said, Night 1, good, great ending. Night 2, really good, not a great ending. And that's my general gist. If I had to kind of sum up WrestleMania Night 1 and Night 2, that would be it. But hey, I'm going to go a little bit deeper than that. You're going to hear my thoughts throughout the night. And again, in a moment, you're going to hear my thoughts from the instant reaction reviews on both shows as well. Aiden says, my main takeaway is, what is Heyman doing? That's a good point. Will we see that on Monday Night Raw? They're going to hold off on that till SmackDown. I mean, it's a feud that's kind of bridged over both shows, isn't it? So, yeah, hopefully we will get some progression in that story tonight from Paul Heyman and Seth Rollins as well. Casper says, I'm not really looking forward to the New Day with the tag team titles. Not a fan of it. Look, I just didn't understand why it was on WrestleMania. I did not understand it. I don't mind them winning the titles. I just don't know where we're going. I really don't. Aiden says, Night 1, he gives us 7 out of 10. Night 2, a 5 out of 10, so 12 out of 20. Like it, back with the Steiner maths, it seems, for the whole show. Look, if I had to give a rating, I'd say Night 1. I was saying on Night 1 around 6.5 to 7. Night 2, I mean, I don't want the ending to drag it down too much. I think it was really good. So the undercard was really good. I'm going to say 7.5 to 8. Maybe I'll decide later on a proper review kind of rating. But what we're going to do now is throw it back to my instant reaction for Night 1, and then you're going to see my instant reaction for Night 2, joined by Lucas. And again, later on, there'll be a live portion of the show once more, where we're going to react to your comments and stuff like that. So keep it coming. I'm going to be in the background lurking, giving you replies and stuff like that. And when we come back on there, I'm going to reply to some of my favorite questions on the live portion of the show, which is going to be about 10:30 UK time, I'd say. So we're just about 2 hours away from that. But hopefully you enjoy our review of Night 1 and of Night 2. There was some great conversation on both nights, and yeah, I'm sure you'll enjoy it. And then later on, as I say, Lucas and the rest of the gang will be joining me for it as well. Could have had the TLC at Mania. Me too, mate. I really agree with that statement. And your rating for Night 2 was 7 out of 10 until the main event. Yeah, whoa. Man, you dropped a lot. 5 out of 10. Yeah, it's 5 points it didn't get, essentially. Right, let's throw over to Night 1 first of all. What you'll see now again is my thoughts on how everything went down. Here's our instant reaction review of WrestleMania Night 1. We are done with WrestleMania. Saturday Night 1 is in the books. and he turned. Paul Heyman turned on not only CM Punk, but Roman Reigns. He has now aligned himself with Seth freaking Rollins. It's not the only big story to come out of WrestleMania. We'll be breaking that story down and more right after this.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
Once again, welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. You're here for the instant reaction review of the first night of WrestleMania 41. And again, there are a lot of stories coming out of this one. The big one, of course, we've seen at the end there is the, well, I was going to say championship. It wasn't even for a title, was it? It was simply for what seems to be custody of the wise man, Paul Heyman. Of course, Paul Heyman turns on, again, not just CM Punk, but also turns on Roman Reigns, aligning himself with Seth Rollins. I felt like it was something that was coming for a while, but still, I think the way it was executed was quite good. And yeah, it wasn't the only big shock on the night. It wasn't the only big result. We're going to be breaking them all down as we go throughout the stream. But hey, my name is Scott. I'm here for the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. Thank you so much for joining me, whether you're live or on demand. I want to know what you think of WrestleMania Saturday. Skibidi Rizzler's in the house. This is crazy. I can't believe it. He turned on Punk and Reigns. Sludge Sports is with us as well. Hope you guys enjoyed WrestleMania. Look, it's a big show to break down. One I do think overall was a good show. I do think it was a hit. There was a point halfway through the night where I felt like this is mid-card Mania, right? I actually felt like halfway through I was like, I'm not sure if everything coming up is exciting me that much. But I think it delivered. And even from the point, and I'll explain that later on, where that was that those kind of thoughts started to creep in. Even from that point, it started to pick up very quickly. Look, we started out with a big match. Jey Uso going at it with Gunther for the World Heavyweight Championship. It started off again in a big way. Very enjoyable match, this one here. Look, it was the feel-good moment we all expected. And the feel-good moment I think Jey Uso deserved to get. Now, I know a lot of people lately have been talking about Jey Uso, and maybe it's kind of run thin for them. A lot of people saying, look, it's just an entrance. But I've also seen a lot of people say today, look, the internet and the arena or the stadium this time around, of course, is very different. There was a huge reaction for Jey Uso. I did think it was a bit mild when he first came out, but I think when he actually got into the audience and they were all kind of yeeting with him, I think it came across very well. Big entrance. You had the flags, you had the cheerleaders, you had the dancers. A great entrance for Jey Uso. Of course, he has really been mild the past few weeks, wearing none of his merch or anything like that. So to see him go big, I think made a lot of sense and kind of, reflected where we were at in that story as well, where we've got to. Sludge says, I completely agree with mid-card Mania, but the main event didn't make up for it. Look, I enjoyed those matches that I would claim to be mid-card as well. I've got to say, it felt like it was just no matches or no moments or surprises and very predictable. I'd say for the most part, I think it was predictable. There were still a few shocks as far as results go, but the matches were kind of what I expected them to be, but still very entertaining as well. But let's start off, as I say, let's go at the very beginning. Let's talk about Gunther versus Jey Uso. Jey got very close very quickly. Hit the splash, and then I realized, man, there's a long way to go with this. And the big fear about Jey Uso matches is that he does super kick and then super kick and then super kick. And there was a little bit of that. I mean, it was more splash. But there was a little bit more variety, I have to be honest. And I think his pairing with Gunther worked quite well. I think their styles are very different. And I think Gunther kind of, I don't want to say brought a good match out of Jey as if Jey's not a good wrestler. I mean, he's had some of the greatest tag team matches in history. But his style lately has been very much of the same, and I think people got quite bored of some of his, his matches essentially. This one I felt was different. He kind of gave it all he got really at the end of the match itself. The kind of last few moments were quite cool. Before we get there though, Gunther did take control, of course, with a title shot to the head of Jey Uso, but Jey Uso tried his best to kind of not only use his own repertoire but Gunther's as well. Hits him with a nice power bomb, hits him with a spear, of course Roman Reigns' move as well, which he does do. I mean, thinking back, Jey Uso's got a bit of a weird, it's kind of like when you make a wrestler on the SmackDown games and you just give him all the finishers. That's kind of Jey Uso at the moment. But he hits 3 splashes, one of them onto the back. Then he sets Gunther up for a sleeper, and I thought, okay, this is interesting. And then he tapped. Like, wow, what a massive kind of moment, really, to do it. Look, I get it. I think because of what Gunther did to Jimmy, the kind of blood feud that it became, I think it was a good way to do it. My only kind of, I don't want to say concern, but my only thing is like when we look back on the day that Jey Uso finally became a world champion, it will be with a move that's not his, which is kind of weird, like it told the story, but like it was his first title win, his first major title win, took him world title, WWE title. So I think that's a little bit odd. But again, as far as the story itself goes, I think it did make sense and I did quite enjoy it. A great reaction from the fans. And just, they were yeeting pretty much straight away after that as well. So look, I've got to be honest, represented the Yeet Man here tonight. He's not my favorite wrestler. Like, this makes it look like I'm like a massive Jey Uso mark, right? That's not the case. I do appreciate him and I do think he's a good wrestler. So this isn't blindness. This isn't me just going, oh look, I mean, clearly he's a big Jey Uso fan. Of course he's happy about this. I think I can subjectively look at the Jey Uso situation and understand why some people aren't too thrilled with some things he's been doing lately. I haven't been kind of too entertained, but entertaining is the main word in that. I think he is a very entertaining character overall. I think we look back to a year or so ago, or even before that. I mean, look at random things like him in the Bloodline, cracking, even though that you could be saying that's unprofessional, but at the same time, look, people enjoyed it, right? And then that moment with Cody when I think they won the tag titles, right? And he was saying yeet and all that in the press conference. They'd had a few shandies, basically. Not that I don't know what that's, not that I know what that's about. But anyway, maybe I'll just say yeet after every line on this promo I'm about to do in WrestleMania. But like, I think it was something that was a long time coming. But again, if we saw this a year ago, I think a lot of people, even the doubters and people that are against him at the moment, would say back then, maybe not back then he deserved to be world champion, but he was on a trajectory to belong in that kind of, upper tier in WWE. And I think he deserves it, man. I think he's had a great few years. And it's a great moment for someone who, is moving merch at the moment and is connecting with the audience. So, yeah, pretty happy with this. Daniel Wiley says, this is absolute BS. Why, Paul? We're going to get to the main event in due course. Don't you worry, Daniel. But thank you so much for joining us, mate. Good to see you on board again. Sludgeball says, I also forgot to say my Mania meal on the build-up show. I had ravioli as a snack and fish and rice for a Mania meal. Nice one, Sludge. Always love to hear your Mania or PLE kind of snacks and things like that as well. So thanks for filling us in. If you're unfamiliar with what Sludge is talking about there, before the show, we had our build-up show for WrestleMania Saturday. So thank you so much to everyone that joined us on that. We're going to do the same for WrestleMania Sunday. So if you did miss out, don't worry. We'll have a build-up where we get ourselves and you guys hyped up for the PLE. But right now, it's all about the instant reaction review for night 1 of WrestleMania. The next matchup we saw was for the tag team championships, the War Raiders defending against the New Day. Now, this was weird. Like, it weren't a bad match, but I still, like, and I don't want to say what was it for, because obviously it was to give the New Day the titles. I think they're 13-time champions now. If you count the free red bird rule, which we shouldn't, because I hate it, and that's another story for another day. And I've moaned about that a million times on this channel, the main Rebellious Noise channel, and the Talking Beans podcast. So if you want to hear me moan about that, you've got plenty of opportunities to dig that out of the vault. But look, I thought this was about something bigger. I thought the reason they'd put this on the show over the SmackDown Tag Team Championships was because there was a big story to tell, and there weren't. Big E didn't come back. He didn't align himself with the New Day again, as I thought he would. I thought he was going to turn heel and be with them, and he didn't help the War Raiders defend against the New Day either. It was nothing to do with Big E in the end, which is disappointing. And I think this started to put things in kind of perspective for me of like, sometimes you're not always going to get these big moments in WrestleMania. You think, oh, there'll be something tonight. And I thought, I don't know, maybe it's not as much as we were expecting. Look, that's not to say it weren't a good match. There was some impressive stuff, as always, from Ivar, the big man, doing his springboards and moonsaults and stuff like that. He did seem to slip on that moonsault, landed a little bit off on the legs. I think it was on top of Kofi, actually. Wood saved it with an elbow drop. Yeah, it was Kofi, just looking at my notes again. And Eric hit a crazy knee a little while after that. Kofi pushed Ivar off the ropes, and Kofi holds the legs down while Woods goes for the pin, picking up the victory, and again becoming 13-time champions, I think it is now, for the New Day. So yeah, impressive victory for the new champions. But it... all right, I just don't really understand why this got the position on the card over what was going on SmackDown. That's not to say their heel turn hasn't been important. When there's limited spaces, I was shocked. Slide Sport says, on the build-up show, I said this was a toilet break match, but I think it was the second best match on the card. But I was disappointed. Nothing happened. That could have been on a random Raw. Yeah, I kind of got what you're saying there. It was a good match, but yeah, was it WrestleMania worthy? Was it necessary to be on the WrestleMania card as far as the story goes? I'm not really sure. Also, I think this match solidified my love for Ivar. He is so big, but he's so flexible and is one of the most underrated wrestlers at the moment. It's a Sludge. And also, by the way, going back to the Jay and Gunther match, at the end, did you see the lady ruining Jay and Jimmy's moment? Like, some people have no sense. Yeah, I did notice that. It reminds me of the one where Punk come back at Survivor Series, and there was that guy going, Chicago. But I actually quite like that. I think it was quite funny. She was in this moment, and you could see, I think someone ran underneath him and ducked and tried to get to her. She stepped off first anyway when Jimmy was going up there. But it was nice to see Jimmy celebrating, wasn't it? Going back to that match, I was really fearful that it was going to do a turn, and we talked about this in the build-up. I just don't want to see that. I think Jimmy's worked so hard to kind of get himself back over, essentially. I was worried they were going to do a turn, and I'm glad they didn't. We got a big turn to talk about later on, guys. Don't you worry, we will get there. But again, the New Day are your new tag team champions on Raw. It's the world tag team titles that they hold. The next match to talk about is Jade Cargill versus Naomi. Now, this is kind of, I think, exactly what I expected this match to be. It was all about making Jade look good and go over, and I think it was pretty impressive what we saw on this match. We saw a great entrance for Naomi with all the caution gear and stuff like that. She bust through this kind of, I don't know, big old blanket that said caution on it. So two people holding up. That's a bit odd. But yeah, maybe they should have had a tighter shot for that. She had a brand new theme song, by the way, a very kind of like metal theme, which, you know, not sure how much they fit in with her character. But different. At least she's not using her old theme or her new old theme, if that makes sense, because she weren't using the for a little while anyway, even when she was a babyface. So yeah, she's had 3 themes in, you know, since she's come back, essentially using the old one. Who knows? Maybe she'll switch it up to the Funkadactyls theme very soon as well. But yeah, Jade versus Naomi. Decent match. Starts out again with a big entrance for Naomi, but also a big entrance for Jade Cargill, who gets the Weather Channel to announce that a storm is coming to Las Vegas. And they use all these effects to show that. And yeah, you know, I get it. It was a little bit hit and miss, I felt. Maybe a little bit too kind of jokey for Jade's character. But yeah, I did get it. Right, we started out very strong. A nice little X Factor on the outside from Naomi off of the apron onto Jade Cargill. Naomi was caught into a kind of suplex position that got turned into a jackhammer amazingly by Jade. Like, and it was a few of these spots, but some of them felt like they were so similar that it felt like they felt like the first one went wrong, so they wanted to do it again. But they were different spots, so they could have been that, but they were similar enough that it kind of felt like that. But man, the way Jade caught her in the air and then again hit her with that that jackhammer was unbelievable. But again, then we got the same thing again, but with a fall away slam. Jade hit a beautiful nip up as well. Then we had a really, really risky but perfectly executed in some ways top rope wheelbarrow into a bulldog position, right? Usually this is a staple of the indies, I think about 15, 20 years ago. Even when I was doing some training, I loved doing this little spot. You roll through into a wheelbarrow, then boom, into a bulldog. But they did it on the top rope. Like, Naomi just, it was a lot of trust in that. To be caught, hit that, boom, and then hit the bulldog off the top rope. I think it was a fantastic spot. We also saw a split-legged moonsault not long after that from Naomi. Only gets the 2 on this one as well. And then a, I don't even know how to describe it. A backwards switch around powerbomb, right? So Jade had Naomi on her shoulders, I think, right? And they were facing forward. She kind of yeeted her in the air, if you will, and turned around and just powerbombed her to the ground. Now, the awkward thing is, like, she leant into it like she was going to pin, and then she let go of it, and then she did Jaded, hit the 3, which was cool. Yeah, she should win, and it was a nice little end. But it felt like she was confused, like, you know, like in a game where you do a move and it's attached to a pin and it's too early in the game, so it doesn't actually pin, right? So a power bomb, like I remember back in the day in SmackDown, you did a power bomb and the second one's a pin, like Jericho's a double power bomb, and like it just kick out, right? That's what it kind of felt like. It felt like, or like if you're playing again in the game and you do a move that's automatically goes into a pin because of the way it's coded, not that like Jay Cargill's coded in so way. But like it's like a first blood or something like that, or a submission, so there are no pins. That's what it felt like to me. And she did that a few months back as well, where she did this, you know what she does, where she leans over and she does the whole, you know, on her face with her hand. And I felt like it got away with it then, because I was like, oh, it's symbolic. It's symbolic. It weren't actually a pin. But like that's twice we've kind of seen that from Jade. I'm not saying she doesn't know the rules of wrestling or anything like that. Yeah, she is somewhat new in the industry still. But like overall, I think it was a really enjoyable match. And I think Jade looked like $1,000,000, and it was exactly what you needed. I think Naomi looked really good as well. My big concern going into it was like, is this good for Naomi? You know, but I think it made sense for storyline. I just think it's the right time for Jade to win rather than Naomi. But she's had a one-on-one match at WrestleMania. It's a non-title match in a big, big grudge feud. And while I don't think this is the end of it, I do think the fact that she got the match over Bianca or over it being a triple threat is a big deal as well. So, yeah, congratulations to Naomi and to Jade for a great performance in this one. As Sludge says, though, it looks like we are going to get Bianca, Jade, and Naomi at SummerSlam, or maybe just Bianca and Jade at SummerSlam. Again, we'll dive into this further, I'm sure, in the coming, not just weeks and months, but maybe coming days, because I do feel like tomorrow night on WrestleMania Sunday, we will see a little bit of progression here as far as the Bianca Belair situation. But I could be wrong. I mean, there was a lot of things on Saturday I expected to see that just didn't happen. Sludge says overall, this was like the most average match on Mania today. Look, I really enjoyed this one. I got to say, look, it was getting to this point though where I was thinking, again, like, and I don't really want to say it, but like mid-card Mania is what I was starting to think. I was looking at the card and I was thinking, like, these are good. Like, what's coming up next? I was like, yeah, it's the US title. Then you've got El Grande Americano. Then you've got the women's title, which at the time I was thinking, oh, I don't know, that's going to go down. And then you've got the main event, of course, the triple threat, which arguably maybe doesn't deserve to be a main event at the time, you know, thinking it's not a title match or anything like that. Look, it was great, and we'll get to it in a bit. But at the time, I was looking at the rest of the card thinking, has it peaked already? Like, other than the main event, I knew something big would happen in the main event, but I was like, has it really peaked? I've got to say that, man, like the next few matches delivered. It really, really did continue to pick up. I thought it was a really, really good show. It weren't the best WrestleMania Saturday, which is a weird thing to say now. You know, it's a thing now. It's what, 5 years in now, having 2 nights of WrestleMania. But it still was really enjoyable. And a big part of that was the US title match. Jacob Fatu, of course, trying to get the title off of Mr. LA Knight. Now, LA Knight doesn't come away with a championship, but does come away with a great match under his belt essentially at WrestleMania. We talked about on the build-up show, I think it was 2 years ago now, maybe even 3 years, but we were all upset when he weren't on the card, right? This time he's gone into it with a title. He loses the title. He's not I don't think as over as he was a year ago or anything like that, but still very much an important part of the show. Let's go back to the start of the match, though. Jacob Fatu comes out with a pretty cool entrance. He's got a werewolf mask on, I think it was. I assume it was meant to be a werewolf, since he's the Samoan werewolf. LA Knight shows up with his Uber driver. That was a bit of a weird. Just like, what was that guy doing? I just sent him a headset. He wouldn't even look. He wouldn't even turn around. He was just like, LA Knight, go out of the car. No, I'm not looking. Yeah, tip me later. Really, really weird. Really weird. And since we had 2 car entrances, I'm not sure it was a good idea. They played into the show. Oh, chauffeur driven. It looked like LA Knight wasn't allowed to drive the car. That's what it looked like to me. And we've seen it before where people are hiding, like in the car, actually doing the drive-in or whatever. But like, this is straight up like, here I am on my headset. It just looked really weird. But look, let's get on to the match itself. Started very early on with a attempt to win by LA Knight, as all good wrestlers should, right? He hits his finisher. We tries to hit it early. Fatu counters the BFT, and it sets us up for a quite exciting start to the match. Knight jumps up for the release German onto the top rope. I love the way LA Knight does that. Fatu sells a beautiful German with a backflip, and he lands. Only gets the 2. LA Knight though. Fatu takes over not long after this with a kind of like butt squish and a swanton bomb. Only gets the 2 himself. Then there's a 50-50 kind of split between the audience. It's kind of a let's go LA Knight, or let's go, something like that. LA Knight, Jacob Fatu chant back and forth. Really did feel split in this one. I'm actually glad it was, because I think people really like Jacob, but I did have a bit of a fear that it might kind of create this kind of feeling that LA Knight is not cool anymore. But that didn't seem to be the case. People were very much behind LA Knight as well. Then we got this amazing spot where Jacob Fatu goes for the moonsault, and it's reversed into the BFT in the middle of kind of the air. Amazing. Now, this was deserving of a win. This is the kind of thing that you see Randy Orton hit out of nowhere, and it gets the free count. It didn't for this, and I was kind of disappointed in that, but the way they did it made sense. Like, he got the ropes. Maybe it should have been even getting the ropes is like, it's easier than kicking out, I guess. So you're not using as much energy. You can do it on a bit kind of a 95% dead kind of scale. But I don't know. Maybe it was a bit of a waste. I'm not sure, but a great spot nonetheless. Then you got this kind of it's a weird senton thing he did on the top of it. He had LA Knight sitting on the top. He jumped up, turned around, he's back on him as a senton. Then I think he hit a swanton bomb, and then like 3 moonsaults, or maybe it's a swanton and then a moonsault. Anyway, he hit him a few times, picked up the victory. Jacob Fatu, your new United States champion, and I think well deserved. And again, a really enjoyable match. This one, one that I do think is going to be remembered quite fondly, and one that I think stood out quite well on this show overall. Jacob versus Knight was a great match to Sludge Sports overall, but it felt like mid-card Mania. I shouldn't have said that, should I? I should have said mid-card Mania, because Sludge, you're running with it now, aren't you? They should have just had the pink card. Tiffy. Yeah, we'll get to Tiffy's entrance in a little bit. That was the US title match, though, guys. Look, let me know what you thought of the show overall. Was you a fan of it? Is there anything you would have changed? Look, we're going match by match, but I'm happy to hear your comments for each and every one of them, and we'll dive into them as we make our way through the stream. If you're watching on demand, by the way, guys, or if you're watching on the Sunday build-up show, I know it's going to be repeated on that. Again, get your comments in, and I'll get back to them in whatever time frame we're in there as well. So let's move on to the next match, which was supposed to be Rey Mysterio going up against El Grande Americano. Now, of course, Rey Mysterio got injured on SmackDown. They announced it tonight that he wasn't going to be involved in a match, and instead it would be
Ray Phoenix that I guess defended his honor. Now, the concern we had on the build-up show, and this is still something that might be an issue, is that Dragon Lee maybe deserved that spot more. Great match, don't get me wrong. Love Ray Phoenix, do not get me wrong. But Dragon Lee was a big part of this storyline, and I think for me, I felt like El Grande Americano was going to be unmasked at the end of this, and maybe there was a change because of who was in the match. You know, maybe they decided to kind of long out the storyline essentially because of it. But I was surprised, a bit surprised at least, because I kind of understood the Ray Phoenix thing, that Dragon Lee wasn't the one to take Ray Mysterio's space. But instead, again, it was Ray Phoenix, and man, what an incredible achievement. Like, he's just coming to the company, and he's had his WrestleMania debut before his brother Penta, by the way, who debuted a good few months before him, yet somehow he's had a WrestleMania match before Penta. Yeah, incredible when you think about it that way. Let's get to some of these comments here as well. Oh, hell no, what did you say? Dragon Lee? Oh, sorry, Saj, I forgot how much you hate Dragon Lee. I would have seen... I'm sorry. All right. I'm sorry, Sludge. Look, but I just think, look, maybe you're not a fan of his work, but I think he's pretty cool, and I think he's done well lately and deserves to be in that spot. But anyway, let's move on to the match itself and who was actually in the spot. Again, Ray Phoenix is taking the position here over Rey Mysterio. I think they did a great job at reproducing that promo package last minute. The first, like, 3/4 of it was about the original feud. It was about El Grande Americano. It was about Rey Mysterio and kind of the history of Luchador, wrestling. And then they tweaked it. They put the Ray Phoenix stuff in there as well. So I think they did very well. The whole kind of package for this was interesting. Of course, the thing is that El Grande Americano is supposed to be this kind of legendary figure that is American, but is a luchador and went to Mexico, was a superstar, went missing. Now he's showing up in WWE. They did this typical kind of like thing they do in TV shows to represent Mexico. They put the yellow tint on the camera. They did this kind of like old school kind of graphics on the screens as well. They did, it was kind of, what do you call it, like jittery footage and stuff like that to kind of make it look old fashioned. And then you also had a mariachi band as well. Now, of course, let's be honest, guys, this is surely Chad Gable, but whoever it is under that mask, man, they performed so well in this match. I think them and Ray Phoenix to work this well on that stage, like unprepared, is amazing. Yes, they're pros, and yes, they can pull a match out of the bag every now and then, I'm sure, without really thinking about it. But man, I think they did such a good job. Sludge Sports says this was a good match, but it felt like a Vince McMahon match. No unmasking, no surprise, just a match. What I said before, until the main event, it was just matches. Look, I thought it was a good match, though. I do think it was a good match, and yeah, maybe no surprises. And I don't know, what more did we need? I did think he was going to be unmasked. I did think there would be some sort of revelation with American Made, but yeah, maybe the whole situation, Ray changed that, or maybe if Ray faced him, this is what we would have seen anyway. I'm not quite sure. Right. We had AAA representation as well. Vikingo was there. He kicked Chad Gable, El Grande Americano, in the head. Later on would console Ray Phoenix. Spoiler alert, Ray loses this match here, which I was very shocked by, actually. Let's start out with some of the big moves in the match. Ray Phoenix is a beautiful kind of roll through Hurricane Run to start the match. Wade Barrett and Pat were great on commentary in this, by the way, really putting over El Grande Americano and basically saying, we need to do some more research ourselves. We need to find out more about this. And kind of Michael Cole's trying to be the straight guy, saying, look, this is Chad Gable. What the heck are you talking about? And they were just trying to, move away from those rumors, I guess. But yeah, very, very clever. I think the way they managed this on commentary. There was an amazing throw from Chad Gable, El Grande Americano, I should say. That beautiful kind of throw that they just fly. It is, you got to sell it perfectly as well. But man, he's such a specimen. And I think as a performer, let's just talk about Chad Gable now, right? As Chad Gable, I think he's incredible. And I think the past few years have proved so much. This is the man that was given Shorty G, and even back in the day when he was with Jason Jordan in NXT, I really liked his work. But now, like, he's kind of like the total package. Like, to use a Lex Luger term, he's got everything. Like, man, he's such a talent, and to change up his style, like, he's got a great technical style anyway. But like, he wrestles differently as El Grande, El Grande Americano. There we go. I was going to say El Grande Mexicano. That's probably his last nemesis. He wrestles differently. Yeah, there are Chad Gable isms because he is Chad Gable, and he's got to kind of, you know, remind us that in the storyline as well. But to kind of switch up his style like this, honestly, one of the best guys on the roster, in my opinion. I think he's so good. Right, he's not a good guy though. He's a bit of a naughty man, and he cheats to win in this match. Before we get there though, we do have this kind of incredible backwards 450 splash or 450 senton from El Grande Americano, which we've not seen as Chad Gable. So maybe it's not Chad Gable, guys. Maybe it's not. Then he gets a metal plate in a mask, which is a bit of a spot. I'm not a big fan of it because surely it'd be hurting him as well, you know. Anyway, he gets stopped. Then Rey Fenix tries the old goodbye amigo as he runs across the ropes, which is so good, man. Like, how does he do that and not fall? You know, like, anyway, he kind of falls here because he's stopped by El Grande Americano. Then he goes for another one. He does hit it, but his foot hits El Grande in the face. And El Grande is wearing the metal plate or whatever it is, right? It hurts Rey Fenix's foot. He's selling it. And then what do you know? El Grande Americano is taking the leaf out of Chad Gable's book by using the ankle lock. And even this, they tried to like joke around about it. Like, Pat was like, yeah, also used by Ken Shamrock, also used by Kurt Angle, to kind of be like, it doesn't mean it's Chad Gable. But yeah, that was pretty much the beginning of the end. We got a diving headbutt, or a normal headbutt, I should say, from El Grande Americano. Then a diving headbutt using that plate as well, and picked up the victory. But a really, really good match, really enjoyable, and one I'm glad was on the card. It would be interesting to kind of hear what they had planned for Rey Mysterio. Was it going to be the same match? Was it going to be the same result? I don't know, but what I do know is that we saw a very entertaining showing between two amazing luchadors. They also mentioned the AAA acquisition. We've talked about this on the build-up show again. This is why these build-up shows are so fun. We just kind of, breaking news and stuff like that. So again, please join us for tomorrow night's build-up show for the Sunday edition of WrestleMania as well. Sludge says, do you think Randy Orton will kick Nick Aldis in? Well, sorry, I'm still thinking about kicking. I'm thinking about the punt for Randy Orton there. Do you think Randy will face Nick Aldis? I'm not sure. I'm not sure at this moment in time. There's a lot of rumors going around. I think Nick Aldis is the most likely. So yeah, let's just go with that for now. But we'll break it down further on the live portion of Sunday night's build-up show. Don't you worry, Sludge. We'll talk about that in depth. Going from AAA to HBK, we next get the attendance figure announced from the Heartbreak Kid. About 61,000, I think it was. Pretty impressive. It looked amazing. It looked bigger than that, if I'm honest. It looked bigger than that on camera. By the way, some of the production we saw here was crazy. Like, there's fans sitting in the stage now, like on top of the stage, on the side of the stage, and I don't think it really took away from the audience, from the entrances. And I get it. I get it's money. Make that money. Talk about make that money. Did you see how many ads were on the flipping canvas? And then the ads on the outside, the screens, and then there was the turnbuckle pads. They had ads on them as well. Like, yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, it looks kind of tacky in some ways, but like, get that bag. Do you know what I mean? Like, fair enough, man. And then you got matches being, sponsored by certain organizations and things like that as well. But anyway, HBK comes out, drops the attendance figure, and dips essentially. First of all, comes out to his own theme song, leaves to DX while the audience starts singing along to it. So yeah, that was good. Right. Then we move into a match I was worried about. I was worried about Tiffany Stratton versus Charlotte Flair. Woo! And I can say woo now comfortably because this was a fantastic match and it had the result it deserved. Like, this isn't me saying Charlotte's bad and Charlotte shouldn't win ever. This is me saying it was the right time for Tiffany to win. And this match and the story being told deserved the right ending. And the right ending was Tiffany Stratton picking up the victory. Look, we'll get to how she did it in just a moment, but let's go back to the very beginning of the match. And let's go back even further, talk about the feud. Look, I've been saying it over the past few days on this channel. I don't buy the shoot they've been doing because, you know what, I think they worked amazingly in the ring. So either they've been unprofessional and suddenly are like, great. I mean, there's some hard-hitting stuff, so you could argue maybe not. Maybe a few slip-ups here. But the fact they delivered, whether they're mates in real life or not, man, it was a great, great match. And again, the big fear for me was that maybe it is legit and maybe Charlotte isn't gonna, you know, lay down essentially, but no, she did, and I think it was the right decision. Again, let's go back to the very beginning of the match itself. Tiffany Stratton versus Charlotte Flair for the WWE Championship, and you have the Royal Rumble winner not being in the main event twice on this same night. Lucas mentioned that earlier on the build-up show. It is a shame. But look, a great story told. Now, we started out with a fantastic entrance, a Barbie entrance, branded as well. They said it was related to Mattel, so they got a relationship with them, of course, with WWE figures. I thought it was a great entrance, man. Like, in the middle, of course, you had Tiffany in the box. She makes her way out, and either side you had other Barbie doll boxes, essentially, but with video screens, which are clearly video screens, don't get me wrong, but they still looked amazing. They still look really good. Yeah, fantastic entrance. I really like this, and I like the whole stage setup as well. We talked about it a little bit on our kickoff watch along on Friday night. We've done a lot of streams this past few days, guys. And I do like it. And I didn't really notice what it's supposed to be. Andy said on the build-up show, again, another stream we've done, it's a casino kind of feel, and that makes sense actually. It just look a big block to me. But yeah, it's the big old casino hotels and things like that. But yeah, they used it quite well here. I think the stage looked amazing for a lot of these kind of entrance videos and stuff like that as well. Did Tiffy chip a tooth? I think she did, man. I really think she did. And there was also that thing on her head, which I thought was blood and a smear, which I actually think it was in the end, but Wade said was a bruise. But we'll talk about how she got there, man. It was, yeah, it was tough. I'm not going to lie, says Sludge. This was a long match. I don't know why. I just couldn't pay attention to this match. I don't know if I was having lunch at the time. It was probably a good match. No, it was a good match. I mean, I think you missed out. If you didn't lock in and zone in on it, Sludge, I think you did miss out because there was a point. I won't lie. There was a point actually in this match where I did start to think, it's starting to drag now. But I think they saved it. I think they turned it back around. So we started out again with a big entrance for Tiffany. Got another great entrance as well for Charlotte Flair. This time with a car that made a lot more sense. They didn't show her getting out of the car. I think that might have been because of the awkwardness of all of her get up, essentially. Great gear, by the way. Both of these guys wearing basically the same color. A bit of blue in, I think it was Charlotte's gear. Pink and blue, but just pink for Tiff. And a few weeks ago, of course, they were wearing the black together as well. And I think that was probably on purpose. It feels like a little bit of a nod. Of course, this whole kind of, like, Tiffany just feels like kind of like Charlotte Flair, but not really. And even Charlotte's kind of alluded to that as well. But there's something about it, you know, it's not just that they're blonde, but there's something, you know, the moonsaults and things like that as well. Right. When Flair was making her way to the ring, though, an interesting thing, it showed the graphic of her title history, WWE Championships, World Title Championship. And I thought, hold on, when she won that? What are you talking about? So obviously, whichever one's which, one is the Raw, one is the SmackDown one. You know, they've basically rebranded. Whereas on the men's side, they kind of pretended it was a new title, but even though it looked like the old World Heavyweight, and now they're adding on to that lineage. It's a confusing thing, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. Because apparently she's a 6 or 7 time world champion. Beats me. Never seen her hold that title in my life. But there you go. Under 4 years is my next note for Tiffany. They mentioned it on commentary. For someone that's not even been in the business for 4 years to be having a performance like this on this stage, I think it was very impressive. Don't get me wrong. I do think she had the kind of the match of her career so far, because it was, and this is a weird thing to say, but she was sloppy in spots. She seemed kind of behind and out of it and couldn't keep up at times. And I do think it showed the level of Charlotte and Tiffany, and where Tiffany's got to get to. But again, that's no disrespect. Like, under those lights in that condition, like 4 years into the business, she did amazing. It was still a great match, but I do think there were a few things in the match that made me think, like, she looked exhausted at the end of it. Like, she took a few rough hits as well. As look, we mentioned, it looked like a tooth was chipped. She had a bloody mouth as well, potentially a bruise on her head, but I do think, again, that was the smearing of the blood. But I do think it showed, like, she'd been through the wars and she deserved to come out on top, I think, in a crowning moment. So yeah, a really, really good show for Tiffany. But let's go back to some of the big moments in the match. It started out with a nice little brawl between the two. As you imagine, it's a blood feud. They're kind of built towards that now. There's a Stephanie Vacua reference in her kind of move that she does, where her knees are around the wrestler's head and all that. Charlotte did it differently, don't get me wrong, but they made a comment to it and a reference to it on commentary. A moonsault from the top rope by Tiffy, but she lands on her feet. Great bit of athleticism there. Some beautiful chops from the Nature Boy's daughter, as you would expect, with some trash talking to go with it as well. There's a crossbody roll through, only gets the 2, but at this point I noticed that Tiff did have her bloody mouth. I'm not sure where it happened, but not long after this, Tiffany attacks the knee of Charlotte Flair. They worked around that, the knee brace. Charlotte tries to do the figure 4. She can't turn it into the figure 8. Her knee is starting to get on top of her. Then, speaking of knees, we get the prettiest moonsault ever, but the knees go up from Charlotte Flair. I love this spot. The fact that they played into a real-life injury and the fact that they were willing to risk it was a big deal. Charlotte, if she didn't... Look, if she's as bad as some people say, she wouldn't have been going into this with that knee and doing the spot she did with that knee. To put her knees up in this match, and I think it told a lot for the story as far as the match goes itself, if you talk about legit injuries, but in the match they were working on the knee, it was a great kind of image. Like, she is willing to sacrifice what was already her kind of Achilles heel in that match in order to make sure Tiff didn't get over. Anyway, only gets the 2 on it, though. It doesn't work out for her there. She hits the natural selection from the top rope. Again, only gets the 2. Not sure about that. Top rope moves, in my opinion, top rope versions of finishes, even though it looks a little sloppy. I'm not sure. If it's for a title at WrestleMania, it's different. There were a lot of false finishes in the main event, which we'll get to in a little bit. Tiffany wins, though, with the prettiest moonsault ever, and she looked shattered at the end. Like I said, great match overall, really, really enjoyable, and ultimately the match I think we all deserve to see, as fans. I think this is the match we've invested in, for Tiffany Stratton. This was, I think, a moment that really made her kind of, again, showed her a little bit out of depth. I'm not going to lie. Charlotte didn't look as worse for wear at the end of it, because I think Charlotte's used to a lot of this. But this, Charlotte took her to a new level. And I think that's exactly what we needed. I think Charlotte was, the perfect opponent for her. There was a lot of concern going into it that there was this, behind the scenes animosity and it might not go to plan and they might not kind of gel in the ring. But man, if that is the case, they put that aside. If it's not the case, I guess they did well to fool people, right? So, yeah, either way, fantastic match and a well-deserved victory for Tiffany Stratton and a fantastic performance. And credit has to be given. Flowers have to be given to Charlotte Flair. I know a lot of people don't like doing it, but look, it's easier to do when she hasn't won the title, right? I think if she'd won the title here, I'd be saying some different things, but it's not to say she don't deserve her praise, because she is an amazing performer. And again, this was a very enjoyable match. Then we get the Hall of Fame segment of the night, and it's the classic thing where they all come out and then the headliner comes out to their own theme song. But interestingly, though, there was no Lex Luger. No idea why. I've looked it up online and basically everybody's saying, where's Lex Luger? No idea. Haven't got a clue. Maybe we'll get a little bit of clarity, and by the time we do the live portion of the build show on Sunday night, we might have a bit of news, but hopefully everything's all right there. It was it was a shame not to see him, and very strange. Also very strange as well. Did you notice Bret Hart rolled his eyes after Triple H shook his hand? Like, come on, man. Like, I like Bret, but I don't know. Maybe I'm reading into it, but it didn't look good. It didn't look good. I saw some people say maybe Austin said something to him and he was kind of reacting to that. Maybe Brett's not. I know Brett's not really a fan of Triple H. I think he gave him a 4 out of 10. Which is so ridiculous, but yeah, okay. I know he's not a fan. But you brought in for this moment, like just enjoy it, you know. But maybe you just didn't like the fact that Triple H then got his big moment after that. I know it can look like, you know, with an hour and 7-minute speech. It's all about him. It's all about the game, eh? Anyway, let's move on for that. But yeah, Hall of Fame segment came at this point, and then we move in to the main event of night 2. Show some class, says Sludge. Show some class. Main event of night 2 featured Seth freaking Rollins, Roman Reigns, CM Punk, and it was all about who's going home with Paul Heyman. They did a great promo video for this. I'd seen it earlier on, I think it was on NXT when we were doing a watch along for that. The Machine Head song fit it really well. Even it, like, they slowed down the footage and zoomed in. There's black and white shot of like the brawl that they had, the pull apart between the three of them, and it just looks so cool. Yeah, talking of cool, Seth comes out first in this kind of big get up, all in black, has a flamethrower with his logos all over it. Does it, boom, and then the screen lights up with fire, burn it down, all that good stuff. Then it goes black, nothing. Music comes back on, lights come back on. Seth's in white, now wearing the shades as well. Really cool entrance there. Roman, speaking of entrances, Roman comes out on his own, and it looked weird. Not only no Paul Heyman, but it really hit you that he's got no bloodline with him either. I know that's a story they played into before, you know, that they all will leave him. But they were on a good note at Survivor Series, but now they're not. Speaking of Survivor Series, at the end of Jey Uso's match, is it just me, or did you see Jey Uso, Survivor Series graphics pop up on the screen as well? Like the replay graphics. Maybe I'm going mad, but I thought I saw that. Right, going back to the match itself, Roman Reigns comes out on his own. It looked quite odd. Then, as he makes his way into the ring, you see those kind of screens that were up and down on the ramp, and it was showing the kind of Samoan dynasty, essentially, showing all the kind of legends of the past. That was pretty cool. Talking about legendary, though, next up, we saw a kind of highlight package of CM Punk's career to the soundtrack of his old theme song, This Fire Burns by Killswitch Engage. Now, I am a big fan of this song, and I thought often recently, actually, about, I wonder if they'll ever have him enter with that. You know, you remember back in AEW, he came out to his old AFI theme song. So I thought he might be open to it, as much as he loves Cult Personality, which, of course, was a big part of this entrance as well. This Fire Burns was, you know, a key part of his career, you know, using that theme, and it showed, you know, it highlighted that period of his career. I think it was really, really well done. It was a greatly produced video, and he said in it, you know, this fire still burns. I mean, goosebumps, like The Rock says, just thinking about it. Great promo package. It reminded me of that Clash at the Castle when Drew didn't come out to what do you call it? His old theme song. What's it called now? You know what I'm saying? The old theme song, classic song. Broken Dreams. There we go. Just singing it in my head to try and remember the title. And then he came out to his main song. But yeah, it was a nice little introduction to that. So yeah, pretty cool to see that for CM Punk. And then he does come out to Cult Personality, of course, by Living Color. They are there in Living Color performing live. I gotta be honest though, the audio was a little bit off on the feed. It seemed like a good performance. I think the one at WrestleMania 29 was better. It came across better on camera, at least. But yeah, still enjoyable. I loved it. I mean, talking of WrestleMania 29, what a throwback. Seeing Punk come out in the old yellow trunks as well, wearing the grey hoodie, having Paul Heyman with him, the old put his watch in front of him for its clobbering time. Man, it's funny when Paul Heyman does an entrance with someone, because he has different personalities for each of them. But yeah, a great kind of introduction to the match. And yeah, a real kind of exciting start to the main event. So says my favorite theme song is Cult Personality. Yeah, it's a banger, mate. It's a good tune, I got to say. Right, let's get into the main event itself. They started out in the audience very early on. There were trash cans and things like that. It kind of set the scene falsely, because I actually thought there was going to be a lot more hardcore stuff in this match. There were some big hardcore spots, don't get me wrong. But when they start with trash cans, you think they're going to go on with trash cans. Didn't happen, though. Seth and CM Punk fighting in the audience, essentially. Roman dives over the barrier into the both of them. And get things underway, gets them back into the ring, essentially. Soon you get a doomsday device on Seth. Punk hits it off the top rope. Seth takes it like a champ as well. Flips back off, basically, off of Roman Reigns' shoulders. Superman punch to Punk only gets a 2. Frog splash on top of an Anaconda device that's being held by CM Punk on Roman Reigns. Doesn't tap because the frog splash, of course, breaks it up. Then we get a buckle bomb on Punk. Always interesting to see when they use the buckle bomb. And then a spear gets turned into a pedigree, which was amazing. And again, another example of like, maybe that should have got the win. I was a little bit disappointed. Like, I didn't want the match to end at the time. Don't get me wrong, but a spear being reversed into a pedigree in that timing, like, I was like, this is the kind of thing you kick out of if it's like the most important match in WrestleMania history, right? Like Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns type stuff, or the streak or something like that. I don't think it was something they should have been kicking out of as much in this, because it felt like a title match that went for a title. The title was Paul Heyman, even though he wasn't on the line. He kind of was, do you know what I mean? He weren't officially, but he was, because the winner definitely went home with him. Or did he go over him? I don't know. Don't know what they're doing. Maybe they have a good night. Either way, right. Spear into pedigree. Sorry, not only that, he rolled it through into a stomp and then still only got the 2. So yeah, a little while after this, more finishes. What do you know? Roman Reigns hits the spear on Seth Rollins. GTS hits Reigns with a CM Punk hits Reigns with GTS, only gets the 2 himself. Seth then wants help from Roman, and he's trying to encourage him to do the Shield powerbomb on the outside to the new announce table. Yet another new announce table. I don't think we're going to use this on Raw or anything like that, but he acted like it was the same one, because of course we haven't seen these new ones be destroyed on NXT. Spoiler alert, there was a bump. But I think they were the older ones, and this one wasn't a new one. It was a curved one. Both the American announce table and the kind of Spanish announce table had the same thing as well. But anyway, both of them get destroyed essentially by Roman Reigns, because Roman is encouraged by Seth to do the Shield powerbomb, and he just hits Seth and does a powerbomb on him instead, and on CM Punk. He throws them both through the announce tables. Now, the annoying thing is he didn't do the old, he should have done that. He should have done it and then hit Seth. But yeah, either way, it was a fun little spot. Quite enjoyable. Before that, though, Roman was really torn. The Shield thing plays into his mind a lot, and it happens here as well, and it happens at the end of the match, of course, which we'll get to in a little bit. But yeah, hits Seth, does the powerbomb on his own to CM Punk through the table, and then does it through the Spanish announce table on Seth Rollins as well. A lot of guillotines in this as well. Hits one on CM Punk, which he reverses into the Anaconda device. A lot of Anaconda devices in this match as well. The sharpshooter worried me, man. When they put a sharpshooter in, because of Bret Hart's involvement with this weekend, I thought, no, they're not doing a screw job, are they? Like, they're not having Heyman tell someone to ring the bell, and that's how Heyman turns. I was really worried, and I wonder if they thought people might think that way, and that's why they played, did it and possibly played into it. But anyway, didn't go anywhere, but it did worry me. Punk hits a stomp on Roman Reigns, so they start stealing finishes at this point. Then there's a GTF on Seth Rollins, only picks up the 2 once again, and Cole hits a comment about Punk at this point. Burning bridges. They acted like CM Punk was a heel. They also said it, about Heyman, which I think weakened what Heyman did in some way, because they were like, "This is your fault, Heyman," like as if Roman's the like mega babyface. So I thought that was kind of a weird thing to do, to do on commentary, but it made Punk look like the bad guy, which, they just don't like each other. There are good and bad traits in all these characters. That was kind of the story it felt like they were telling for the most part, until Seth turned to a really naughty man. But yeah, acting like Heyman was a heel for aligning with Punk just was a bit strange to me. Now we start getting towards the end of the match, though. GTS on Rollins. There's a spear on Punk. Seth Rollins hits the stomp on Roman Reigns. And they're all just laying there. And Andy mentioned on the build-up show, shout out to Andy from Wrestling Royalty. He said, look, what happens if they throw the chair in the ring? And it could be two ways. It could be that there's, oh my gosh, he's accidentally helped Seth, or he did it on purpose. Well, he didn't throw it straight towards Seth, but he did pick up a chair and he gave it straight to CM Punk. And the selling here of this moment from Roman Reigns was amazing. He looked shocked. He looked distraught. He looked betrayed. He looked angry. Perfect. And it was like, wow, this is it. And I was saying out loud, watching it, no, this ain't it. No. He's going to turn on Punk as well. And what do you know? That's exactly what he did. He hands the chair to CM Punk and he low blows him. And it felt like a big monumental moment. You know, this whole story has been recently based on the allegiance of Paul Heyman, and it goes even further in a minute. But look, it was all about Paul Heyman and his kind of love CM Punk and that story that Punk told of how, you know, he always said, look, when you main event WrestleMania, I'm going to walk to the ring with you. And, you know, they showed clips of that recently as well, that promo. I think it was on Raw. So, yeah, I think it was very clever to use that sort of stuff to go back and kind of get that archive footage and make that part of this story. And, yeah, he turns on him and it felt like a big deal. Then, though, and again, I knew it was coming. Look, I'm not a mind reader or anything like that, but I've just been saying for weeks, surely he's helping Seth Rollins here. And I said it, look, I think his demeanor is going to change. Everything about him is going to turn into a right nasty piece of work that we know Heyman can be. And that's what he did. He hits Punk with a low blow and he gives the chair to Roman Reigns. And then he tells Roman, look, Seth is clawing up onto the ropes. This is just like the Shield. And some part of me thinks, oh, they do this too often. They played into it a lot. Like the Sami Zayn thing kind of felt like that, you know, a reference to the Shield. Last year at WrestleMania, they referenced the Shield. There's a few times they faced each other and kind of referenced the Shield. The other day on SmackDown a little while ago, he wore clothes that looked like, you know, the Shield outfit he used to wear as well, but more elaborate version. And then they played into it here as well. But I think it was really well, executed. And look, he gives him the chair. He stands back, and I'm thinking he's going to hit him. And he does. Hits him with a low blow. Roman Reigns falls, and Seth Rollins takes advantage. It takes a little bit of time, though. They wrap up the match a little bit later than I expected. After this, it kind of lingers on for a little bit. But ultimately, Seth Rollins does pick up the victory, does take advantage of what Roman Reigns' wise man has done. And he's turned on both CM Punk and Roman Reigns in the same night, aligning himself with Seth Rollins. And I think it's great. I think it's a breath of fresh air for Seth Rollins. I think he's someone that's been kind of lost in the shuffle quite often. And, you know, it makes sense. I think Roman's a massive star. CM Punk's a massive star. Seth's great as well. But I felt like a few months ago, no, maybe a year or so ago, I felt like he was getting a little stale again. And then to kind of change it up. And I think he's done well to stay, I don't want to say to stay relevant, but like he's done well to kind of, you know, keep himself, you know, reinventing and stuff like that. I think he's done really well. And lately they've kind of hinted that he's, you know, he's a little bit of the old Seth Rollins, the heel Seth Rollins, you know, with the authority and stuff like that. And they made reference to it on commentary, by the way. And here we go. A new direction for him, a new direction as well. And a bit of, you know, breath of fresh air again for Paul Heyman. I think Paul Heyman needed something different. And him being all kind of, oh my gosh, fearful, scared, oh my god, oh no, I'm so distraught, and I don't know, I'm so sorry, what have I done, and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, that gets you so far, but we can't have that all the time. And I think the fact that he turned into this cold, callous, heartless Paul Heyman again, I think it was amazing. I think it was a great end to the show. Look, did the moment deserve to close the PLE? 100%. Does CM Punk deserve to be in a main event of WrestleMania? 100%. But I do have an issue with Punk having been someone that missed out on those spots, even though he was champion at times and things like that. And now the same thing has happened. Jey Uso has had to win his title in the opening match. The women had an incredible match and it didn't get to go on last. Look, does this match deserve to be last? Yeah. The match itself was amazing. But like the perception, I think, of what that, gives off essentially about the World Heavyweight Championship is dangerous. And I don't want to be too negative. It was a really good show. And I did enjoy the match. I can't lie. Vicky says night one ratings for me, it's 9 out of 10. Vicky, you are rating it high. Look, I got to say, it was a very enjoyable show. It wasn't the best WrestleMania. It wasn't the best WrestleMania Saturday either, but it was very enjoyable. Like for a PLE, if this was like, and this is unfair because it would be bigger. If it was, maybe I shouldn't say like Backlash, or let's say if this was Survivor Series, I'd be like, yeah, one of the best, one up there. But for WrestleMania, it's tough. We've got so much to see on night 2 as well. 9 out of 10 is very generous, Vicky, in my opinion. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. I enjoyed it too. But I've seen some amazing WrestleManias in the past, and I can't give it even. I don't know if I can even give it a 7. Like, it was great. It was great. That sounds harsh, but like, if we're talking like WrestleMania 31, which was so good. Let's say that's like a 9, and like WrestleMania 17 is a 9.5. The past few years have been like, if you're talking like that, maybe 8s. So this is like, look, we haven't seen night 2 yet again, but on its own, I'm going between 6.5 and 7. And maybe that sounds harsh to some people, or weird, because I have really enjoyed it. But like, there weren't a lot of surprises. Like, there was a great surprise at the end. There was a great feel-good moment at the start of the show, and there were fun matches. And they made the best of things, such as Rey Mysterio getting injured and stuff like that. But it weren't like, we missed out on something happening big in the new. Like, they won, yeah, but like we didn't get Big E, So, and maybe that's just fans just kind of getting themselves hyped up. I mean, Jay Cargill versus Naomi was really fun as well. I think it did exactly what it needed to do. Jacob Fatu versus LA Knight was a great match as well. I said again earlier on, I was thinking, is this mid-card Mania? But that each and every one of these matches delivered. Like, there wasn't a match on the show that I thought, that weren't all that. Each and every one of these matches delivered, like I say. So it was a really enjoyable. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna go 7. I think 7 out of 10 is a fair rating for night 1 of WrestleMania. And I think it's difficult rating it on its own. Once you see the whole package of night 1 and 2, maybe I'll kind of come up a little bit or something like that. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll go down. I don't know. In kind of, comparison to what we see on night 2. We are here to break down WrestleMania Sunday, and I'm coming on there like completely different to how I expected, I guess, like 3/4 through this show, when I was really, really enjoying it. Spoiler alert, I ain't happy about that main event. I don't want to bring it down on it straight away, but John Cena is the 70th time world champ. You'd think I'd be happy with that in the background. I didn't like the way that went down at all. And you could argue that he's a heel. That's the whole point. No, not for me. I hate to be down on it straight away, because most of the show I thought was incredible. But look, we'll jump into the show right after this.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
So yeah, welcome back, guys, to the channel. I don't want to be coming on air in this mood, you know, because I love wrestling. I love WrestleMania. I love the guys involved with the main event, but it didn't go down the way I wanted. It's not me just saying, oh, it's not the prediction I expected. You know, I was saying Cena should do it as a baby face, and I think that's what's going to happen. And I kind of created this story in my head that I would like to see, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, I think the way it went down at the end is not great, not enjoyable. Right, let's get to some of these comments. Let's bring on Lucas. I see him waiting in the background as well, just seeing setting up now. So I'll bring him in. Look, it's nearly 4 a.m. here in the UK. Maybe that's tampering my mood as well. But, you know, getting close to 3 a.m., I was feeling pretty good. I think it's the main event that's done it to me. Kieran says, John Cena didn't deserve that at the end. Sludge Sport says, great 6 matches, underwhelming main event. I think that's the story of the show, in my opinion. Main event was disappointing, but the rest of the show was fire, says Josh with the fire emoji. Let's bring in Lucas and see what he had to say about this as well. Lucas, mate, just off the bat, we'll break it down match by match and moment by moment. But kind of instant thoughts coming out of WrestleMania Night 2.
Oh, it was going so well. It was going so well.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I thought that Night 2 was a much better night. But I think obviously, yeah, I said it is almost 4 a.m. It's been a long weekend. We've seen a lot. Obviously, as it has only just happened, obviously, this is moments ago, what we just witnessed. Obviously, you know, those of us just joining us, or if you've somehow you missed the main event or whatever. But yeah, we have ended WrestleMania with John Cena breaking the record, become the 17th-time world champion. But we've ended it, in my opinion, possibly the worst way this could have been done. Like fully. And the thing is, it's easy to just kind of say, like, you know, worst thing ever, whatever. But I'm struggling to think of a main event that's ended so badly.
Yeah, look, I'm coming out of feeling almost angry. Do you know what I mean? Like, there are many times, and ironically, I've said this a few times in Cena's run, it wouldn't be a final Cena run without me going, Cena, you know, because, you know, back in the day, I'll admit, I keep saying it, my genuine Cena was that I loved him in the early days. He grew stale to me. It was too much. And then it became a nostalgia act that I really enjoyed. And then he turned heel, and it's not the kind of heel we got you. He's a bad guy and he's done it. This is not the way he should have done it. It's just simple, done. Like, I'm someone who was angry at the man not wearing the Nexus armband because I felt like it was damaging to the Nexus. But I understood, right, okay, they're going to go with the whole T-shirt sales and stuff like that. So why now are they going to do this? It doesn't make sense to me. I'm getting riled up. But it was a great show, man. Like, overall, as you say, it was far better than night 1. Night 1 was good, but night 2, I think, was delivering non-stop as we went through the show. Let's get to some of these comments as well. Sludgeport says, night 2 was way better, but I didn't like the match. The match was fine. It was just the way it ended like that. It was very disappointing. Kieran says, I feel bad for Cody, like him getting hit with a belt in front of his family. Yeah, not a nice way to go down. Joe Hendry versus Randy was a quick match, but it was an entertaining match. I did enjoy what we saw there. So let's break down let's go back to the beginning of the show. Let's start on happier times, Lucas, because it did start in a positive way. We will get to John Cena, guys. Appreciate everyone that tunes in live or on demand. We're going to get back to the John Cena situation. Of course, we had to start with that at the top of the show because it is the big story. But let's lift ourselves up and appreciate the good things we did see on the show as well before we do run it into the ground when we get back to the main event, because my goodness, it was frustrating. Right, let's go to the very beginning. Started out with Stephanie McMahon opening up. Nice little intro. It made me wonder, Lucas, when's she going to go in the Hall of Fame, you know? So that'll be an interesting point in the future to see. It started from that point, though, with the triple threat match. I thought this was a really, really fun way to start the show. And literally straight away, you know, a few of us were texting in and out. A lot of the guys that have been on the build-up show tonight were texting me. And I was saying to everyone that spoke to me about this match, like, already it was match of the weekend contender. What were your thoughts on the opening to WrestleMania?
Yeah, no, the triple threat was fantastic. And I'm pleased that Io retained. Obviously, we spoke about other options on the pre-show, on our build-up show, sorry, like quite a lot. But yeah, Io Sky did retain. There was some phenomenal offense in. I was really pleased because, Rio and Io had a match that didn't really go down really well a few weeks ago on Raw, where things didn't seem to... It was lost in translation, it felt like, almost. But this one more than made up for it. There was a lot of offense that everyone looked really good at. Bianca seemed to embrace the villain role like quite a lot.
More and more.
It quite a lot. And this is something which I do like about Triple H and WWE, whereas Vince would kind of shout the commentators to kind of pretend that this isn't happening or whatever. They're very aware, very conscious of kind of what's going on. But I did realise the problem that she will have if they do turn a villain is that she's so impressive what she does. But even there was a sequence that she did in the contest where when she did her... I think she did like the slam and then the moonsault thing, and it was impressive. And it gets a reaction because, like a positive reaction, because people are like, "Oh, yeah, this is actually really cool."
Yeah.
Case of, but if she does turn to villain, she's still going to get that same kind of response. But yeah, I thought it was a very, very good match. I don't really have anything negative to say about it. I think the right person won in terms of, it was nice. You can see how much it meant to Io as well, because they had mentioned obviously. Yeah, both Rhea and Bianca had like a streak basically when it came to title matches at Mania. But I don't know how you work it because Triple Threat, both of them have now ended because they didn't win this one.
Yeah,
it's really confusing. It's too late to have to divulge into that. But all I know is that Io Sky, opposites reverse streak of never having won at WrestleMania, has now a win. And we saw a title retention. And like Amadeus saying the pre-show, not everybody had to change hands. You need to save some moments for other things. And she only won it a month and a half ago or so, innit? So,
true.
I thought it was solid.
Yeah, me too, man. I thought it was a really enjoyable match. And I think this is a great example of like what we'll get to again with John Cena later on. It's not the fact that my prediction was wrong or anything like that, or didn't get what I wanted in some sense. It's again, we'll get back to that. And this one here, I thought Jade Cargill might get involved. I thought Bianca might fully heal it up in this. She didn't. But still, although I picked Io to win, I wasn't confident. I was still pleasantly surprised that she did. Started out with the champ coming out first. I don't like that, but it is what it is. Good entrance for Belair. Her stepdaughter was involved. That was nice. I did notice as well, she was really singing her song, the old I Never Needed You at All. And I thought, what's going on there? She's very much kind of playing into that part of her entrance theme. But it started out with Io in the middle, like she has been throughout the whole story. Forgotten, she jumps involved. It's high intensity straight away, and there were some really incredible moments here with the suplex and the kip up from Bianca Belair. There was a lot of kind of hard hitting moves. There was Io being thrown into the barrier by the two of the other girls. A razor's edge, basically Io into Bianca. There was like a double backdrop thing from the top rope where Io flips back onto her face. It was a 450 onto Io from Bianca. A riptide only got two. We've got a lot of false finishes here. We'll touch on that later on. But yeah, really, really enjoyable. And then it ended up basically with, again, move after move being reversed, which you can forgive a little bit more, I think, in the triple threat match. Io goes to the moonsault, but the feet go up. She falls into a KOD after bouncing off of Rhea's feet. It was perfectly executed. Absolutely crazy. Didn't work out, though, after the KOD. There was the move into the post. Do you remember that when like Io was being held by Rhea? Slammed in front into the post. The riptide gets countered.
She tried for the poison run, didn't she? Off the second, off the top.
She did.
And she got slammed back.
And then Rhea uses the riptide, but then that gets countered. KOD comes, but not before a whip of the hair. Again, embracing that kind of villain side of her personality, it would feel. Io hits the moonsault, gets the free, and Bianca's streak, as you say, is over at WrestleMania. Really, really enjoyable match. Guys, let us know in the comments what you thought of this one. It was a great way to start the show, and you know what? It's lifting my mood already when it comes to WrestleMania, because it's easy to kind of get bogged down on like the last thing you see. And again, don't you worry, guys. We ain't letting it off. We're getting back to that main event in a bit, but let's keep it light here and focus on the good things. We'll go match by match. Next up, we saw Drew McIntyre versus Damian Priest, and again, quite a fun contest. It was at this point, Lucas, that I was thinking about the comparison compared to the night before. Already, I was thinking, like we saw this, and then we saw this match, which was also quite entertaining. And then after this, I was going, oh, that's what we've got coming up next. Whereas yesterday, I was thinking, what else? What's there to look forward to? Not that yesterday was bad, but I kept using the term yesterday, mid-card mania. That's what it felt like to me. And I think there's a real issue between night 1 and night 2. And we talked a little bit about this off air, didn't we, between ourselves, chatting throughout the night as well. But the match itself, as far as number 2 on the card, was the street fight. Of course, the Sin City street fight. Damian Priest versus Drew McIntyre. What are your thoughts on this one, mate?
Yeah, it wasn't a match I was too interested in going into it. I thought it was okay. WWE street fights do kind of have a weird formula now. Once you kind of realise it can take you out of it a little bit. But essentially, because they like to keep everyone strong, it basically means they end up repeating spots. So because they realise they go to the world, the table being like their big spot, they will use that in a street fight like so many times. And it's one of those where, because Damien go to the table, then obviously Drew's got to go through one. Because Damien hit him with a chair, now Drew's got, you know what I mean? Like it becomes a bit tit for tat like that. But look, it did its job. Like, I think, to be fair, this was an element that was actually missing from last night. I speak about it yesterday when I said about, Karrion and Naomi could have done with a stipulation like that, because they had this massive, I hate you blood feud, I'm going to attack you wherever you are. And it's just like, then when you get to Mania, it's just like a normal match. But maybe they were doing that to protect Jade, and we spoke about that yesterday. But I think that's what was missing from last night. But I also just think that both of these contests did just feel like, less so with Damien and Drew, though they have done well to kind of keep them apart for as long as they have done. Like a singles match anyway. Both these matches did feel like Mania matches, only watch this on Mania. Whereas if you go back to last night, the first 2 matches with Jey Uso versus Gunther already happened like 5 times on television and Saturday night's main event, and then obviously New Day versus Viking Raiders, which obviously again could have just been on Raw. If that was on Raw on Monday and with the title change, particularly we could have had no Big E going, no Big E got involved, whatever, as people predicted would happen. People would have been like, oh, okay, yeah, that's just a Raw match. But these two did feel more like Mania. The crowd was better as well, which helped. Again, don't know what's in the air in Vegas, but it did seem that. Well, maybe you could say that there's some tired fans. Obviously, some of them that did obviously go to the NXT. There wasn't on social media of people getting into the venue yesterday, and so I guess people maybe once they did get in, it took a while to kind of get warmed up. Maybe it's just I don't know, but yeah, I thought this was okay. It did its job. It's one of those where I don't really know where this really seats people. Either way, it feels like it is the end because it was like a clean finish, but I wouldn't be surprised if there is some sort of rematch, something down the line. Most likely on TV at this point. But it's one of those which, I think with Drew anyway, end of the day, it kind of like ends his story, I guess, with this. It kind of come full circle where obviously this time last year he was cashed in on by Damian Priest. I think this is where I realised as well that the video packages do some of the matches such good justice, because they acted like this was like some blood feud that's going on like ages, and there were all these cool moments. That's all been like 2 weeks.
Yeah. I mean, it is a story that has been weaved throughout the past year, and I think they've done a good job at explaining that at times. But a lot of the stuff in that video goes back over the year, which you can argue is long-term storytelling. But I agree with you.
Like one thing for Mania, then Money in the Bank like 3 months later, then like one little comment or one little social media post, and then it jumps to obviously them brawling and doing all the fights. That was like 2 weeks ago. So
it was clever. I think they did a good job at kind of making it seem like a longer standing feud than it maybe was, and connecting all these kind of points in Drew and kind of Damien's careers kind of going at each other. So really, really good. As far as the match itself goes, let's break through some of the big spots. Of course, it opened up with Drew coming out with a Doom-inspired entrance for the new video game. Damian Priest had Kerry King from Slayer doing his entrance as well. So 2 big entrances in this match. Drew did the spot he did last year, didn't he, Lucas? With at work board LOL, which he did against Punk.
That was posted fast as well.
Well, not against Punk. Sorry. Punk was obviously involved in that. It was against Seth, wasn't it? But it was so fun. It's his brother, isn't it? I think I recognized him from last year doing the same. Very, very well done. And got incredible social media traction straight away, as you would imagine. A huge spot where the chair was thrown right at Drew's head, and then there was a claymore not after that as well. Damian Priest hit a choke slam with a chair stuck around his neck. There was a razor's edge for a table, only gets a 2. Drew had a bit of a bloody back at this point, but hits a future shot DDT onto the steps again, only gets a 2. Old School is attempted by Damian. He's pushed off through 2 tables, I should say, near the announce tables. And then there's a Claymore into a chair, which was perfectly shot, by the way, by WWE's production team, I felt. Gets the 3 count, and Drew pulls away with the victory. Not only that, he pulls away the referee from checking on Damian to raise his hand, which he's done a few times, forcing that raised hands. But to do it, I felt, to pull away from someone that was injured while you're on some steps, it was quite a fun visual. But yeah, overall, a good match. Again, 2 out of 2, mate. We started the show pretty well. Let's start getting through some of these comments as well before we get into the next match, just to kind of, we'll refer back to some of these later on as well, because they relate to some of the other matches. But we've got Sludge saying the entrance to John Cena's final WrestleMania, at least having some graphics and no color, it was like there was no emotion. But that was the point, Sludge. They was trying to get that across, but I get where you're coming from. Dom winning was insane. We're going to get to that. One of my favorite moments of the night. Spoiler alert. Great solid triple threat, says Sludge. Free Media Tool says Triple H should be fired. Why no Rocket sucked? I'm happy at least John Cena won. Yeah, I'm not sure about that last bit for me, but yeah, not seeing a Rock was part of, I think, where these complaints will come from later on as well. Sludge says Drew versus Damian was solid, no complaints. I thought it was starting slow. There would be better things ahead, or so I thought. Let's move back into the order of the matches, though. We found out some news, actually. There's going to be an Australian PLE in October, apparently announced later on this month, so that's going to be interesting. Stay tuned to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel for more content around that. Next up, and again, this is the point where I was like, man, we are spoiled. This is a WrestleMania card, as you kind of alluded to there, Lucas. We had Dom versus Finn versus Bron Breakker versus Penta for the IC title, and Dominic Mysterio walks away with gold. And my heart feels good just saying it, mate. People were behind him. He's a massive heel, and this is why it's so impressive. But people were so ready to give him these flowers, and I was all there for it. But yeah, thoughts on the match overall, and of course, thoughts on Dominic winning.
So I'm assuming Dom's not a babyface. Like
I don't know.
The thing is, well, Finn's not a babyface. Finn can't be a babyface again.
True. Yeah, not the way it went down at the end. It felt like
I think if this is the way I've turned Dom face, it's been successful. Oh, wrong graphic.
So there we go. Yeah.
If this is the way I've turned Dom face, I think it's been successful. I do fear that if they still want him as heel, I don't know how that's going to go, particularly. The thing is, I guess they're going to do the whole like Finn wanting a shot and maybe something along those lines. But what I do hope is, because they've teased it, I do hope they do it in terms of like Finn versus Dom. Because I'm fed up with them because constantly teasing stuff and not doing it, like Chad Gable and Otis, just never doing it.
Yeah,
the money, the interest is there, and it's there now. So I hope they capitalise on it. I thought the match was really good. I do not think that Bron Breakker is a human being, though. Like, I refuse to believe that man has human DNA. Like, it's insane, like how good he is. Yeah. And just the stuff he does with ease, it's out of this world. I mean, I think Michael Cole and Pat McAfee are getting kind of, there was like a drinking game for how many times they're saying he's a freak, he's this, whatever. People would be blacked out. Like, it's ridiculous. It's just everything he does is just at a level above everyone else. Like when he just leapt across the ring. Like obviously there's a dive, wasn't there? I forgot who did the dive. But Bron Breakker just comes from one side of the ring on the outside to the other side of the ring in one motion. You're just like, what? He's doing like
so quick
duplexes, and he's not even bridging. Like, he's not even like basically bending down. Essentially, he's able just to lift someone from there and throw them straight over. Like, and then he's not doing a Frankenstein 2 seconds later. So of course, like
that alone is impressive. The way he runs up and gets onto that top rope to do that. He's got a legacy to live up to, but my goodness, as he started off on the right foot.
And so it's one of those where actually, as the match went on, when I started the match, I'm like, you know what? I think he should retain, because like you know, well, you know, sadly they haven't really spotlighted him, in my opinion, enough since the Raw's been on Netflix. And I just think he's one of those now where you look at him and go, if you've got this guy in your locker room, he's on like all as much as you need to put him on. Like literally, like I don't understand that. You know, the speed of Carlito a few weeks ago, the speed of I Show Speed at the Rumble.
Yeah.
Like, every time this guy goes out there, he creates a moment for you. Like, and I just thought, but then as it went on, I was like, you know what? As good as this match is, this guy needs to be at the highest level in this company. And so I was just like, he actually needs to lose. Right, so it became like halfway through the match where I was going, every time he was hitting a big move and almost
you're like, no,
kick out. I wanting to lose, but it's because literally I now want to see him, Rollins, him face Gunther, him face like all these names.
Yeah.
And
do you think he's ready for that?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. I think
the talent is there. It'd be a big jump. I mean, we've seen him do some big jumps. This is the point, right? He leaps across the ring, as you say.
We've seen Jey Uso jump from a tag team into the
into
the opening match.
Well, main event, but yeah, no, I agree with you, mate. It was a fantastic showing as always from Braun Breaker. Let's go back.
All look good though. All four.
Yeah, all
good. Penta looked really good. Finn looked really good. Yeah, like they just really.
I've got to learn how to do that Penta walk. I got to learn how to do that walk. You know, like
it's a weird walk, isn't it?
It's so cool.
Literally the whole match, one of those matches as well, the whole match was based like a highlight reel. I felt like, you know, like there was something that happened pretty much. Like I think it was only 10 minutes long.
Was it really?
Yeah.
It was action packed, man. Yeah,
I think packed so much into
they all look good. They all shone, and they all work well together as well. It was one of those matches that just made sense. We started out with Dominic Mysterio, by the way, coming out with a mask. I think related to Rey Mysterio Senior, and I made reference in the commentary about how I'm not having the mask, and I do think that's where they'll probably go eventually. I think he's got to retire Rey, and there's got to be some sort of thing there. So I actually feel like he is a heel because he'll turn face with Rey.
Okay.
At next year's WrestleMania or something like that. I feel like it's got to happen. You know, he's got to see the error of his ways and whatever else, and you know. But then you had Finn Balor coming out. I mean, they made jokes about them not getting it off. It worked out, thankfully, for a character like that. That wasn't the only mistake on an entrance. We'll get to another little kind of scary one later on. But yeah, Finn Balor came out in his own little yellow mask get up as well. Some of the big highlights from this started out, as you would imagine, Finn and Dom working together. It wasn't going to be the case all the way. Penta did a nice flip outside. Braun flew out of nowhere, just diving on him. A double German suplex by Braun with a kick up. Three Amigos helped by Finn Balor until Carlito arrived. A double suplex by Braun. Frankenstein, as we mentioned earlier on Finn, only gets the two. A huge cheer for the 619, but Finn Balor realizes what's going on and catches Dominic Mysterio, and I thought, oh no, we've wasted it. He kicks him like mad. He knocks him down to the floor and takes kind of his anger out on Dominic having thought of even doing something like that. Penta hits the Penta driver on Finn, though, to distract him. Only gets the two. Carlito pulls Braun out. Mexican Destroyer. Carlito breaks up the pin, as all good bad guys on the outside should do. There's a spear through the table onto Carlito. Pat McAfee reacts like crazy, as you'd expect. God. Yeah, run from one to the other. Dirty Dom chant is going dirty Dom. Great. It was building throughout the show, throughout the match. Then there is a 619. Balor tries to stop the frog splash, hits the coup de grace, but then it goes for a pin himself. And what do you know? Dominic Mysterio flies off of the top rope with a beautiful frog splash to break up the pin and pins Finn Balor himself. I genuinely was feeling over the moon when that third
it was a good moment.
Hit the mat. It was unbelievable.
The only thing I will say is that the finish to both the multi-person match will be exactly the same.
Good point. Good point. Yeah, that's true.
The only thing I'd say, both of them do make sense, I guess, for different reasons. But it was just like, and they were both done to perfection. So one of those where I guess there's not really like a good one and a bad one. Do you know what I mean? Like sometimes there's these things where it's like,
that one was better than,
I think they're both good, but it is just something to be like thinking of, like, you know, it was the same finish.
Yeah, no, I get yeah, could have done something else for one of them, but I guess it's tempting, as you say, when they are both quite enjoyable. Get to a few more comments here. Sludge says, absolute banger. All four of these guys deserve to win the world titles, in the future. That's a big claim. But at the moment, man, I'm enjoying all of their work. Sludge also says, it's crazy how we went from being booed to the point that he couldn't speak, and now everyone's cheering for him at Mania. Yeah, it kind of did feel like a babyface run. I mean, yeah, Lucas got a point there. Maybe
it might be a Mania as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, almost like the Canadian Bizarro world in some ways, but yeah, really happy, says Sludge as well. Going through the announce table, and Sludge was jumping like McAfee when Joe Hendry came out. We'll get to that one in just a bit, but yeah, just to recap, a fantastic fatal 4-way match, and I'm glad not only because I was right in my predictions, but because I think it was the right thing to do. I think Dominic has got to that point in his career where it's justified, man. Like, and you got to imagine what Ray was feeling backstage. I mean, I'm getting a bit emotional thinking about it myself. He's not my bloody son, but you know, just thinking about Ray, and like, Dom was good when he came onto the scene in the pandemic era, don't get me wrong, but like, he's come on leaps and bounds since then, and I think it's really impressive the fact he's done all this now without his dad as well. Very cool. Let's move into the next match as well. Talking about very cool, we had a great moment here. Randy Orton wanted his WrestleMania match. He said, look, I'm going to be there, the baby boy was going to be the right amount, and I'm going to wait for someone to take hold of this opportunity. And look, I don't think many people said his name, but he flipping well appeared. Joe Hendry arrived on the scene at WrestleMania, Lucas. Wow, what a amazing twist. I did not expect this. What are your thoughts on the Joe Hendry, TNA champion Joe Hendry, I might add, arriving on the scene at WrestleMania? Yes, he's worked with the WWE before, but this was a new step.
Yeah, and obviously now he's been on the Rumble as well this year, been part of NXT. You know what? I just think this was a very well done thing all in. Look, it wasn't match of the year contender. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't like amazing by any means, but I think it done everything it needed to do. You know, like, you know, for this segment. Obviously, the original segment that was booked would have been obviously some sort of blood fuse, unsigned match, you know, crazy thing that Orton and Kevin Owens would have done. That would have been. I'm thinking we would probably have sat there after that, probably thinking, well, to be fair, I think if that match had gone on, the show would just be finishing now, I reckon.
Yeah, it would have been a longer show.
There would have been another 20, 30 minute kind of match, you know, on a show, which obviously we get to stuff later on, don't worry. But yeah, I think it did its job. Like, I know there'll be some people who maybe think that Joe Hendry got done a bit dirty, but I don't think so. I don't. You know, I think in terms of realistically, it's one of those where I think they realised going into it that, look, we all know that Joe Hendry was never going to beat Randy Orton. So why he shouldn't have been there. Go through 10 minutes, 15 minutes of like pretending he's going to.
Yeah, he shouldn't, as much as I like him, he shouldn't have been in that position. The fact they gave him that position is a big deal. I know some people could look at it like he was squashed, right? And he did look a little bit rookie-like when he was picked up by Orton, and we'll get to that moment in a minute. Don't get me wrong. But TNA is not what it used to be, right? We can't pretend it is, right? And they are working with them for a reason. So, look, I've seen WWE squash people in the past. I don't really think that's what this is. They are building Joe Hendry.
Got his bits in. And the thing is, it's one of those where when you think about it, like as a wrestler, yes, they always mention that he's got amateur wrestling experience, but it doesn't mean anything in this kind of thing. And it's not like he was in the Olympics or like, you know, like that, you know. But he knows he very much one of those wrestlers who he knows what he does, and he does that, and he does the simple stuff well, and that's fine. But it doesn't mean that he's then going to be able to be like, oh, you know, have a main event level match with Randy Orton, and because he didn't need to, like, and I even said this yesterday as well. What something that was missing is, to be fair, something that was missing yesterday again was a short match. You know, if you're going to have this, particularly when we're having, you know, half the show be adverts and videos and entrances, like, have a match which is just like this. This was perfect fine. Yeah. You know, it didn't have to go into kicking out a finisher territory. Didn't have to go to interference or anything like that. It just was, and I think it was smart how it was done because he does his whole like turn thing quite a lot, and
so good.
just took advantage.
So
of it,
good.
you know.
So
And
clever. It's the kind of thing I wouldn't have pictured, but I'm so glad that someone at some point backstage said, this is what we're going to do for the RK out of nowhere. It was so clever. It fit into both their characters. Really enjoyable. And I think, look, if you spoke to Joe Hendry, I don't want to speak for the man, but I think if you spoke to Joe Hendry and people in TNA, they'd be pretty happy with what went down here. Again, this isn't TNA trying to compete with WWE. And that's no disrespect to TNA. I think TNA are on an upward trajectory since they've moved into this new era. But yeah, we got to call a spade a spade. It is what it is, man. And I think this was a great kind of opportunity for TNA and for Joe Hendry. And yeah, just a really enjoyable, fun match, as you say. Some of the highlights from this, again, it wasn't a long one. It started out with Randy Orton coming out with, I feel, was it retro-inspired gear. He had that kind of bluey, purpley gear with a yellow on. Which
colours, but
yeah.
I mean, he used to have like biker shorts, didn't they, when he debuted?
Yeah. It was quite similar to that. Nice for that. It was his 20th WrestleMania. And again, man, you tell Joe Hendry at any point in his life, you're going to be facing Randy Orton at WrestleMania. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's enough. And the way it's all came together out of a horrible tragedy involved with Kevin Owens, the fact that they've pulled something out of this, I got a feeling that Kevin Owens, again, don't want to speak for the guy, but just from seeing interviews and having kind of been around him before, I have a slight feeling that Kevin would have a big smile on his face. Yeah, he would have been disappointed he missed out here. But I think Kevin's one of those kind of students of the game and loves wrestling, that he would have enjoyed something like this, seeing someone else get an opportunity. Yes, maybe it is expensive in some ways. But yeah, generally speaking, I think they made chicken salad out of chicken, what is essentially, as far as the scenario goes. It wasn't long. Like I say, it made sense, but turning the taunt, if you didn't see it, Joe Hendry turns around. They go. I was thinking, man, they've prepared this taunt. They must have known when it was going to come, and it was all because it was for this big moment. Randy Orton hits the RKO, wins the match, picks him up, praises him, and what do you know? He does it again. And again,
this is another one though where you realize how big Orton is. Like, Joe Hendry is, he's not a big guy, but he's, for wrestling, and then like next to Randy Orton, like he just looks tiny. It's really weird.
Yeah. Randy's he's put especially when he came back a while back, didn't he? It was very noticeable then. But yeah, I mean, I love Randy. I love seeing Randy Orton have fun, and he did he did Joe Hendry's pose. He did the same thing, and then he did his own pose on top of that. Really enjoyable. And again, at this stage, I'm loving WrestleMania Night too. Let's get to some of these comments here. Sludge again says, didn't expect it. Fact Sisters in the house. Thank you so much for joining us, buddy. So what do you think was the better day, night 1 or night 2 of WrestleMania?
I'll give that at the end.
Yeah, this might dive further into deep conversation, I think. So we'll hold back on that. But that is a great comment. We will get there. Sludge has weighed in on it, though. So nights 2, hands down. I look back at night 1. There's only 3 matches that entertained them. Fact Sister says, but main event night 1 was way better than main event night 2. That's a good point. There was that kind of contrast between the two. Hands down, night 1 says Sludge Sports. The whole thing, other than the main event, felt like a mid-card Mania. I feel bad kind of coining that term now, but it seems like Fact Sister agrees with Sludge's opinion. But Fact Sister, thank you for that comment. We're not shying away from it. I promise you. We're going to come back to that because that's a great comment. And we will get to that in due course. Now, after the Joe Hendry Orton match, we got AJ Styles, AJ Styles, versus Logan Paul in a match that I was really looking forward to, and it wasn't bad, but it wasn't what I hoped. I think the show was quite stacked at this point, and I actually did start to think, can this live up? I don't think it delivered in the sense that it could have delivered. Tom on the build-up made the joke earlier on that, well, maybe Logan will finally give AJ Styles the best WrestleMania match of his career over what Shane McMahon gave him, because AJ's not had a great run at WrestleMania other than the Boneyard match, which wasn't really, wasn't a match. That was
AJ Styles' best WrestleMania match, I think.
That's it. But this one has a lot of hope, and for me, again, it weren't a bad match. It weren't bad, but it weren't what I hoped for.
I think it maybe it probably went a little bit too long, and then obviously we've still got the trope of obviously Logan Paul having YouTube mates and people who want to get involved, and you know, and that was nice. It was an interesting use of Karrion Kross. Interesting, obviously, how
True,
forward. And there were some nice little bits and pieces in there. I still maintain that Logan Paul has probably the best finish in the business at the moment. I think that the pulverizer is really just a cool move. And it was nice. There were some nice kind of little bits. I liked especially when he did, and again, his gimmick of how he does the other person's finisher. Like, I think it's just such a cool thing to do, and it just makes sense because we think about Logan Paul. If you think about who Logan Paul is as a wrestler, it's very much just makes perfect sense because obviously the general rule is that wrestlers shouldn't do each other's finishes, but he's not a wrestler. He's someone who's watched wrestling and wants to be in wrestling, and it's just that kind of typical rich kid thing, isn't it? Of just like, well, I can do what you do because I, you know, I've got this, and then it always makes, and it's something just very easy that he can just put into his matches. It's one of those, but to be fair, it was slow at start, but it got better, and controversial here, but I think the right man won. I think Logan Paul needed the win.
Same.
You know, I think as much as Styles is Styles and he's fantastic and he keeps having fantastic moments, I think Logan winning was the better option. And potentially we'll see a rematch down the line where AJ wins. That's also fine. Or if AJ goes bang, it was to feud with Karrion Kross, that's also fine. But all this stuff is fine. But I'm with you in thinking that it just maybe slightly under-delivered, but it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
It wasn't into the bad territory where you're like, oh, I wish I didn't put it on. It's like, no, it's fine.
Yeah.
And maybe they are saving something for a rematch. So maybe next month, if they do it next month and they have a better, quote unquote, better match, you might be kind of going, oh, this is why we did that at Mania. Because it is hard, especially like tonight, seven match card, with obviously much bigger stuff. Well, had happened previously to this.
Yep.
Much bigger stuff, or much more talk worthy stuff, as we are going to get to. Every time I'm talking, I'm just thinking I'm going to hurry up just to get that last bit. I don't really have much to say. Like, or with respect, we're just saying we're saying it under delivered, isn't it? We're not saying it's bad.
Yeah.
Like, it's just where I thought this would be potentially a match of the night contender. It fell sadly into maybe the lower half of the show.
Yeah.
Like, only just like maybe mid
in a card that was, delivering. So it's no shame. But again, it was something I expected to be match of the weekend, and it wasn't. Some highlights for me: seeing the entrance video package they did. Sorry, I should say. Seeing TNA footage of AJ Styles, not as much as I expected, but once I saw it, it was still nice to see. Logan Paul had this really cool new entrance where he used a drone and all these camera angles. He highlighted the fans that were sitting on the stage. He caught the drone on the top rope, which I thought was pretty cool as well. And a new theme song that seems to fit his character of being a maverick as well. A lot of usage of the ring on the outside. It was a bit of a slow start. There was a big lion salt, which I didn't really see until I went back. There was it went quite far across the ring. I only saw the landing and the commentator praising it. But Andy was texting me at the time and he was like, did you see that lion salt? And I was like, what? Is that what that was? Springboard 450 into the knees. One that was kind of, you saw it coming, but still good delivered.
Yeah. Did you get the thing that AJ kept doing a weird thing? Like, I don't know how much of it was AJ or there was some sort of miscommunication, but every time AJ went onto the apron, he kind of just paused for what felt like forever.
I thought you were going to say that. He's slowed down a lot.
Like, I get that, he's selling offense and like, I get, we're not watching New Japan or AEW where things get boing all the time. They felt like it was like, okay, that's usually like a once or twice thing, or in WWE it's like, they do the whole like, if someone's worked your leg and then you get thrown onto the apron and you can't land because your legs hurt, so you sell that. And that costs you the finish. But you don't get that just in random, like, oh, he's on the apron, but now he's going to stand there and just like,
it's weird as well, because what I'm assuming it might be is I'm sure I saw an interview with AJ where he said that basically the older he gets, he's finding things harder, and like, which makes sense, right? And I remember watching that thinking, really, I don't see that. Like, I'm sure you're feeling aches more than you used to feel. We're not seeing that, but like, I just didn't see it in his presentation. Maybe that's why it is. He doesn't look like he's struggling, but he slows it down to keep pace for himself so that he can keep up. Maybe that's what we're saying, because he still hits these big high impact moves. But yeah, it was a little odd. I did notice it as well. He was slowing down quite a bit. bit, but still some big spots in this as well. You mentioned it a moment ago. There was a Styles Clash by Logan. Then it was one from AJ where he rolled straight through. Not a fan of being hit with a move and then doing another one, but you could say your one's crap, mine's better, and this is the point. It didn't even affect me, I guess. But I don't know. I'm a bit on the fence about that. Both look tight, by the way. Both their heads were a little bit too close to the floor for my liking. Karrion Kross did come out as well to try and stop Logan's mate with the brass knuckles. Then tried to encourage AJ to use him. He threw him. Hit Karrion Kross. Turns out to not be a good decision because eventually Logan Paul would hit him with the pulverizer and get a free count. But as you said, good to see Karrion Kross involved with this here as well. That was the AJ Styles and Logan Paul match. Moving on to the next one. We saw the women's tag team titles on the line. I'll use the old graphic here. Of course, many people know that Bayley was out in the match. It was Raquel and Liv versus Lyra, Valkyria, and a surprise partner who was, as expected, Becky Lynch. Now, don't get me wrong, big pop. Happy to see her back. I'm a fan of Becky. Not a fan of the result.
Same.
I'll let you take this one then.
Yeah, I mean, look, they did do a good job on comment of like obviously saying about, you know, obviously Liv obviously defeated Becky Lynch, before.
Yeah.
But again, it's one of those where they made out like this had been Liv's like ulterior motive all along, like all year building up to this, and forgetting the fact that she pretty much spent most of that year then feuding with Rhea Ripley.
Well, to be fair though, I did think the other day when there were rumors going around, yesterday even, I was like, I should have said, and on tonight's build up as well, I should have said that because they did make a point of Liv retiring Becky like up until about 6 months ago. Maybe it would be too obvious if she started saying it again recently, but it was kind of those interwoven long-term feuds in some way. So I do give them credit in that.
Yes, because there was the rumors about Becky Lynch being part of the debut episode of Raw on Netflix, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then there's rumors at the Rumble. Then there's Rebecca, but it just seems like we're in that. I don't know where this is coming from, but it does seem like they have had problems with contracts since Triple H has been involved. Because if you look at the situation that happened, there are people like Dijak, for example, whose contract was allowed to expire, and they didn't even know apparently. But anyway, I think, look, I have no problem with Becky Lynch being the tag partner. I have a massive problem with the result, as the women's tag division is now back to being a bit of a mockery. It didn't need to be. Now, something I am pleased at is, look, as much as I've disliked some of the over-the-top fan involvement, particularly European shows, particularly when it comes to that bloody Seth Rollins song. But anyway, as much as I've said that, I am glad that Lyra Valkyria, the fans are slowly starting to do the woos on her entrance.
Yeah.
Deserves it. And I felt it's really cringe a few weeks back on Raw when she was trying to do it and no one was getting it. And you're just like, you literally sit there doing that bloody annoying song all the time. Like, even when the man is talking, you just sat there going, but you can't understand. Just say woo when she puts it on. Like,
what a good place for it to catch on though. WrestleMania. I mean, what a night she would have had. Yeah,
I was pleased for her because she's been, in my opinion, one of the low-key MVPs of the women's division, because she refuses to have a bad match or segment, despite the fact that she's not given anything to do. Which is, I don't, again, it's one of those, be like, how? She had a really good match with Bayley a few weeks back. She had a really good match to Kai a few weeks back. But they just seem to go, oh, well, you've had a match now, so is that all we need to do now? It's like, no, build a feud, build a rivalry, build like something up so that this title can mean something. But the result was as kind of expected with these things. Just they have that formula, it seems, WWE, and they won't break from it. It just seems when you come back from an injury, this is what happened. If you come back on a pay-per-view and it's the match, and she's worse than Charlotte Flair, so this, it's now literally confirmed because Charlotte Flair lost yesterday.
Exactly. To her credit, she didn't actually do it when everyone thought she would.
Flair wins on SmackDown, I don't care. Becca is still worse because it's 3 times now. Like it's literally 3 times, and it's just
the Bianca one would always be the worst, but
But it's just like now, it's like every time she wants to leave again, are they then going to go like, oh, well, Mania or SummerSlam, we'll just win a title? And she go, okay, cool. Like, that's basically what they've got given the right to do now. Yeah. I mean, I think I even say that I'm not really. I feel neither way about Becky Lynch. Like, genuinely.
Yeah,
like, I feel
same.
that if she was part of the company, good. If she's not part of the company, also good. You know, because I feel there's so many other women there that are thing. But I now think, yeah, like, if she'd come, you know, hopefully she's come back and she either wants to really, really commit to the women's tag division. Because, yes, I do agree she could be a face that could, if they want to do this properly, yes, they could get that women's tag division really kicking because she's a name.
Yeah.
But if it just feels like it's just, a feather in her bow and it's just a case of like, this is just for now and it's going to like disappear off like a month or two. You know, it's just, yeah. But yeah, Lyra 2 belts also a good thing as well coming out of this. Match itself wasn't like, for me, there wasn't much in it. It did feel like it just went through the motions until the inevitable, which I guess isn't a bad thing, but I guess the Mania feel of this match was Becky Lynch being involved. But if you literally took Becky Lynch out of this match and put another random woman in, this match is a Monday Night Raw match. Like, in terms of the actual...
Yeah, the match itself. Yeah,
like,
it was more about the moment, wasn't it,
yeah.
of the return?
So the two moments of the pop-up for the entrance, obviously, and
then
the pop when they did obviously win.
Yeah.
And they won in the typical non-tag team finish that WWE do, of just the singles wrestler does a singles finish, and that's it.
Yeah.
Because,
I did like Lyra's diving. It's like a tornado TDT. I think she did it to Raquel to kind of set that up. So I did like that, but then straight away I was put off by the ref Matt hitting the ground for the third time because I wasn't thrilled about Becky Lynch becoming a champion. I wasn't thrilled about 2 belts on one person because it now means that the IC title is probably going to be forgotten, or these titles are going to be forgotten, which is going to be really weird. There are many ways you can go in this storyline. I'm hoping, I don't think they really know.
I think Lyra should just go shooting now. She's literally just be like, okay, I'm going to just, while you're doing or showing the entrances, showing people's arrivals and showing what happened on Netflix, showing Travis Scott, showing whatever, I'm just going to march the ring on Raw and say, who wants the IC title match? And just have a match. Literally, the cameras are filming it or they're not filming, don't care.
Yeah.
They go to NXT the next day, defend the tag belts against Gigi Dolan and
and
then go to SmackDown and do the same thing. Literally, while they're doing the arrivals and doing all the skill for
it would just have a match.
Say, who wants an IC title match? I'm here because she's one of those wrestlers where you just need to have a wrestle. That's it. That's your job. Like, you don't have anything else to do with this lady apart from just keep putting people in front of her. She's shown you on NXT that she's up there with the best. Just keep giving her women to wrestle. That's all you have to do. She doesn't need storyline. Doesn't need like a long 20-minute promo segment, and she doesn't need like all this build and all that kind of stuff. Just let her do what she does best, and that's wrestle. And I think they need to actively find more time to get more of that onto the shows. Because is the difference between people coming out and people knowing who people are versus people coming out and people not knowing who they are. But yeah, look, in terms of it's just the default result I'm annoyed at. But you know, again though, what I will say, we compare it to last night, it is still better because it was at least a moment that felt like it was WrestleMania worthy. Do you know what I mean? Like, if it had to be any show of the year, it's a WrestleMania thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm worried about the future titles, but yeah, for what it was, for Lyra, for Becky, for the fans in attendance, good. Not so great for the tag division, in my opinion. But I get where you're coming from. Some comments here as well. Sludge says this gave me AJ versus Edge vibes at WrestleMania 38. I'm sure referring to the AJ Logan Paul match. I see where you're coming from with that as well. Also said I didn't care about this match. Happy Becky return, but I'm not a fan of people holding the singles title and the tag title. It is what it is, but I'm really happy for Lyra. She looks so grateful. 100% agree with that comment. Couldn't say much more beyond that, to be honest. Hope Becky turns heel on Raw and relinquishes the title. Her and Lyra at a pay-per-view or even a PLE. Yeah, I get what you mean. It'll be not great for the tag titles again, but maybe that's where they go because, well, again, we got this match on NXT as well, so we'll see where we go. JMTSDN, what a name, is in the house. Says, thank you, Mr. Tolan Khan, for saving professional wrestling. AEW. Nice to hear you're a fan of AEW, buddy. What did you think of WrestleMania? Let us know in the comments your thoughts on tonight's show. Let's move it on though. Let's head into Next after this, we got Stone Cold Steve Austin coming out in a very, very awkward moment. He comes out on his four-wheeler and he rams into the entry point, the barrier. Looks like he hurts a woman. I won't dive too far into this because we don't really know the ins and outs of it. It's just not a nice situation, and there's a lot going on. Nick Khan was around the ringside. Austin seemed to go apologize. I just feel bad to everyone involved for this. And as much as I liked hearing the glass shatter at WrestleMania, I was very disappointed. And I think this was the writing on the wall that the main event wasn't going to deliver, because I kept saying that Austin being there should have been helping Cody Rhodes. So I thought, oh, he's not helping Cody, which means Cena's winning. And that means we're going to get this new stable with Seth Rollins. And we didn't get that either. Again, we're going to get to that. But yeah, any thoughts on Stone Cold Steve Austin's little accident at ringside?
There's not much you can say, I think, until we kind of get confirmation of what, if there isn't any, one of those where if there is no injury to the fan, that's one of those where it's just one of those like, oh, okay, remember that time. But if it is, obviously there has been an injury here, it is also one of those where maybe it's like, we've got to maybe think about how we talk about this. So I will ignore that for now. I think Austin did the right thing in terms of like, he spoke to the fans straight after it happened.
Yeah.
He also spoke to the fan at the end of his promo, which it was funny because somebody in one of the group chats did say for the main attendance thing, they should just count the fans individually, and we laughed it off. And then obviously Stone Cold did that as part of his promo.
Yeah, it was funny actually, that bit there.
But it did kind of, I think the accident sadly did kind of affect the promo announcement. Of it, and Stone Cold kind of, he is a pro in the sense of he tried his best to kind of add some comic relief to it. Did his little spin, saw that potentially, with respect to, well, I guess he probably told he hadn't got much time out there anyway, because he announced for God's sake. But then also the funny thing from this, obviously, still is there's still some Vinceisms in this bloody company, because most of these people were here on combo tickets. So please explain to me how there's 125,000 people.
Yeah.
Like most people were on combo tickets.
Yeah.
Or would have bought. Most you were going to this event, you're watching both nights. And so but that aside, I don't really have much to say about it. It made sense in it being a smart way to get him on the show, to get the pop. I get that. And I guess we could see similar models follow. But also, again, like what I was concerned about if he was to be part of the main event is that where it would lead us going forward, like next year, the people want Undertaker, and do their moan because do they moan? Doesn't come out to help.
True.
His bisexual relation, Damian Priest. Do you get angry? How long do you do this for as well? Like 5-10 years down the line, still people wanting, because they meant Rock, or because 10 years ago this happened, then the Rock's got to come out now and he's fixed it.
Yeah, that might be one good thing about the ending to WrestleMania. It dampens expectations for next year. Maybe that's the one positive we can take. But that's it's leading us into it nicely, mate. It's time to talk about the main event. Cody Rhodes defending the WWE Championship against John Cena. We've touched on this a little bit already at the start of the show. So I know Lucas's instant kind of thoughts on it there. We're going to break it down a little bit further now. But before we do, let me just get you kind of up to speed with some of the highlights from the match itself. It did start off with Cena, as we mentioned in the comments earlier on, coming out with plain entrance graphics, which I thought was quite good. There's a really weird bit with a runner being in the way of it. I thought that was very awkward after what we'd just seen as well. Then it was a motocross kind of entrance for Cody Rhodes. Pretty cool. He's mask moved and stuff like that. But I did think, that we really want to be using vehicles on the stage after what we just saw? Then Cena was brushing off the fans in his intro. I thought that was quite funny. Huge boost for Cody Rhodes, I got to say. And then the match started. It was quite slow. And I have to be honest, at this stage, I weren't paying attention. But I weren't fearful of that, Lucas. I was just thinking main event style. Sometimes they start slow. I was a bit kind of preoccupied by setting up the stream and stuff like that. The big tornado DDT from Cody Rhodes, though, which kind of piqued my interest. Slow in the shoulder tackles. It was a little bit different from John Cena. at this point, I was like, oh, yeah, we haven't seen him wrestle since he turned heel. Five knuckle shuffle didn't work out. I thought he wasn't even going to go for it. I thought he was going to do that and go, I'm not going to do you can't see me. I'm just going to do the move. Didn't happen, though. He gets hit with an eye poke. Fans wanted the greatest hits from John Cena, says Michael Cole, which I did not see it that way. I just felt like they were booing Cody because there's something kind of wrong going on there anyway. There was an AA which got a 2. There were plenty of them, don't get me wrong. 5 knuckle shuffle where there was loads of reversing. A super AA got a kick out. There are more reversals. AA, then an STF you mentioned, which is still the STF, but for some reason Cole seemed to act like it was an old move being brought back. Unless I am mistaken and there is a nuanced difference between the two, suddenly we could be calling it the FU instead of the AA as well, but we didn't do that. The ref went down, which I thought, here we go, it's going to get exciting. No, there was a crossroads, didn't really go anywhere. Of course, there was about a million count, as always, didn't really get the win it deserved for the babyface. Cody went into the exposed turnbuckle, which say twice. There was an AA again, only hits 2, but this time it was very close. Travis Scott's music hits. Cena starts laughing. At this point, I thought, oh, he's coming out to be annoyed at Cena. Like, The Rock's coming next to say, Cena, what the heck are you doing? Because Andy had said to me a little while earlier in text, like, this could be a chance where Cody has to save Cena because, of a turn or anything like that on Cena. So I was thinking, maybe we're getting that. It was a bit weird that there would have been a DQ for Travis Scott getting involved. The ref was just casually watching for this whole kind of hold him, go and slap him. That was really weird to me as well. Then we had the crossroads. The referee gets pulled. Another crossroads now, but this time on Travis Scott. Nice to see him get his comeuppance, I guess. Cody hit. There was some belt action and stuff like that. That was it. He had the belt. He was going to hit Cena. Cena started begging for it when it got taken off him. Instead, hits him with a low blow. Nice heel work there. Don't get me wrong. But then Cena hits him with the belt, and that was it. It got the victory for John Cena after all the incredible kickouts we'd seen. It ended on a title belt to the face. A very underwhelming end to the show, a very underwhelming match ending as well. Lucas, we've hit the highlights there. Thoughts?
This was garbage. I'm sorry, it was garbage. And the problem is, like I said, it's not the result. It's not the result.
It's the execution.
Not the result. It's the execution. And the fact that I'm fearful for where we're going, because next year you're gonna have another celebrity come out and interfere. And the thing is, let's put it in terms that people understand, right? So Rock and Stone Cold, right? Mania 17, fantastic, right? Everyone agrees. Fantastic match, right? These two going at it, the end of the Attitude Era, big match, WWE title on the line, yada yada yada. Okay, we're gonna pretend the angle afterwards doesn't happen, but let's say we're deep into that match and we've got already they're kicked out each other's finishes, and then the ref goes down, and then out of nowhere, we're gonna say did he, but maybe not.
Fred Durst, maybe he was in and around the WWF.
Usher, someone comes out. Usher comes out, to his music, holding a belt from 20 years ago, holding
from 20 years earlier, so like Hogan's first title win.
And then he comes to the ring and then shakes hands with bloody Stone Cold, and then gets in the ring and eats a rock bottom. Do you know what I mean? This is where we're at. We compare it like for like. It's bonkers. It's just, look, celebrities will always have a role in wrestling. Okay? And I know there'll be a lot of people here that, in general, wrestling fans will say, "Oh, they don't have any role," but they do. They do because since WrestleMania's formed, they've been a big part of it. But their roles should be limited to, guest commentators, announcers, things outside the ring. Even if it's guest referee, if we're in the mid 2000s and you want to do a mid card kind of weird tag match and you have a celebrity partner, look, all for that. If there's no title on the line, there's just babyface pride or whatever it is, and you have a random celebrity team, that's also good. Or singing a song, if they're a singer, they can sing a song. They shouldn't be coming out in the WrestleMania main event, one
of the biggest angles of all time as well, Elimination Chamber,
interfering with the WWE Championship match. They shouldn't be. And Cena shouldn't need or want this help. And then it was just a weak finish because you had fair enough, you had a low blow and a belt shot, which look, they are big things, but we're talking about a WrestleMania main event involving someone who just this time last year, beat like pretty much, because obviously Lesnar's obviously had to go into hiatus. Roman Reigns at that point was like the big final boss kind of thing of WWE. And so now he's beaten by, interference for a rapper and, a low blow, a belt shot. And it was so bad that I genuinely was thinking Adam Pearson to come out and restart the match. Like, that's what I felt. I just felt like there's all this going on. And it was
so
really
lacking.
Off.
It was so lacking, like
really off. And I'm just like, Adam Pearce, you're gonna come out and just be like, we're not having this. Like, let's start the match, no DQ, and then like Cody does like 3 crossroads onto the belt or something. And it's like 1, 2, 3, and then I get, to be fair, like this is the thing, they're playing with fans' emotions because you've got the fact that fans really want to see Cena's 17th title run, and we're seeing it. But the execution was absolute garbage. And
awful.
The problem is, this is the full stop explanation point. And obviously, we talk about the controversy around the 2 nights thing, which one's, does the other one count as a main event? But in WWE's law, it does. But anyway, about the fact that the true final match of WrestleMania 41 is, again, I came straight to the screen pretty much after it happened. But I'd already seen a few kind of things and bits and pieces. It's not even polarizing. It's like 99% of people hate this,
right?
and it's not in the because he's heel and like blah blah. It's like, like we genuinely,
and I just hope it doesn't get chalked off as that as well. I really hope they don't go, you just don't get it. Nah, I don't think you get it if you're booking like this. Like, that was, I hate to say it because look, because I love the products at the moment. We're here to have a good time and enjoy it, and we are giving praise where it is due. But this was awful, mate. Like, it really was bad. I was hesitant to complain about the Travis Scott stuff last month or Elimination Chamber, because I was like, like you say, celebs have their spot. But I felt like it was it was encroaching. It was in the way of the biggest moment, which I didn't like.
It was the main event,
and he hurt Cody. But I mean, look, we've got a comment here actually. Let me get to it from Sludge, saying now Travis Scott needs a match at SummerSlam. Well, I bloody hope not, because if there's anything to go by the way he was in the ring tonight, and this isn't me saying he should be perfect, right? Because he is at the end of the day a rapper, right? Yeah. But like, it didn't look good. He was very sloppy, right? And he was very sloppy and uncomfortable at Elimination Chamber as well. And it's just really, really bizarre. Look, we talked about how, sing a song or do this or do that or be a manager or guest announcer or even a tag match in a comedic role. But at the same time, you got Pat McAfee, amazing. Bad Bunny, amazing. Logan Paul, amazing. The way Triple H talked about it was like we were going to get one of them again. Judging by what we saw tonight, we are not getting one of them if he steps in the ring. So it's going to be more like
he doesn't care. Like you can tell he doesn't care, and that's the worst part. Is the fact that, end of the day, as divisive as John Cena has been for the past 20 years, we've always known that he cares. And Cody, he believes that he cares. Like, we know he cares. It's in his blood. And even Michael Cole on commentary, he kind of got me a little bit when he did say, he's been best friends with John Cena for 20 years. He's going to call the match unbiased. And you do realise that, and sorry, actually, I'm actually going to say this, actually, because I think it needs to be said. Michael Cole for the Hall of Fame in 2 years' time. It'll be his 30th year calling WrestleMania in 2 years.
Wow.
Yeah, he announced at the start of this one. It was his 28th year. Announcing, commentating on WrestleMania, which is it's the most ever already. But 2 years, and and the fact that obviously he's been the voice and the face of this company for so long. But like Michael Cole, obviously, bless him, doing his best job to kind of, he's call this unbiased. He's been friends again. He's been friends with the Rhodes family. He's been friends with John Cena, like outside, this whole thing. And it's just, you can tell, like, all these people, even people like, even like Pat McAfee annoys the hell out of me, but I can tell that he's passionate, somewhat at least. He just seems sometimes a bit more interested in the celebrity element, but I get that.
I think he sometimes feels it's his duty to get that over. I think is why he does that. I think he sometimes. It seems like it feels like it's his duty to get the celeb aspect over because he's that kind of conduit between the two.
Yeah.
But yeah,
he's
I
also
get what you
still
mean.
a guest though for his own show. Let's be deadly
Mm,
honest.
mm.
When we see Travis Scott as a guest on the Pat McAfee show in a couple of weeks, we'll understand, But yeah, I think they're all trying to get behind it, and Wade's obviously very good at what he does. But then you got a guy coming out who just doesn't care. Like, he's a fan, fair enough, that's cool.
Yeah.
Like, he obviously like the Attitude Era, so that's where he came with the hardcore belt. Look, that's all this stuff is cool, but then it's like they have people behind the barrier who do that a little bit. They have the little
it's got its place, but that weren't its place.
Like, here's Flavor Flav.
Yeah.
Here's Flavor, of course it's Flavor Flav. Here's Flavor Flav, still with the clock around his neck, like it's nice. There we go, like, come on, like, whatever. But that's their role. Or even backstage, like they had that NXT that had Penn and Teller, which but you're like, okay, they knew, okay, look, they can fool around with Lexis King, who's a nice way, he's a mid card guy with a mid card belt. Do a little thing where the trophy goes AWOL or whatever. But you're not having Penn and Teller come out
in the main event,
like challenge over Femi.
Costing over Femi,
Like, we're laughing, but this is what it is.
That's what they've done.
That's what they've done. Say. They're literally say that, okay, because Travis Scott can get involved in this main event, the NXT, like, of course, like, they're going to have, Sexy Red just, like, walk up into the ring and, like, get in front of, like, Trick Williams. Like, of course you are. Do you know what I mean? Or in AEW, like, you're going to have, like, John Moxley, blading for the 15,000th time, and then, oh, look, like, best turn around. Like, there's bloody, I don't know, like...
Brian May
walks out or something, I don't know. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, but this is what they're setting up. It's hard to find, like, I really want to find, like, a glimmer of hope here. But all I can say is that Cena looked okay in the ring.
Well, we are clutching at straws here. We are clutching.
Thing is, as well, like, I was just thinking, the problem I guess they've got as well with this stuff is, I'm saying this in one of my chats as well, like, WWE, once they kind of get, their matches now, main event match have like a very, like, set formula, it seems. And they get to a point, usually after the first big move kick out, or big finisher kick out, where there's basically three options. It's spam finishers, spam interference, or both.
Yeah.
And this one was both, plus the addition of all the belt stuff and the head of. You've got the head of the turnbuckle and low blows and more finishers, and then bloody Travis Scott having a finisher. And do you know what I mean? Like, it just got to the point where it's just excessive. Like, genuinely, if they'd had Travis Scott come out and just like stand like outside or whatever, and then just do him pulling the referee out, maybe off the crossroads. Then you have Cody getting his face. He gets in, eats the low blow, belt shot, AA, 1, 2, 3. That's okay.
Yeah, it's still not what I want, but it's still better delivery.
So long. Like, he actually, I might have to time it, because I'm genuinely thinking he might have been out there longer than Joe Hendry was. Like... Which, you got a problem when a celebrity is out there longer than people who are paid to bloody do this. Like, you can love, hate, dislike, whatever rest you want. But yeah, I think even at the tag match on night one was barely 8 minutes, 9 minutes long. I genuinely think Travis Scott was out there in the ring longer than the War Raiders and New Day.
It felt like it, at least. It was.
It's definitely above the 5 minute mark because obviously once you add the post match as well, the fact that you celebrate with John Cena, which again, it just irks me because even when they showed the chamber footage, it's just, they're trying to cut around the fact that this guy is just bloody leaning in the corner, looking disinterested, like waving sage around, and
just acting too cool,
nonsense, just acting like an idiot. And then went to this big serious turn. The same thing here. You got this big moment where, yes, we just like the moment, but still it's a big moment. John Cena's won number 17, and then if they show this in like 5 year, 10 year time, we're gonna have just Travis Scott standing there. And in that sort of way, most of these rappers end up getting DUIs, in prison for something, tax problems, or they end up just having a song that offends people. And so in 5 years' time from now, Travis Scott might not even be a bloody thing. Because
it's a risky move, I think, when you work with celebrities anyway.
Like, what were they thinking?
Yeah, look, we'll get to some of these comments here. Sludge says the match could have been 15 minutes longer. Look, I think it kind of went on long, but it could have been 15 minutes longer. I think you think that because there could have been 15
more
minutes.
Travis Scott?
No, but of better stuff. I think that's the thing. It says,
okay,
OMG, what was Triple H thinking? And yeah, he hit him with a dang belt to win the match. It's just really, just so many issues with this. And I hate being like that, man. Like, but it's not the right decision. And going forward again, like, Cena is now the champ. Again, it's not the way I would have done it. I think he should have been chasing it and breaking the record in a feel-good moment. Like, where do we go with it? Like, I'm not looking forward to the rest of the year. I'm not, as far as the storyline goes. Big E, just before the show started, was really saying, The Rock's, he's got to be here. And I thought he wouldn't be saying that if he weren't. But The Rock weren't there. Like, even that, The Rock would have added something to this, I feel. It was just, it didn't need to be the same as last year.
Travis Scott, potentially. But yeah.
No, it was poor. It was poor.
Anyone that was a wrestler had done what Travis Scott did, it would have maybe, even that, yeah. It would have been a bit better than Travis Scott doing it. It's a bit different.
Yeah. Still would have been great.
He had to fill a wrestling role because he had to do a move as part of it. So if a paid, trained wrestler, even if it was someone from NXT, do you know what I mean? Even if it was someone that no one knew, but you know they're a wrestler, you know, like, yeah. There's thing is they've done this again. We touched upon it on our build-up show that there is now a massive talking point on the decision that they've made in the sense of John Cena breaking the record, John Cena and Travis Scott ending WrestleMania kind of on top, and there is something to be said. But we didn't get. But the thing I fear is that tomorrow night on Raw and Friday night on SmackDown, you know, when Travis Scott is not there, we're going to just go back to as it was before with Cena, of it just being ignored. And then it's just
and that's not been great either. You know, we're not. I thought, look, the one good thing about Cena winning is that we might get the payoff and get the this is why I joined The Rock. The Rock still weren't there. What's it going to show up on Raw? Maybe Raw after Mania is a big deal. Don't get me wrong. Again, we're going to be covering it on this channel, so make sure you stay tuned for that. But look, all in all, WrestleMania was a tricky one. It didn't end the way I wanted, but I did enjoy most of it. We get back to the comment we saw earlier on from Fact Sister. Main event night 1 was better than night 2, but overall, what did we prefer, night 1 or night 2? Even though I've come out of this way more dejected, I think overall, having gone back over it as well, I will still say that night 2 was better. If you switch the main events, you've almost got a perfect night 2. Even though I do think there should be a title match at the end of the night, but
like if we were living in some other universe where either one of the 3 people triple threat were the champion, then generally I think that would be a perfect card. You know, we would have bookended the show with triple threat matches that were both well received. You know, you had still the actual title on the line, you still had a women's tag match, so there was a lot. But yeah, night 2 is a better show than night 1. But night 2 has possibly the worst moment of the. I might even go out on the limb and say of the year so far.
Yeah, it was bad
on it because of the scale of how we're talking. We're not talking. Look, I'm sure there was a bad spot in the Rumble, or there was, you know, I think it could be fair though. Actually, we haven't actually had that many matches this year on pay-per-view.
Yeah. Oh, mate, we'll get to the end of it. It'll still be one of the worst things we've seen. I can guarantee you that. This will go down as a very disappointing moment for years to come. We'll wrap up here in just a moment. We'll get to some of these comments before we do. Sludge says, if you could rank the last 3 WrestleManias 1 to 3, how would you do it? This is bottom number 1. I'll just go with that straight away. There were things about the last 2 I really enjoyed. Things I
40's definitely
didn't.
I think.
I can't remember. I loved a lot about 39. I really liked the triple threat. It was the ending again of 39 that was troublesome for me. Not as bad as this though. But last year it ended so well. So maybe I can't differentiate between 39 and 40 as far as where I'd rank them if I'm honest. But this is the third out of the 3 of them. Lucas, what would you say? 40 at the top?
Yeah, 40 at the top, definitely. I mean, I'd have to, just because I think finishing the story was very key to that.
Yeah.
I think there were some other good bits and pieces. 39 had the tag match, didn't it?
With the Usos and Sammy and Kevin. That was good. Both show. I mean, even this one had some good stuff on it. And again, I do want to be take a few steps away and talk about this. But yeah, it was good. We've had some good manias, man. Like in recent years, like the 2-night things worked out quite well. I think there were some things that missed on this time round, but look, again, hopefully when we have a bit of breathing space away from this show, we can enjoy it even more.
Tomorrow, I guess, isn't it?
But
We can talk
yeah,
about
that's
Raw
tomorrow. All right, Derek says, before we get out of here, all jokes aside, let's appreciate Cody's title reign for being the most awful, most boring, most repetitive, most pathetic title reign in WWE. His titles don't come back. Oh, Derek, I thought you were going to say something nice there.
No, it wasn't something nice to end the show.
I thought it was a good title reign. It got tedious at times.
Was bad.
Yeah, but I think he's been a good champion.
And I think maybe what we might do is we might dissect that a bit more tomorrow.
Yeah, Cody's run. Yeah.
Stuff, because I think there's more stuff to say, but with respect, guys, it's 5 a.m. here in the UK. Yeah, Jay versus Gunther's better than Cody versus Cena. Yes.
Just straight, don't need to say much more. Sludge is appreciative of the stream. We are appreciative of all of you guys that have joined us, whether it's live or on demand. Thank you so much. If you are watching on demand, drop your comments as well. We'll be reading back on them, and as Lucas said, we'll be touching on some more of this, I'm sure, on the Monday Night Raw show as well. We're going to have a watch-along experience, and we're going to be breaking down everything at Raw after Mania, because it's one of the most exciting shows of the year. Look, really, really fun Mania overall, even if it ended in a bit of disappointment. Lucas, any final thoughts before we get out of here, mate?
Bedtime. Yeah. I think there's a lot more to be said, but let's sleep on it. Let's see what the Raw preview says tomorrow, and let's see what we're in store for tomorrow night. Raw, and see where things go and get ready for Yeet o'clock.
If there's one thing to look forward to, it's a happy Jey Uso. And with that in mind, we'll say goodbye, guys. Thank you so much. And we'll see you on the next one, which will be Monday Night Raw coverage. Thanks very much.
All right, and here we are for that Monday Night Raw coverage. As we said, the live portion is back. Welcome back to the show, guys. Well, welcome me back to the show, I guess we should say. Me in the current timeline. Of course, I've been in the background reading your comments and replying to them. We've had some great ones, but you are here now for the live edition of the Monday Night Raw watch along. Well, the build-up show, I should say. Later on is the watch along. Right now, again, this is the build-up show. Getting you hyped up, getting you in the mood for tonight's Monday Night Raw. The Raw after WrestleMania is, of course, always a special one, and we are going to be doing a watch along for the show itself later on tonight as well. But again, for now, we are live here on the build-up show, and again, it's about getting ourselves hyped up and in the mood. Now, you would have seen from myself and Lucas's reactions there last night as we saw at the end of that clip. It was 5 a.m. We were tired. We were a little bit frustrated about some of the things we'd seen at WrestleMania, especially the ending, and it was difficult to kind of get ourselves hyped and in the mood. Right, a day later. How are we feeling, guys? How are we feeling? Look, I still have a lot of the same gripes. I still have the same issues, essentially, what we saw at WrestleMania Night 2. But I still, as well, appreciate so much of what we saw other than the ending. Because Night 2 was amazing. It was really, really fun. Night 2 was good as well. And, we've been saying it. Night 1 was good with a great ending. Night 2 was great with in my opinion, a terrible ending. I really didn't enjoy it. And again, it wasn't because Johnny Cena's a bad guy, and not because he's not the bad guy that I want him to be, and not because, I want Cody to win. It's not because of that. The story told, in my opinion, last night was not good. Now, on Raw, can things change? Can they turn it around? Of course they can. But I'm not thrilled. Now, I watched him on Pat McAfee earlier on, and I saw most of it, and even that, it was up and down. Like, it was in character, and it was like, why are they allowing him to do this interview? It just seemed really odd. I think, though, that we might get a John Cena storyline where he is, this whole kind of kill the industry. He clarified in Pat's show, basically, look, no, I just want to retire the title and you can make a new one, right? And I'm going to take this bit of the legacy with me. It kind of made sense. So I think the story they're going to go with now, and the best case scenario really, is to build someone up to beat him so it's a massive moment because someone beats John Cena. I can kind of see them thinking, yeah, it'd be good for John Cena to go out putting someone over. But, like, who is that someone? Does anyone else have any ideas as to who that someone might be? hopefully some of our guests later on in the night will as well. Let's get to some of these comments here. Casper says the show was decent. Didn't really know what to make of the Cena title match ending. And let's see where it goes. It will be interesting. Again, tonight's show, hopefully we'll start to get some answers. Do you reckon The Rock's going to be there? I saw they were selling a Las Vegas, finally The Rock has come back to Las Vegas shirt out there. And, well, he didn't come back to Las Vegas. Maybe he'll come back on Raw. I think even if he does, it'll make Raw feel special. And it would be like, I think they'll see it as like, well, that's the point, right? We don't need everyone on WrestleMania to hold stuff back for Raw. But it would, Raw is, the ending of WrestleMania just still wouldn't be good if that's the case. So you're kind of sacrificing WrestleMania for Raw, which I think is kind of counterproductive anyway. Look, I don't want to be down about it because there are still a lot of things we can be excited about. I think when it comes to Monday Night Raw, of course, the potential surprises and returns and comebacks to WWE tonight are quite exciting. There are always the possibility of debuts, call-ups from NXT as well. So again, I want to know what you guys think. You know, who is likely to make a splash tonight and be a surprise essentially on the Raw after WrestleMania. Again, soon we're going to hopefully have some guests joining us to break down the preview to Monday Night Raw in more detail. But again, it's been a wild weekend. I mean, I won't lie, guys. I'm tired. I'm really tired. My body aches and I want to go to bed, but I'm not. I'm here for you guys. For me as well, I want to enjoy Raw tonight, and I'm hoping it is a good show. And again, come 5 a.m. this time round, I hope I'm in a much better mood, and I'm glad I stayed up for it. Raw after Mania the past few years have been hit and miss, I won't lie, and therefore it's a bit of a fear of mine that it won't be that good, and it will kind of be taxing and add on to what was already a frustrating end to the weekend. But hopefully it's not the case. Again, I don't want to be negative here, guys. I love wrestling. I love WWE. I love where we're at with the company at the moment. I just didn't like how the show ended last night. But let's talk about the other things we saw on the show. Our instant reaction review, you were watching it there. If you've just joined us live and you missed it, you will find those on this very channel. We did an instant reaction review for both night 1 and night 2. But again, overall, I really enjoyed what we saw on night 2, especially. I mean, Dominic becoming the Intercontinental Champion. What a moment. I saw, just watching back there, our clips from yesterday, how Lucas weren't entirely sure if Dominic was a babyface yet. And I said, no, I don't think so. I think he'll turn eventually, you know, after facing his dad in maybe a retirement match, if that happens next year, for example. And I'm more confident in that. Well, in the sense that he's not a babyface anyway, because he did a fantastic little segment on the, what's it called, the post show WWE do, where he was really funny, but in character. So yeah, I thought it was clearly still a bad guy, but still quite funny and a well-deserved victory for him. And it was a great match as well. Like overall, I think everyone in the match delivered, but are we going to get progression in that storyline tonight when it comes to Finn Balor and Dominic Mysterio? Of course, the Judgment Day at each other's throats, essentially. So it'll be interesting to see what happens as far as they going forward. We've got some comments about that in the chat earlier on. And again, yeah, some of those comments we have were great, guys. It was really fun chatting to you while we had the last night's version of me basically on there. But here we are live again. And again, I want to know what you think is going to happen at Raw after WrestleMania and your general thoughts of WrestleMania as a weekend. What do we got here? Casper says, I'm not looking forward to holding the titles. TBH. To the TBH? Who's the TBH? Am I missing something there? Anyway, I'm not looking forward to myself. John Cena holding the title. New Day holding the title, you said. Hope to stay awake, but I have a headache. Yeah, I remember you saying earlier, look, it's been a long weekend, hasn't it? I hope to stay awake, because if I haven't fallen asleep, I'm on air. You know, again, we're here for the build-up show. It's about getting hyped up and in the mood for the show. We usually do these for PLEs. If you're new here, that's how we usually run things. But we kind of see the Raw after WrestleMania as a bit of a PLE in its own right. You know, it's a really exciting time of year, and it's usually one of the biggest shows of the year. So that's what you tuned into right now. It's the build-up show. And then after this, we're going to have a watch-along as well, where I'm going to give you my thoughts as things happen. We're going to react live to whatever goes down on Monday Night Raw, whether it be another bad Cena promo, whether it be The Rock returning, whether it will be someone returning from a company that was on the other channel, aka AEW. Somebody coming up from NXT. Will be interesting to see what we get as far as storyline and progression when it comes to the Judgment Day, as I said, and that will all happen and be covered throughout the watch along. And then later on, we're going to hit you with an instant reaction review. And again, I'm hoping it's a good show for my sake, guys, because I'm going to be struggling come 4 or 5 a.m. again if something doesn't perk me up. But let's see how we go. Aiden's back in the house, mate. How you doing? Hope you are gearing up and ready for Monday Night Raw. I saw some of you guys telling me your snacks for tonight earlier on. You know how we do on the build-up show. We love talking about PLE snacks, right? Again, it's not a PLE, but nice to know what people are doing tonight. If they're treating Raw a bit like a PLE, are you doing that? Are you staying up late for it? Are people kind of tuning in to build up to get in the mood, but then watching it tomorrow? You kind of need to take almost a week off of work these days to watch WrestleMania week. Aiden says, hopefully Roxanne Perez will be on Raw tonight. Yeah, I hope so as well. Judging by what we saw on NXT, Stand and Deliver, which again, by the way, guys, amazing show. If you haven't watched it, give it a chance. I don't want to give you too many spoilers if you haven't, but it looks like there's a storyline going on in NXT for Roxanne Perez for the coming weeks anyway. But again, give that show a watch. And if you do choose to watch it, hey, watch it alongside us with the watch-along experience we recorded for it. Yeah, Casper, I know TBH and TBOs, but what was you saying? I'm not looking forward to them, to be honest. Hold on. So is that what you're trying to say? Either way, cool. All right. Roxanne Perez, guys. What are your thoughts on that? Could she be coming into... I wouldn't call it a main roster call-up because she's kind of already there, but not, right? She keeps going back down to NXT to kind of tie things up and then gets dragged into a new storyline. So, yeah, not quite sure what they're doing with Roxanne Perez. We also saw Becky Lynch return at WrestleMania. Will she and Lyra be on Monday Night Raw? I mean, if she is, that'd be 3 nights in a row because as we were discussing in the comments earlier on, she will be on NXT herself. Herself and Lyra will be defending against... Maybe I won't say too much if you haven't seen NXT Stand and Deliver, but there will be a match for those tag team titles as well. Aiden says, if you're doing a build-up, so I'm treating it like a PLE. I appreciate that. Let's treat it like a PLE. It's going to be a fun... It's almost like the third night of WrestleMania in some ways, isn't it? So, we'll see. We'll see if it delivers. Hopefully it will. But again, you're tuned into the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel for the build-up show at the moment. And again, it's about getting us hyped up and in the mood for the PLE. And talking about last-minute rumors and things like that, I'm going to keep an eye on social media and any kind of news that breaks as well. What I'm seeing so far as Monday Night Raw goes is Adam Pearce has made a video of him on an escalator. Cool, why not? Where he's basically saying, look forward to Raw tonight where we will get an appearance from John Cena, the new undisputed WWE champion, and an appearance from the new World Heavyweight champion, Jey Uso. Of course, Jey Uso beating Gunther, beating him at his own game, really. Choking him out pretty much and making him tap out to his own finish. So, yeah, that's... going to be a bit of a party atmosphere, I reckon, when he comes out with the title and yeets his way through Monday Night Raw. NXT's Night 4 of WrestleMania. Kind of feels like that, man. It kind of feels like that. Casper's ordered a takeaway. Nice one. What you getting, mate? Tell us. But yeah, looking forward to tonight, guys. Let me know what you're excited to see. As I say, Jey Uso confirmed. John Cena confirmed. Rumors around Rusev. Rumors around, who else have we got? NXT call-ups, maybe someone like Roxanne Perez, of course. Looks like Aleister Black might be showing up on SmackDown, so we'll stay away from that one just here because I don't think he'll be on the show tonight. Who would you like to see called up from NXT? I mean, again, we've heard Roxanne Perez there, but is there anyone else that comes to mind as far as tonight's show and Monday Night Raw being a position for them to debut? Some of the pictures from Mania are awesome. Yeah, WWE are great with that sort of stuff, aren't they? Addy's in the house. Hello, everyone. Good to see Addy. Hope you're doing well. And I hope you're looking forward to Monday Night Raw. We are getting everybody hyped up and in the mood. But I also want to know what you guys thought of WrestleMania because, of course, WrestleMania is going to affect Monday Night Raw quite a bit, you would imagine. Of course, we've got new champions, as we just said, making appearances on the show. But how will the ending be discussed and picked up on by WWE? I mean, the official line by them is basically that it was great, and of course it would be. But I hope they are aware and not dismissive of people's concerns. Because as much as I enjoy WWE at the moment, I did not like the end of WrestleMania, and for many reasons. NXT and Tony D'Angelo come on Tuesday. Not even posting WWE posting it in the superstars who are posting stuff. I'm not really sure what else is going on tonight because they haven't really announced much. But we are going to bring in Mr. Andy Spores of Wrestling Royalty to chat a bit of WrestleMania and Monday Night Raw. How you doing, Andy?
Oh, not that guy again. Surely not. Not 3 nights in a row.
We love it, mate. We appreciate it, man. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you? Other than tired.
Yeah, absolutely shattered, mate. Absolutely shattered. But look, I'm trying to get myself hyped up and in the mood. And I think the adrenaline in my soul, something Cody Rhodes will kick in later on. Because Raw after WrestleMania is always a fun night. My concern is come 4 or 5, I might be regretting my decision, but I'm really hoping that's not the case. And the end of WrestleMania makes me worry a little bit, but I don't want to be too down on things. I want to kind of be excited. So Andy, help me get excited.
Well, it's been an interesting day on socials to see bits and pieces that have come out. So the big news, obviously, is the Karrion Kross thing that's going around at the moment, and then it looks like Paul Heyman's been a bit of a loose cannon on the Pat show today. So I don't know, maybe there's something in the air where anything could happen. It is the Raw after WrestleMania, and there's been a couple of like duds in the last few years, but there's also been a couple of good things happen. So
yeah,
I don't know. This to me suggests they're not stupid. They're going to have listened to the noise that kind of surrounded that finish. It was lackluster. It was a bit disappointing.
Yeah.
They've got to come out all guns blazing, right? Surely.
I hope so. I do worry that because the official line, if you've seen any content that they put out since, and it obviously would be, but is that like that was good, right, guys? And we don't need to listen to too much outside noise, but I think they do need to this time round because there's a reason people were disappointed. I've got a feeling like that. I want to get to the Karrion Kross thing in a bit because I'm glad you brought it out because it was great. People haven't seen it. Again, we'll touch on it in a minute. But what are your thoughts on maybe The Rock showing up tonight and that they maybe held him back and said, you know what, we'll make Raw special. I don't think that would change my view on WrestleMania, but I do feel like it's a possibility because it was surprising he weren't there in the first place. They're even selling shirts that say, finally, The Rock is back in Las Vegas. So what do you reckon? Chances of The Rock showing up tonight?
So I just seen the comments. Aiden says hello. Hello, Aiden. It's always good to have a few people in the stream and turn this into a conversation as well. So it's get your thoughts in. So yeah, good to see you, buddy. I think I would be a bit more annoyed if The Rock showed up tonight and didn't do anything last night. It would irk me because I've tried my best to be quite positive, and like, you know, we've exchanged messages where you were like, oh, I don't know, I think you're giving him a little bit too much grace. And I think the whole thing, like in the build-up, I was really kind of hoping that they'll explain it. There'll be something tangible where you can go, this is why he aligned with The Rock. But because of what happened last night, John Cena won the Elimination Chamber. He didn't need The Rock. He didn't need to do a turn. He didn't need to do anything like that. They could have done a very different program. It smacks to me that The Rock comes and goes whenever he wants to. And then WWE and the creative team have to kind of retrospectively change things. They have to fit him in. They have to kind of hint at stuff, but not be too over the top, just in case he doesn't show up like he did this time. So
yeah.
If he was to show up tonight, I would be really disappointed, to be honest, because the last Raw he was on, he didn't feed the storyline. He did like that sort of Netflix, rah, all these exec producers are amazing. He went to NXT the night afterwards and probably did a little bit of a better promo, to be honest, on NXT. But I actually think he's let Cody down. I think he's let John Cena down. And I think he's let WWE down to some extent. I think that might sound a bit strong, but all the stuff with the symbols across the neck and stuff, and like, I'm a 35-year-old guy who doesn't really listen to Travis Scott. I don't know why I'm supposed to be bothered that this guy's turning up and doing things, and why. Just off topic slightly, in that main event, why did Cena look at some point like he was going to hold Cody up to get slapped? Because he just get an instant DQ and lose the match.
Yeah,
like,
it made no sense.
There was stuff like that didn't make sense, and there's no way to explain that away. Even if The Rock was there tonight, there was like very weird choices happening. So for that, like, I'm not a big fan. And if he were to come out tonight, he'd have to cut probably one of the best promos he's ever cut in his life to get people back on side.
I think that's it. There is a perception that, like you say, that maybe The Rock kind of dictates a lot of things at the moment, and therefore they have to keep things open, and then they drop things at a kind of, drop of a hat, essentially. A few comments here kind of refer to that as well. The possibility of Rock showing up tonight. Aiden said if The Rock does show up tonight, it's a disgrace, and he should have been at WrestleMania, not the Raw after WrestleMania. The thing is about The Rock and Raw is that they could see it as, like I say, well, we were holding back for Raw to make it special. But while I would see that, it would not take away from the fact that it was missing on, like, that's not the only thing wrong with what happened at the end of Mania. It was the overuse of Travis Scott. It was the weird booking, as far as like you say there, with like not kind of having the foresight to realize, oh, this would be a DQ. Like the ref was just looking at a lot of these things, and that and just I said all along, I didn't think he was going to do it. And again, it's not because I'm wrong. Like, I do think there is something they can do with a heel John Cena title run as well. Mm-hmm. But I just think there is just so many layers to this, and it'll be a miss and a slight. I was going to say slightly tone deaf, but kind of very tone deaf in some ways as well. Talking about going deaf, people tend to go deaf when this man's glass shatter music hits. Last night was quite the appearance from him. We touched on it in the review yesterday, but we'll try and stay away from it for a little bit because I'm not entirely sure about what went down with that accident. So, but yeah, always good to see Stone Cold, unless you're sitting in the front row, maybe. But let's get to some more of these comments here. Aiden said, if he's correct in the group, he should be here more frequently. Talking about The Rock, of course. Yeah. Casper says, I get a funny feeling he won't, and it'll be a shame. Travis Scott is pointless, says Aiden. But yeah, as Casper says, getting a feeling that The Rock won't be there. I don't know what'd be worse. If he shows up or doesn't. But if he does show up, it has to matter. There has to be storyline progression. And we talked the other day about maybe this Seth Rollins thing is all linked and whatever else. Maybe they held back. Maybe those things were going to happen at WrestleMania and they changed their mind. It felt like we were waiting for something to happen constantly at the end of that. And Stone Cold would have been one of those things. Seth would have been one of those things. Rock would have been one of those things. The one positive I saw, like me and Lucas discussed it at length last night, but I said to him, look, maybe the good thing is that this will stop us expecting the world every year, and next year it will kind of feel amazing again because this one ended with a bit of a dud.
Yeah, I get that. Like, there is that sort of dampening of expectations because we're guilty of it every time we do a stream. Is like you get carried away because you think of all the possibilities that could happen, and we're like, oh, cool, they'll do this, this could happen. We could get Big E back, and then it kind of feels like similar to something like Game of Thrones, where it kind of no one really enjoyed it as much as they wanted to because they'd all thought this is the way that show's going to go, and then it doesn't go that way, and you feel let down. But the writers aren't massively to blame in that sense, but this one just feels like we should have really known the writing was on the wall when Stone Cold came out, because I just have this weird theory that WWE wouldn't throw money at both of them, which is why we got Undertaker last year instead of Stone Cold when we got that. And then this year when Stone Cold came out, dude's looking after his bank balance, which is fine, but it should have known, all right, well, they're not going to get The Rock and Stone Cold on because they would have done that last year. There was people disappointed that Stone Cold wasn't involved in the main event, but why would he? Like, what stakes he got? He's never really had much to do with either guy, so it wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, for me, it would have only been if, similar to last year, The Rock come out and then he was trying to stop The Rock because of their history, and it even the balance and it helped Cody win. But Cody was not going to win, it would seem, and yeah, Cena would walk away as champion. I do want to kind of pick up on what we could potentially see with Cena going forward now that he is that champ, because we didn't really entertain it too much, I mean, some have thought he might win, but we kind of didn't go much beyond that as far as our predictions go. So I would do want to have a little bit of a discussion around that as well. Aiden says, the fact that Triple H tried to compare Travis to Bad Bunny is a disgrace. Bad Bunny has at least made an impact in WWE when he was with WWE. Yeah, I agree. I think Bad Bunny's been amazing. And I said it on last night's stream as well. Judging by what we saw last night from Travis Scott, and I don't expect him to be amazing, we've had 3 incredible anomalies in recent years with Bad Bunny, Pat McAfee, and Logan Paul. They're not all going to be like that. Surprisingly, we've had 3 in a row. But if we look at what Travis Scott did on his last 2 occasions, I do not want that man having a proper match. You can take it back to being a tag team partner like Snooki at WrestleMania. He can be in that kind of slot, but I don't want to see him having a proper match. For me, yeah, I'm not about that. Aiden says we are 2 hours and 8 minutes away from Monday Night Raw kicking off, and again, we are here taking you right up to the show itself, and then we'll have a watch along tonight as well. We don't often do it, but we are in WrestleMania season, so why not? I'll tell you why not. I'm absolutely shattered, but we're here for it anyway, guys. But a build-up show will take you up until that point of the night. Anyway, let's go back to that topic though. The Rock. I've seen a comment here, Aiden. I'm going to get to that in a bit. Love all these rumors flying around about last-minute surprises and stuff like that. We're definitely going to dive into that as well. But let's just quickly stick to The Rock. Andy, I was watching him on Pat McAfee's show earlier on, and that was confusing in itself. I don't know if you've seen it. I haven't watched the whole of it yet, but it felt a little
The Rock
off.
or John Cena?
John Cena. So it was a little off because he didn't want to say certain things, and he spoke more than he has on TV, and it kind of, I felt like it exposed things a little bit too much. And it's all about just kind of getting the clicks, I guess. But for me, my hope now, I think, is that Cena goes on this mad run, because we're in it. It's not what I wanted, but we're in it. So let's try and get the best out of it. My hope is that Cena goes on this mad run and they build someone up to take the title back off him, and it will be massive. I hope it's not Cody, because Cody doesn't need that. Who, I don't know, and I do want to kind of get your thoughts on who that could be. But Cena was basically saying, look, about this whole kind of, I want to end the business. He was like, I'm not naive. Like, next year you'll do this. I won't be here. Wrestling will continue. That's not what I mean. I mean, I'm going to take the title and you'll have to make a new one. So the legacy of, Stone Cold, CM Punk, The Rock, that comes with me. So it's still a weird story, but I kind of started to understand a little bit more in that sense. And I thought, okay, cool. Well, that's not going to happen, mate. Someone's going to win it off you, right? So that's the best case scenario now. Someone is built up to the position. And it's kind of like the legendary thing, of the legend, the old guy going out on his back. And this is the way you do it, I guess, as a heel, maybe you might be thinking. So if that's the case, and that is, in my opinion, best case scenario here, who can they do that with?
Yeah, I mean, this is classic storytelling, and it's shocking how many times this comes up. But it's that, like, the Dark Knight is, you either die the hero or you live long enough to become the villain. And I think that's what we're seeing with John Cena, is that he didn't go out on a shield early enough. He kind of called an audible, say, I'm going to have this year. And the minute he said he was going to have a full year, and the way things seem to sort of pan out timing wise, I said it yesterday before, I think we're getting a summer of Cena. I think he won't carry the championship past SummerSlam. I think that's where we'll be looking at. And I think CM Punk is the foil to go against him. One of the main reasons for that is, if you look at after the Elimination Chamber, the night afterwards, when CM Punk came out full of piss and vinegar, did his promo, very pointedly, the first thing that he said, rather than go after Seth, was he's going after The Rock and he's going after Cena. That'll come down the line. Now, that has to have been planted because they're going to come around to it. I still don't understand it personally, because in the grand scheme of things, those guys didn't actually do anything to CM Punk. It was completely Seth Rollins. But he blamed them, so it was in his head. So, whatever CM Punk kind of gets in his head, then he's going to go after it. So don't be surprised if we get a Summer of Cena, which ends up with, and as I said it again last night, a sort of mirror image, bizarro world where the roles are reversed, and CM Punk is the one who's trying to fight for WWE and Cena's fighting for himself. And do we get the jumping over the barricade, blowing a kiss, that sort of thing? Like, there's so many things that they could do and play on because of the history between the two of them. And I think, to me, that would be the right way to go. Obviously, Randy Orton could be thrown out there because he's just kind of lost in the ether of where does he go next. They've got a long, steep story together, and the lore there can go on quite a while. But then what do you do with Cody? Like, where does Cody go from here? Does he go into a little bit of a thing with Travis Scott? What's the point?
Oh, gosh. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Oh, mate. I really hope not. I mean, I think it'd be damaging to Cody. Cody didn't have the best reception last night, did he? So, yeah, I think it will be damaging. I mean, you're right. You did kind of bring up some good points on last night's stream about, a reversal of CM Punk, and there is still time for Orton and stuff like this. And there is opportunity to do it with a new kind of, dynamic, essentially, now that he is a bad guy. But none of those guys can be the savior of WWE eventually, really, right? It should be built up as a new guy. I mean, in the comments, Aiden's hoping it could be someone like Drew, being a Scotsman, said totally not biased, but hoping that Drew retires soon. I mean, at this stage, it doesn't seem likely because Drew is also a heel, but I mean, fans do love Drew. That could turn. Again, seeing some more great comments here about rumors tonight. We'll get to those, don't you worry, in another portion of the show. But just sticking with the Cena thing just for a little bit more. I do think tonight they've got some work to do. They can do it. My fear is last night doesn't make me feel that way, and a few of the things that we saw from Cena since turning heel also concerns me as well. But they've got to knock it out of the park on Raw, in my opinion, as far as this storyline goes. Triple H mentioned last night, I believe it was, that the new champion, John Cena, will be at Backlash. Whether that's in a match, I don't know. But you would imagine, the Raw after Mania, you do tend to get matches made pretty quickly, or storylines become pretty clear, essentially, as far as the next step for a superstar. So if you could kind of predict Backlash at least, and I think this might be even tougher to do than the long-term one, because Punk is tied up in the Heyman thing. Cody is tied up, unless it's a rematch, which is possible. Who do you think Cena could be facing a Backlash at this stage?
So, where is Backlash this year?
It is, ironically,
in Louis,
I think it's
right?
in St. Louis, on May the 10th. So it's not even far. Like I don't think it's even 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
3 weeks, yeah.
Which, let's face it, with Cena's appearance, I know he's been booked heavier, but like that's only a couple of appearances, really, potentially, before we get to Backlash. So, I don't think we get a match. I think we might get some sort of segment where he's there, and maybe if they can, maybe that is where you kind of get The Rock to go out and you do a bit more about it. But that being said, Randy Orton is from St. Louis, so is that the way to go and say, because it's a SmackDown title, right? It's not a Raw title. Jey Uso is the Raw champion. True. So on Friday, do we see Randy just come straight out and go, Cody's my guy. We've got history. I've got to speak up for him. It's as simple as that. You don't need to overcomplicate things. It's just a case of that's my hometown. I'm on the poster. We've always had this history. I've got to stick up with Cody. Boom, done. Mate,
you sold me already. Like, I hope they do that because Cena Orton one more time would be great. Anyway, look, it reminds me of an era that I weren't having the greatest time being a wrestling fan, right? But it also reminds me of plenty of great times they did have together, great matches, great rivalries. They overdid it with those two, but to see him run it back, as they say, one more time, I think would be quite good. And that's something you can do quickly as well. You can get to, because like I say, it's ready-made, it's pre-packaged, if you will, and there's that storyline with Cody. And I do think eventually Randy should be turning on Cody and have a big match at SummerSlam is what I would like to see there as well. Aiden is mapped out on the way to SummerSlam, it seems, as far as who Cena could face. So Cena versus Orton at Backlash, like you said as well. Cena versus Punk at Money in the Bank. I mean, that makes a lot of sense as well, considering the history. Cena versus Roman on just Raw. Okay, cool. And then Cena versus Drew at SummerSlam. Christopher Leclerc's in the house. Also likes the idea of John Cena versus Randy Orton as well. And asked about Bayley, and Christopher has been filled in with an opinion from Aiden, who says, I think she won't be spoken about for about a week or two. We will get to the Becky Lynch stuff as well. Aiden says Backlash will be Randy since it is in St. Louis. And Casper says, but got a funny feeling that Raw will be decent. Not brilliant. I'm tired and got a massive headache due to Stowe starting at 3 o'clock in the morning. I know, mate. I know exactly how you feel. Me and Andy were talking off air earlier on about how we're all struggling, but look, we're here. to try and bring you some entertaining content. And likewise, we appreciate you guys in the comments giving us energy as well. Let's hope that WWE give us that shot in the arm tonight as well. And I don't want to be super down about the weekend, because overall it's been fun. Not only these shows have been fun, we appreciate all the input from, again, our guests and also from you guys in the comments, but WWE have given us some fun stuff this weekend as well. And we can't forget that. I know we're a bit bogged down because we are tired and the ending to Raw wasn't great and we're not sure where we're going. We're a bit fearful about the John Cena stuff, but generally speaking, we're going in a good direction with a lot of these storylines. You know, the Dominic Mysterio thing on its own, fantastic. Going to get to some of these rumors now, and then I'm going to throw it over to a conversation about the Karrion Kross situation as well, because I really, really want to talk about that. So what do we have here? I did see earlier on, Aiden says he's heard rumors of Fraxium appearing on Raw. I think that's a really good shout, actually. An NXT call-up, you know, it does feel like we could get one of those. And we were talking earlier around about maybe Roxanne Perez, but she seems tied up again. Fraxium feel like they could be in a position to come to the main roster. It's been rumored for quite some time. Another big name as well, who I haven't thought at all, is Paige. Paige could return on the night after WrestleMania. Oh, I didn't like that face from you there, Andy. Look, I know she's a bit Marmite for some people, but I do think it'd be a big moment. It'd be a pop. Where she goes next, I don't know. But being involved with WWE, I don't think it's the worst idea. I'll get your opinions on each of these things in a minute, Andy. And Ada says, I've been really Goldberg to dethrone Jey Uso. I flip it. I'm living hope not. But let's go back to the first one, mate. What would you say to a Fraxium debut on the main roster? I mean, I say debut. We saw Axiom on Raw in Barcelona recently. One of the Barcelona show, essentially. But yeah, Frazier and Axiom together as a team. Thoughts on that on Monday Night Raw?
Yeah, I mean, we're outside the spoiler for Stand and Deliver now.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, they dropped the titles, which I thought was actually quite surprising, because of all the people they've been against, Hank and Tank weren't the ones that I thought would be the guys to kind of take them off. But be that as it may, it looks like a sort of goodbye. I think, well, to me, it felt like an NXT goodbye of like sort of putting over a new team, off you go to the main roster. And Raw desperately needs another tag team, because I think SmackDown's okay, it's thriving. It's got 4 major and then a couple of like sort of minor tag teams that have been involved, whereas Raw is really kind of down on its luck when it comes to the tag team division. And they just had that moment with New Day winning. I wonder if there's something in that where New Day come out crowing about their win, being like, you know, the best tag team ever, no one can touch them, they've beaten everyone there is to beat on Raw. Out come the new shiny things, which would be Fraxium. So yeah, I could see it happening. Whether they take the titles straight away, not sure, but you've got that international crowd still around in Vegas, so I'm sure, you know,
just being there will be enough.
Yeah,
definitely. Right, now I'm going to bring in someone who I know is going to love the idea of Fraxium coming up to the main roster. Here he is. It is Lucas. How you doing, mate? Sorry, mate, I think I caught your card there.
I'm muted for some reason. No, I feel good. Yeah, I feel good.
Fraxium, what do you think tonight, Monday Night Raw? Is it happening?
I'll say so. Yeah. It's interesting, because both of them had matches on SmackDown, didn't they? Singularly. But I think that Raw tag division needs the kick up the arse to kind of, be a division.
Yeah, there is that little thing.
And SmackDown have a division, they just don't get any reaction, most of them, but at least it has teams that exist that maybe they can finally build up to get something from. Yeah. But Raw really has been lacking. I think this will be good. I don't know if they win the title straight away. They might do the, you know, we're not going to put the titles on the line gimmick and then Faction win, potentially. But yeah, I think the title loss would make better sense if the New Day already had the belts like a little bit, you know, or like they cheated last night to kind of, you know, to retain the belts. I'd see no reason for them to have like a 24-hour title reign. I know I went on yesterday about short title reigns, but I think a day's something I don't want to go back to regularly happening. But yeah, Praxium absolutely should be a part of it, you know, just because they lost the belts on NXT recently. Yeah, they lost to Bayface tag team as well. So there's no, unless they're going to do Fraxium. I guess to be fair, they're capable of doing both anyway. But we've seen previously, haven't they? When they always have this like little overlap, haven't they? sometimes. They could,
yeah, but they go back and
they could. But I'll just leave it at that. I'll be deadly honest. Like, I don't see the point of doing a rematch against a babyface tag team. Risk turning one of them one set villain at all.
Yeah.
I might. As much as I guess it would suck for NXT. I'll just leave it at that. But yeah, I'd have them definitely debut tonight. If they are being called to the main roster, I think tonight would be the night to do it.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, Raw after Mania, again, it's always about the surprises. We hope, anyway. We're hoping there's some big surprises. We'll be touching on that throughout this stream as well. Just to clarify here from Aiden as well, says, didn't mean necessarily lose the titles tonight, but that they would come up and start a feud with New Day for the title. So, yeah, I see that. Going with that whole kind of thought of possibly like a 1 or 2 title reign, though, we could see that happen on NXT, of course, with the Women's Tag Team Championships as well. So, watch this space, essentially. There could be a big kind of twist to that tale when it comes to Becky Lynch and Lyra Valkyria. Let's move back to some more of these rumors, though. There's one going around in this chat, at least, about Paige. I saw Andy's face kind of wince when I said that. So I'm going to let him take the reins here with this one here, mate. Not really liking that idea?
No, I mean, again, I don't know if it's just because of the timing. Like, Paige, when she won the title, was a bit where like my interest was there, but it wasn't like fully captured. So Paige was never someone that I was that bothered by. And then the work that I've seen her do on AEW, like I think times have moved on and gone past her in terms of like the next generation of female superstars that are coming through. And also, she's a sort of case in point. Do not sign every single person that AEW releases or lets go or their contract lapses. You don't need to do that. Like, I am not a big fan of Rusev. I personally wouldn't pick him up because I don't think he was doing anything towards the end of his WWE time either. Yes, he got over with the Rusev Day stuff and like it's fine, but I just think there's people they already have on the roster that deserve a bit more of a shot than bringing someone back in. Now, Paige in a GM mode wouldn't be massively against that. I think there's room for that side of things, but as an in-ring competitor, not that bothered. And it's not, I don't think she's horrific. I just think when you have that conveyor belt of talent coming through from NXT, especially in the women's division, it's not the right move to bring someone like Paige back in.
I think it depends on the position, right? Because I agree with you. I think that's exactly what happened in AEW. She got brought in. It felt like a big deal. She had a great moment at Wembley and then just fell in the background and it didn't really matter. She kind of is almost back to where she was when she weren't medically cleared. And I kind of see WWE bringing her back for that. Nice big pop tonight and then kind of using her a little bit sparingly and not being part of the main roster. Andy has said it was basically because she debuted on the Raw after WrestleMania. So it would be a nice little kind of full circle moment in that sense. Christopher says maybe...
apologize. We're all friends. Everyone has an opinion. That's great. That's what we're here for.
That's it. Christopher says maybe Evolution, July the 5th. At the moment, rumored to be the date for that. But yeah, hopefully we will get some big news coming about that soon. But yeah, maybe that is where Paige could make a return. Casper talking about NXT here. Yeah, Tony D'Angelo, Stand and Deliver. Big story coming out of that one. If you want to see mine and Lucas's reaction to that as it happened, check out our watch along for that. And again, we'll be doing a watch along to Monday Night Raw tonight as well. So if anything big happens there, then you'll see my reactions to it as well. Hopefully it does, because I need to be given that shot in the arm to stay awake. But yeah, let's get to some more of these comments here as well. Aiden says, how about Nick Aldis coming out of retirement and Ava becomes SmackDown GM and then Paige the NXT GM? Okay, I can kind of see that merry-go-round sort of makes sense there. I think keeping Ava in NXT makes a bit more sense. But look, they've done Stranger Things before, and Paige was like GM of like SmackDown or something before, wasn't she? She was in that sort of role before, wasn't she? So I can kind of see that. Christopher says Roxanne Perez versus Stephanie Vaquera tomorrow night on NXT, apparently. So that'd be a good one if that's the case. We were joking earlier on how this feels like night 3 of WrestleMania and NXT feels like night 4. So we'll see how we're all standing at the end of this crazy week. There was another one earlier on, a suggestion of maybe Joe Hendry. Now, I would have been all over this essentially if we hadn't already seen what we saw last night. I don't think we are going to get Joe Hendry because you know what? No, I can actually see it. I can see it. It's just not a surprise, is it? Like it'd be like, oh, cool. Like you were on last night and they could refer back to it. But Yeah, maybe Joe Hendry, right? First of all, let me go over to Lucas on Page and then follow up with Joe Hendry, mate, and then we'll bounce back to Andy's thoughts on Joe Hendry as well.
Yeah, I'm a bit apathetic towards Page. I'm not really, I was never really a fan before. And I do think that, like Andy was saying, there's enough talent on that roster, particularly in NXT. In fact, even forget NXT exists, there's enough talent on the actual roster that we aren't booking. Like I said,
yeah.
I spoke to someone about Caden Carter and Karrion Kross the other day, and just Andy, I have a weird streak with them on 2K24 where they haven't lost a match in 3.5 years.
Yeah,
basically. And anyway, like what I was saying to people the other day, I said the problem is like they've had like especially with no live events. They were drafted to SmackDown in like January. They then had a backstage promo where they didn't even speak. So a promo where they were being spoken at, and then they left when someone else came in, and that was like in February, and then in March like another promo with Zelina Vega. Then April they finally have a match. Like how slow are we booking these people? Like, either just decide what you want to do, because usually in this case when people would get drafted over, it's a case of there's something for them like straight away. But the something for them was 4 weeks late, almost 4 months later. And that's just one example of many. Even with Zelina Vega herself, like they did a big thing about taking her out of the LWO, and that was back in January. And then they gave her like one match. No, they gave her like one promo, and then she's suddenly in the feud with Chelsea Green, which seems to have, it pretty much it's died out before we even started. And so I just think injecting like Paige in, or Nikki Bella was another one they brought back at the Rumble, and if that's someone they wanted to bring back properly, it just I think if you've got people who are already on your roster struggling to get time and trying to get spots, like maybe focus on them.
Yeah.
Back people who, not because what's way to Paige, like she left, I get that the companies can't now be like how Vince is running it, and it's not the 90s, but I do kind of think, well, she did leave, like she chose to leave. She thought that the opportunity at AEW was big, and she. At first, don't get me wrong, she got that huge pop, obviously, at All In a couple of years back. But then she realised with the women's division, it was a case of, if you're not Tony Khan's like new toy, essentially, he's not really interested. And for some reason, AEW only want to have one woman's kind of feud going on at once, which we say a lot about WWE and how they've only seem to have title pictures going on. But AEW is literally one feud. Only one feud's allowed. And they decided to give pretty much Mariah May and Tony Storm. Well, Mariah May's another name which has been linked to WWE recently as well, actually.
Well, that's the other one. Would you, if you have to do one or the other, surely you're not signing Paige over Mariah May. You're throwing the money at Mariah May. But you'd also look at this last independent weekend, like outside of the main WWE stuff. WWE sent loads of their talent across to Bloodsport. Now. You've got someone like Natalia who is getting rave reviews because of what she did on Bloodsport, who could easily come back. And if you're clever here with WWE, make it a thing. Like you've got all these disgruntled people who don't like where they are on the card, then cool. Well, Natalia, don't come out smiling and kissing babies and giving glasses to people. Come out in what you came out of Bloodsport and prove, actually, this is who I want to be. That would go down so much better than the way she has been for the last 2 years. Karrion Kross, which I know we're going to come on to and stuff, but he's another one. He's cut a promo. Don't deny these things that are happening when they're going down well. Steer into them. And
I agree.
Natalia, Shayna Baszler, they've all go away and have these amazing matches on the independent scene, which WWE signed off on. We'll sign off on it properly and bring it in.
Yeah.
Do you think that it does somewhat seem like Triple H has like a plan, doesn't he? And he doesn't seem as much as Vince was towards the end, especially, was falling into that crazy old man, like ripping up the script and changing things on a whim. There was also good changes he did make, and where he would maybe even it wasn't intentionally listening to the outside voices, but it was they would pivot. But it seems very much Triple H. He's very much like, this is the story we've got, and we're building this thing up for 10 years, and like this is what you're going to watch week after week after week. And it just feels sometimes that he's not as responsive to some of the other stuff as Vince would have. even like, for better or worse. So, for example, yes, I'm with you. I think there's been lots of stuff that's happened over this Mania weekend that should have made Triple H pivot or potentially spotlight different people. Like Natalia, Karrion Kross. There's a big outcry, especially for the SmackDown Tag Division, to be on the Mania card, and I get that potentially the logistics, I guess, of getting tables and chairs all together, overnight, for example, could have been difficult. But could they? I just think the old kind of Vince way would be like, okay, let's try and get these guys at least like something on the show, like whether it's like a backstage brawl or they do like something to hype the match. But the fact that you had nothing for the SmackDown Tag Division over 2 nights of a 2-night WrestleMania, but you picked Travis Scott for like, I'm gonna time it, but I think it's over. I think it's over 10 minutes of the show.
How much different would that have felt on particularly night one if you open with the TLC match from the SmackDown guys and you have the crowd so hyped up? Because that match with Jey Uso, you're always going to get a great reception for his entrance because that's a lot of what his character's been based around. But it felt flat, the same as the end. It was night one and night two were almost like, again, weirdly mirrored, is that it was terrible. Well, not terrible. It was just bog standard all night one. Main event was amazing. Night two, amazing all night long, bog standard finish.
Yeah.
So it was kind of like they didn't know what to do. And if you just adjusted a couple of things and had the SmackDown, have a SmackDown ladder match to open night one, you would have got it off to such a good start. And that was why night two worked so well, is because those 3 women came out all guns blazing, and it was just oddly paced in night one. And it was kind of like, you had the right elements, but you just didn't quite put them together. So I agree. I think they have to stop being so rigid and go with a little bit of what the crowd wants. Yes, your plan, but you've got to remember your fan base doesn't. And it's frustrating because look at someone like LA Knight, where how long did he have to go to be undeniable with the crowd to eventually they put any belt on him or gave him a little bit of traction? It took him probably 2 years before he really got like a proper chance.
Yeah,
and I think some of these things were Vinceisms that were happening back, before obviously he had made the decision that he made with loads of people, like he made with Macho Man back in the 90s, that you're a commentator now. So the guy wants to wrestle. And then the guy left, obviously, and went to wrestle WCW a little bit. What we say, wrestle. But then, A Knight was a manager at one point. And
forgot that.
And Triple H had then brought him out of that position. But even after that, yes, there was still that time where it felt like for forever for LA Knight to get anything. But I do think also they need to. This is where I don't know, like with the night one, night two kind of thing back to WrestleMania. I don't know. I really want to know the mindset behind like stacking night two as much as they did, and whether they whether they even thought they had done that, but they had done, particularly because they had the Orton Open Challenge,
a gimmick match.
But then even if that wasn't the Open Challenge, that would have been like a 20-minute, some sort of, I don't know, cage. I don't know what they would have picked. It definitely wouldn't have been a singles match.
Yeah, and it would have been a long one as well.
Yeah,
it would have been.
But hence, to be fair, controversial as it sounds, that match not happening maybe saved night two a little bit as well, because instead of having like a 20-minute, 25-minute segment with plus once you add entrances and video packages, what we got instead was a very short kind of I'll look at Randy Orton kind of video package, how good he is. He comes out, does like a 2-line promo. Joe Hendry comes straight out, and it's a 4-minute match.
Yeah.
Whereas you wouldn't have got that if we got what we got. And then, it did lead to the fact the show night two ran shorter, which I can only, as much as I think, I don't want them going to having a 1 hour show. I still think, is somewhat more. Living in an era now where we're getting so much adverts and all that kind of non. Even the BBC mentioned the adverts. Actually, I found that quite amusing. In their, I do love how they had to shift. That they won't say brand names. They were like talking about Logan Paul's hydration drink. That's popular.
Oh, would it? Okay.
They will not say the word prime. Just say prime.
I get you.
You don't need to have 25 words.
Yeah.
Describe what he does.
Trying to walk that line. I'm going to run over to some of these comments here, guys. In a moment, we are actually going to start our watch-along stream within the same channel as well. Stick with us on the build-up show. We're going to take you right away up to the show itself. But we are doing a watch-along tonight, so I'll be dipping out in a moment, leaving you in the capable hands of these two just for a few minutes while I set out behind the scenes, and I'll be hopping back in essentially. But I'll get to some of these comments before so I can give these guys something to talk about while I do dip out for a moment. Casper says, I'm looking forward to Penta again tonight. Me too. I mean, I'm always looking forward to seeing Penta, I'll be honest. So yeah, I reckon he'll be on the show. Better Twins, maybe since Nikki did confirm that they are making a comeback. Yeah, they did mention that, I think, over this weekend. Aiden says maybe Piper and Albert turn on Chelsea, then Paige creates a group with Albert and Piper. I could kind of see that, but I hope not, because I really enjoy the Secret Harvest at the moment. Hope D'Angelo recruits another member to replace Stacks. Even Tony versus Stacks coming soon to an arena near you. Aiden says his suggestion. I would like to hear all your thoughts on Lyra and Becky and creating a group with Maxine Dupree. And Casper says, I like Paige, but not needed right now. I get it, she's left AEW, but when people are struggling to get screen time already, we can't have an overkill thing of releasing a bunch of people just to make room on the roster, which I think is a great point. And look, we're getting into that period. Don't like to mention it, but we all know this time of year they do start making these cuts. So where should we go with this one? Let's go with what comment should we dive into a little bit further there? We've talked a little bit about Paige, so we'll stay away from that one there. Let's talk a little bit about, well, we've mentioned Penta here, but that leads into the match he was involved with, really. Dominic Mysterio. I think there might be a little bit of back and forth between these two guys going forward, but I think the big story relating to Dom is going to be, what does this mean for the Judgment Day? So with that bombshell, I'm going to dip out for a few moments. And yeah, boys, take it away. Over to you first, Andy. Let's go with you.
So, well, I thought the match was fantastic. Let's say that straight off the bat, which I think everyone was sort of expecting anyway. Everyone seemed to get their stuff in. Bron looked great in defeat. Penta the same. And then the Judgment Day was going to be the storyline coming out of it. I think everyone predicted that would be what was going to happen.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we could have predicted just how well that result went down with the crowd, though. I thought he got a great reception to the point where if they wanted to, they could just turn him face at this point. He got a bit unlucky with his entrance, trying to get his mask off, which was actually like, when you read about what the mask symbolized, it was actually a really nice moment. The commentators kind of crapped on a little bit.
Could have Dom, could have Dom. But I did notice the second half of the match, though, they did kind of ease off on the Dom thing, which does show that some awareness, I guess, because the crowd really got behind Dom. And I don't know whether that was in their plans when they booked this. But it's interesting you say that about Dom being babyface. I think he kind of has to be, because especially if Finn's going to kind of say, like, what I think he's going to say tonight, I think Finn's basically going to say, Finn's going to be annoyed, isn't he?
Yeah, he stole it from me.
And so surely Finn's the villain. So that makes Dom has to be the... I know what you said, yes, we were talking about the other day, wasn't we, about how they kind of take a time to kind of do these things. But I think there can't really be a time case here. It's a case of literally, Dom will say, Dom's going to get a good receptor champion, and Finn to come out and crap on it. And that's only going to be leading to Dom being a babyface and Finn being the villain.
Yeah.
I don't see how there's a grey area here. Like, it might be.
No. And the other thing is, the other ones have lost their title as well. So, like, he's kind of got to be a bit, well, yeah, I want to celebrate, but Liv and Raquel lost your titles and Finn kind of lost. So, like, it's got to be this. He's going to be a bit awkward, isn't he? Of like, yay, I got the titles, but no one else is happy with me. So, it's going to be quite funny to see that dynamic together as well.
I mean, the only way around it, really, is if Finn's not there tonight. Because then you don't have to address that until he comes back. And there is still a way where, yes, Dom could... The thing is, like, I spoke to my friend about it. He's a big fan of Dom. And he said, obviously, Dom can still be that annoying kind of... He can kind of... Don't really exist as much anymore, but he can kind of be that tweener where he annoys babyfaces and villains equally. And so he can kind of bounce between bits and pieces. But I don't know. I don't know. Again, this is where I guess their company has a choice of what they want to do now. Because I think... I don't know how they thought that result would go down, but it seemed to go down not in a way that they thought it would. So that does beg the question: do they stick to their guns and go, right? No, Dom's still a villain, so we're treating him as a villain, or do they pivot and go, you know what? Let's just lean into this. He's getting a face reaction.
Yeah. They seemed to on the night, though, didn't they? Because someone must have told him, go back to the ring and celebrate in the ring, because he was literally halfway up the ramp and then sprinted back. So normally what happens is you can see the referee or a producer, which they'll shout at them and tell them what to do, in the sense of the cameras going off in 5, or you can literally see them count it down sometimes, and they'll bang the get out sort of thing. Whereas on that one, that was someone has been in someone's ear to say, get him back in the ring, soak up the atmosphere. So that would suggest that they called an audible to say, actually, maybe this is the direction we're going to go. And then they've left it a little bit open, because he was back to being overbearing, you know, in his interviews afterwards, where he was like, I'm the best thing that's happened to the IC title. I'm the greatest champion ever. So, like, it's open, I guess, with him. Like, do you just leave it and let the crowd decide what he is?
Yeah, I guess you've got the fact as well. We're in WrestleMania weekend where we've got the international fans in tow, and potentially tonight, you know, the thing is, it's a weird one, but tonight's crowd, I think about this earlier actually, because obviously we're in WrestleMania week, and previously, you know, WrestleMania was a one-day event, then Raw was afterwards, NXT was the day before, they added that, and they added Hall of Fame, they've added all this bit. This year, I think in particular, they've added so much stuff. To the point where we could actually be seeing the first ever crowd just being asleep. Like,
yeah.
Could have added so much stuff. Obviously, last night there was also the Tony Hinchcliffe thing, and then the After Dark stuff and all this kind of stuff. And so we could be in for quite a rowdy one, because a lot of people will be like, it's the last day of your vacation for most people, isn't it? As well, so when they go back. Well, if you're American, probably going back to work straight away. So only got 2 days off a year. But sorry, my point basically is, tonight's crowd, it could be very, very unpredictable. But then obviously next week we're more likely going to settle to how it should be. So there is also that case of they could just ride it out tonight and just go, you know what, like, just because it makes sense, because they're going to cheer you anyway, just be a babyface tonight. And then next week when we're back in wherever they are, you know, then we'll do the proper story, which will again could be a reason why Finn might not be there tonight, because then it'll be like, well, you get Dom to get a babyface reaction anyway. We can wait a week until we do the actual program. We need to put him in a match tonight, put him in front of that crowd, because then they'll cheer anything he does. But the next week do the proper thing, potentially. Yeah,
I just wonder as well, is maybe, you know, Bron comes out while Dom's celebrating the ring, and you get this kind of like, you're going to give me the rematch, and he kind of gets coerced into it, and maybe they confuse everyone a little bit, and they have Finn help him retain the title, because, and then, you know, down the line you go, he's helping you because he thinks you're the easy one to get the title off of, because he knows he probably wouldn't beat Bron. So it's like do you keep Dom sweet, and then eventually down the line you just absolutely obliterate him on the microphone or in the ring or whatever, and say he's got to hold the title because I'm guaranteed a win, and that's how you build it up. Because they don't have to make a decision tonight. They could, as you say, like they always say this line of, it's the most unpredictable crowd. They boo people when they normally cheer, and cheer people they normally boo, etc. So you don't have to do anything tonight. Like, it's ultra special. Like, there's certain points they'll have to hit, like the Cena stuff, Jey Uso, that kind of stuff. Everything else, don't get too serious. It's a fun crowd. Let it breathe a little bit for just tonight. Anyway. That's what I would do.
One thing I would say is I think they would need to tonight separate Dom and Penta, because I think with this crowd they're probably going to end up booing Penta, which is what you don't want, because Penta definitely needs to be villain going forward.
You're right.
And in that situation where you'll be putting Penta in a crowd who want to cheer, he's the villain, which is what you don't want. I mean, we could see a multi-person segment, maybe, could also take the edge of it. So I guess if they do like, you haven't done this in quite some time, actually, the whole, like, you know, when they have like someone in the ring and then they get interrupted, then someone else interrupts kind of thing. And that sets up like a 4-way or something, you know, even for that same night. Or if it's champion who starts, then, you know, the people that interrupt all then have a match. They haven't done that in a while, actually. Even if it's backstage or something, because that way you're kind of spotlighting. Also, we get to see more wrestlers, which is very key. And we could even add someone who, in my opinion, was absolutely robbed from WrestleMania moment this year, particularly given his work he's done since Raw debut on Netflix and in Ludwig Kaiser. I think as good as that match was, I was still just thinking, Ludwig. Like, I think Ludwig could have added. I know obviously they wanted to keep it a 4-way, and again, maybe that was the reason, but I think definitely maybe adding Ludwig Kaiser into things could be quite interesting.
He had some promos, didn't he, where he was literally saying, he was like, about saying, I've got to get on the card. I need to do something to get on the WrestleMania card. And then 2 weeks out, they just seemed to drop it and be like, "No, you obviously he wasn't in the plans to get on it." But it was strange that they let him do that kind of promo and then drop him. So yeah, he's a case in point. You could throw him out because if he gets booed, fine. If he gets cheered, fine. We'll deal with that afterwards. But wouldn't be against Ludwig. It's a good suggestion, that one.
But it's just, I think it's just interesting when you have a division that you have multiple people can go into. You know, that's what we should be aiming for. And it is very weird that we live in this era now where it seems people just seem to talk whatever they want to talk, and sometimes it gets brought into fruition. Whereas, don't get me wrong, I don't think we should go back to you sniff around the boss and then that all the stories about Vince, obviously about firing people for different bits and pieces. But I also kind of think if you know a wrestler's not going to be on WrestleMania, you shouldn't really have them do promos being like, I want to be on WrestleMania. Like, I'm not saying, obviously freedom of speech outside, obviously the main broadcast, but talking about something happening in front of your crowd, your show. Yes, they can go on podcasts and they can talk and whatever, and that, but you shouldn't really on Raw be like, oh yeah. Same thing with this whole like Bella's like talking about coming out of retirement and stuff. Like, they can do that on their own channels and stuff, but you can't stand in the middle of Raw and go like, oh, we're coming out of retirement and we want like a tag title shot. Like, and then go like, oh, actually, we're not going to do that, because it only leads usually for the fans to be a bit confused, isn't it? And maybe that's what they wanted, but you'd argue going into WrestleMania that you should have the people locked in with who you want, and if Ludwig Kaiser was never on the plans, just don't have them say, I want a WrestleMania match, like on your product, like you own that product, bro. You can kind of
you can not allow that if you don't want it to happen, unless again they had a plan and they didn't go ahead with it. Look, we're going to get to some of these comments here as well. We are now officially simulcasting, so you are watching us either on the build-up stream or the watch-along stream. The watch-along itself, I know there's two of us, mate. It's almost like WCW and WWF back in March of 2001, right? We are, again, whether you're watching it on the build-up or you're watching it on the watch-along, we're basically now going to take you all the way up until the show itself, and then the show will continue on that watch-along stream. We'll tell you exactly how to find it towards the end of this build-up portion as well. But let's get to some of these comments here. We've got, again, a clarification earlier from Casper about Paige, basically saying, it's not that it doesn't want Paige back at all, just you do have to be careful with bringing them back when you do have a stacked roster. Aiden says here as well, I think Raquel might turn on Liv and Dom, and she could maybe join up against Finn. That'd be an interesting way to go about things. Casper says it'll be interesting to see how things play out with the Judgment Day tonight. Maybe we'll see some of that tonight on Raw. Obviously, so tired. It's a long old week, mate. Anna says, sorry to go off on a tangent, but does Cody get a rematch versus Cena tonight? And is Cody still listed as undisputed champion on WWE website where everywhere else it's changed? I haven't seen that. It's interesting if that's the case. I think it's just someone's not updated the website, surely. Now it's changed to say Cena is undisputed champion. Cody being Universal champ. Oh my gosh, they need to get some little kind of bugs ironed out in that website, it seems. You're right, Lucas. Separation between Braun and Penta is a good idea. And Aiden, you've sent me a picture. I'll have a look, mate. I'll have a look. We'll get to that very, very soon. But let's pick back up on where are we going to go with this? I think, you know what? Let's move in. Unless you did it while I was away, the Karrion Kross situation. Did you touch on any of that?
No.
All right, I want to hand over to Andy here. Andy, if you wouldn't mind, explain to the viewers, they haven't seen it, what happened with Karrion Kross?
Yeah, so they were WWE had this room set up, and is it Sam Roberts? Is that his name?
Yeah, Sam Roberts.
Yeah, and Megan Morant, I think, is the female presenter. They had a room set up basically where people who were coming out of the matches could then walk into this room. They would ask them some questions. And then that content would go out on socials, etc. they were waiting, from what Sam Roberts said today on the WWE World stuff they were doing, they were set up ready for the winner of AJ Styles versus Logan Paul. They were supposed to then be joined by the winner or both of them. And instead in walked Karrion Kross, who then cuts this fantastic promo where it blurs the line, between whether he's kind of being serious or not. And he's referring to AJ by his real name instead of AJ Styles. Says he couldn't just take one for the team. He couldn't do what was right. He always has to do whatever's best for him. And goes off about these YouTube stars. He said he should have just started a YouTube channel and cut the corners, and rather than dedicating all his life to it. And there's a couple of moments where it feels very real because of some of the things he says. Scarlett, his wife in real life, puts her hand on him almost to say, you need to calm down a little bit, and he gives her a look and she soon backs off and he's like, okay, you're in one of those moods. And he just continues to kind of lay into WWE, the fact he was let go, the fact he came back, he was being a soldier. Who was the old school wrestler?
Goldberg. Yeah, he spoke to Goldberg, and Goldberg was like, I see you in me and you sort of thing, or whatever it is, and then said, look, just be a soldier. And he was like, yeah, I took that, but then it was like, no, I'm sick of being a soldier. It kind of messed things up for me, essentially.
Yeah. And then so it's just kind of one of these ones where it felt very raw, very passionate. I think it's just very clever. If you believe his contract is apparently up imminently, so he could be leaving the company if he wanted to. It would be strange if he does, because of the nature, it feels like this is a knocking at the door. This is a sort of let me in. This is one last chance to use me the way I want to be used. And I would say the last few weeks, he's done such good work to do that. And even before that, if you pay attention to his socials, he was cutting some great promos, doing some videos, breaking baseball bats between his thighs. Like, he's doing everything he can to show people that he's legit. And this was the kind of cherry on top. This is the promo. This is a CM Punk delivering a pipe bomb effectively in 2025. So be interested to see how they approach that tonight. Scarlett's tweeted out something along the lines of, no matter what happens, I'm always there for you.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah, she's hinting to the fact, well, I say the fact, but the kind of assumption maybe that they have gone off script and, could be fired for this or won't be renewed because of this, essentially. I'll be honest, I thought it was incredible, but I don't buy it as a kind of real thing, because I think it started so on brand for what's going on with the storyline that it has to be, there's a chance that, he just halfway through the promo went, you know what, screw it. But I think, like you say, Andy, he's done some great work. He's been in the background of a lot of scenes, and he keeps saying on social media, you saw that, did you? It's on purpose. They're booking him in these spots on purpose, and I think they're cooking something really, really exciting here. And what the promo itself, I mean, that alone was amazing. It was really good. And you mentioned the pipe bomb. It's probably the closest thing we've had to it since. Somewhat a shame it weren't a Raw in that sense, but I think that's what makes it feel real. It makes it feel, pardon the pun, but raw. Do you know what I mean? Because it was great. And there's a bit, some of the main versions haven't clipped the last bit, but he stands up and he says about his contract, like you say, it's coming into apparently the final kind of year and all this kind of stuff. And he was like, is that not even private anymore? Like he's angry at the world basically, but a big part of his anger is directed at WWE and kind of creative, which is always an interesting kind of way to be as a character. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. Lucas, did you have a look at this promo? If so, what did you think, and what you thought of the buzz around it?
I only saw like the tweet thing about it. So I've always said this: if it is a planned storyline, then all good. That's fine. If it is real comments, then idiot for letting it go out.
Yeah.
If it's real frustration, and I guess it has blurred the lines. Well, I think we don't know it's blurred the lines yet, to be fair, because this somewhat is a direct problem as well, I guess, because let's be real. If this was Vince, Karen would be fired already. It would, if it was real and it was Vince's day, that would have been it. It'd have been right. Well, bye. But we don't know yet if it is blurring the line, because obviously not knowing whether it's real or fake. I would like to think that. I just think that Karrion Kross's best presentation though was still back in NXT, and they there's little things he does now that are really, really good. And in some ways, actually, he's quite ahead of his time with what he's doing. But I think it's just in the wrong kind of phase that the company's now going into. And I think that's the thing that's missing with him. The also thing that's missing with him is the fact that obviously they don't book him enough to wrestle. And I think it devalues his act, like when he's constantly just not on the show. He's finding a way back onto the show now, which is good. And yes, it would be very weird then. So, to be fair, it's one of those where if what he's saying is like legit comments and he's gone off script, then he is a bit of an idiot, because he's most likely, like Scott you just said, he's most likely they're not going to get your contract renewed. And the old way really was the whole, like, you take them off TV straight away, so they don't get any more exposure. And then he'll do a typical, you know, off camera kind of just keeps kind of tweeting and talking about things. But then it's like he was kind of proven when he left the company last time that there wasn't really interest from AEW. Like, he didn't do anything outside of the company. They brought him back and then decided not to do anything with him again. It's so weird, isn't it? It's such a weird kind of thing to do. But yeah, my thoughts on it are that Cody's not fired already. It must be a work in this storyline.
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, as Andy said, he referred to AJ as Alan. So it was. And
I'm a fan of that personally.
It was the kind of this is Phil Brooks talking to Paul Levesque, I guess, is kind of similar in that sense. But look, it was a great promo. I do think it's a work. I hope it's a work, because I want things to work out for him and Scott.
It wasn't live, was it? Like, that whole thing wasn't live. It was edited and put out later. So
was it though? Is it not on the WrestleMania recap podcast they were doing?
No, because they were doing it, like, they were having the guests on after the matches. So it wasn't live the entire time. So to me, even that suggests that...
So it's polished. It's polished.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, why would WWE release it? Because if he said stuff that they didn't want him to say, it wouldn't have ever seen the light of day, and they would have just gone, oh, well. So that someone's either leaked it out, or WWE's just gone, this is fantastic because it's going to make people talk about it.
So the version I saw came from like a fan account. Even the video itself was uploaded like that. So I thought it was just part of like a bigger stream that they cut that section out of it. But if it's the way you say, then yeah, maybe not. But
well, unless they had Sam Roberts sat in a dark room for the entirety of WrestleMania. Like,
well, they do a podcast. They did it the night before. They did it for Raw, and then they did it for WrestleMania as well. That's what I thought it was. I thought
for the Raw one, right? They watch it and then it's like a recap. Whereas this, the way they were filming it, I'm sure even Sam Roberts was saying they were like in a room ready to interview someone after a match, but he came in instead.
Gotcha,
so like,
gotcha.
Unless they were literally watching the entirety of WrestleMania in that room, I don't understand how it would have got out unless WWE wanted it to be out, which would then suggest it is just a work.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned as well Scarlett kind of giving him that, or getting that look from him essentially, and then stepping back. I think she's been a great kind of companion to him throughout his WWE career. And I do think this, you know, her playing up to it seems, on social media is a good way to kind of add fuel to the fire, essentially. Ultimately, again, I think it's fantastic. I don't buy it, because I do think they've done well to kind of slot him into the background of a lot of things lately. And I mean, realistically, they put him on at WrestleMania. Like they gave him a spot at WrestleMania. So I just think that's what they're doing here. But yeah, really, really pleased to see it. If it's legit, hey, it's exciting. It's giving us something to talk about. If it's not legit, then even better for me, because he's used real life frustration in a great way, I find. And yeah, I think he's an incredible talent. I think he's so good creatively. And again, as Andy mentioned, some of his social media stuff over the past few months, I keep going back to it, but when he was impersonating Sami Zayn, for some reason, just sticks in my head. It was really funny and really enjoyable. Let's get to some more of these comments here as well. Again, we're live on both versions of this stream now, by the way. We're on the build-up show and the watch-along. So get your comments in, and we'll cycle through these, and we're going to take you all the way up to the show here on the build-up, and then we're going to have a watch-along experience together, and then an instant reaction review. My goodness, what have I put myself in for after such a long tiring weekend? But hey, let's do it. Let's talk wrestling, because that's what we're here 4. Let's see. Casper says, Lucas is right to get Penta stuff. You don't want Penta getting booed. Yogesh says, what about John Cena versus a Cody Rhodes rematch tonight? I don't see it happening tonight, but as I say, stranger things have happened. Rematch at next PLE, says John. I think that is more likely. We were talking earlier on, though, that maybe John Cena is actually going to face none other than Randall Keith Orton at Backlash, seeing as it is in St. Louis, and that's an easy bait-in feud to have to go nice into very quickly because it's not very far away. It's on May the 10th, so it'd be a nice feud to pick up and a nice little nostalgia one as well, and of course links in with Cody Rhodes. JVDB, talking about the Karrion Kross situation, says, Kross for world champ. I've said it for years. He is a megastar waiting to be unleashed. It's incredible. It feels like he's been on a leash for a long old time. Oh, Grande Brittano is in the house. Says, gracias as well. Good to see you, buddy. Let's see what you got to say about the shows themselves. So John Cena said he would destroy wrestling last night. He did that. He thought the worst thing to do was fans was get talking. Travis Scott, my goodness, yeah, we had a lot to say about Travis Scott in last night's instant reaction review. We did a replay of it on this stream earlier on, but if you did miss that, you can find it, of course, on demand on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. Yeah, we weren't fans. Aiden said, John Cena said this will be the last undisputed champion. So does this mean we're going to get back to belts not being unified anymore? I don't think that. I did wonder that when he mentioned it on Pat McAfee. There we go. And Aiden, I did see the message you sent to us at RN Pro Wrestling on Twitter, of course, where you said earlier on that Cody Rhodes is still listed as Universal Champion, while John Cena is listed as WWE Champion, Undisputed Champion as well. So I think that's just a mistake. But yeah, thanks for sending that through, by the way, buddy. Let's get to Drew. Maybe it's Drew McIntyre. It feels the kind of trolling he'd do. He says, Kross is getting released. I hope that's not the case, man. I really hope it's not the case. And Casper says CM Punk is going to be at Paul Heyman tonight. I don't know if we're going to get much storyline progression with those guys. I'm not sure if it's going to fly over to SmackDown. But look, we're going to break down some of the last-minute rumors flying around Raw, of course, very soon. But that's what we love about these build-up shows. We usually do it from PLEs, but we feel like Raw after Mania is kind of like a PLE in its own right. So, you know, these conversations do go all over the place, but that's what we love it. We especially love it when your comments kind of dictate that. Speaking of which, again, we've got two versions of the stream running at the moment. We're on the build-up show, but also on the watch-along, which is started but not started, if that makes sense, because the show itself, Monday Night Raw, starts in an hour and 11 minutes. So if you're watching on demand and you're on the watch along stream, you know how to line it up. But I've got some comments over there I'm going to stick on that screen also from Aiden. Aiden, I'm loving it. You're hopping in and out on both sides here as well. So you'll see it on the watch along, but it's not going to come up on screen if you're tuned into the build-up show. But I'll read it. It says, Michael Cole said on the Pat McAfee show that there's a ton of surprises planned. And when he was asked why people should watch, when he was asked to watch Monday Night Raw tonight, John Cena said to Pat McAfee, I will be the last undisputed champion, period. Does this add to what I mentioned earlier? Now, I think we talked a little bit about this earlier on, that John Cena could potentially become this heel champion where they want to desperately get it off him. And he had a great point earlier on, but last night as well, that it could be CM Punk that attempts to get off of him in a mirror image of what happened at Money in the Bank 2011. And, you know, we even talked about the possibility that it could be at Money in the Bank, you know, so that would be quite interesting as well. Let's bring it back to Monday Night Raw for now, though. Let's talk about some of these rumors flying around. Is it going to be a Rusev day? You could argue that every day is a Rusev day. I noticed earlier on, Andy said a few times, and he said it a few times on there before, he's not the biggest fan of Rusev. I do like Rusev, but I am understanding that when you look at his AEW run and you look at how WWE used him in the end, there's not much excitement for him. But when you go back to, in my opinion, his glory days, not just the Rusev Day stuff, but the early stuff with John Cena as well. When I think about that Rusev, I'm excited to see him back. So first of all, let's say percentage-wise, how much do we think it is likely that Rusev is going to come back tonight, and in what capacity? I'm going to throw it over to Andy first, because again, it seems like he's not a fan of the man anyway.
I'm sure he's a lovely guy, but in terms of Rusev as a performer, it's just not my bag. I don't know why. It's just something. Sometimes you have a wrestler that just doesn't resonate with you, and he's just one of those. There is a way, though, I think it would be good to use him, but I would say in terms of percentage of seeing him back tonight, maybe 50-50. I personally think the right thing to do is get him on NXT in the main event, slot of NXT because they're missing a new kind of person that's established, and like this is the easiest way to put someone into that. And I think having him up against I've forgotten his name.
Obafemi.
Obafemi. Obafemi
Wow.
versus Rusev would be a great match.
That's a good point.
Because you can't keep putting Trick Williams there. I thought Javon Evans had a great match, and I think Javon Evans has bulked up massively. Like he was like very diminutive, but now he looks great, and looks like he belongs in that main event. But I just think you need another face that people could believe could take the belt off of Obafemi, and there's no one outside those three. You can't keep doing the same thing. So to me, Rusev he's got that history in NXT as well, right? When he used to be Alexander Rusev rather than just Rusev, and he used to be allowed two names, then like it wouldn't be the worst shout, and people could build him back up down on NXT because they're doing some great stuff. I think Shawn Michaels could use him and use him very well. So I would prefer to see him tomorrow night. I would say it's 50-50 tonight, because where does he go? Like, who does he come in against? Like, at what point?
Yeah.
So
I think that's a great call, actually. I didn't really think about him going to NXT. I think that is actually a really, really good idea. Two of the good ideas. I'm seeing some great comments, which we're going to get to in a moment. But I'm going to throw it over to Lucas's thoughts on the Rusev rumors first of all. But again, keep your comments coming in, guys. We're going to get to those very, very soon. But Lucas, thoughts on Rusev?
Yeah, I don't think we're getting him tonight. I think that we're going to get him maybe down the line a little bit. Something I'm thinking will happen is that they're going to announce when the draft is. I think it's going to be soon. And I think we might get Rusev as part of the draft, like announced as part of the draft, and then he debuts.
Yeah.
I think what people need to remember with Raw to Mania and just this weekend in general is they got to save some stuff for the other shows. And so I think we will see some other stuff happen tonight, but I don't see why we need to rush to Rusev, particularly because, yes, I don't think on the main roster there's anything really set in stone like that he needs to go into. Yeah. And they've already got the rumoured / definitely confirmed Aleister Black on Friday. And that's what's been announced for a few weeks now. So I think we don't necessarily need Rusev on Monday, but I would actually be up for him going to NXT or for someone else to be going to NXT. Because, there is that kind of void in the main event picture that they can't really get away with just doing another rematch, and I don't want it going down to it was a bit of a gap there to fill, even if it's just temporary. And Rusev will be good for it, but I don't think it needs to be right now anyway.
Yeah, good points. I mean, again, I've come around to the idea. I want the surprise tonight. I want the pop tonight. I want to be happy. I want it to be a Rusev day. But if Tuesday's a Rusev day, that's not a bad idea after. And I do like the idea.
You need Aiden English to do the intro as well, though.
Yeah, well, is he still with TNA? So, I mean, you could, they're all working together. So there you go. Let's get to some more of these comments here, though. We've got Drew saying that The Rock desperately needs to make an appearance because this makes 0 sense. Yeah, again, if you get time, guys, check out our review of WrestleMania Sunday. You'll know exactly how we feel about the ending to WrestleMania, but a little bit of a kind of spoiler. Yeah, not the biggest fans. What I am a fan of is what we're alluding to in this comment, though. El Grande Briticano again says Paul Heyman alliance with Seth Rollins will be a dangerous one. I like what you've done there. I predicted this months ago, but I think it's not finished yet. I think Drew McIntyre joins and Kevin Owens joins when he's back. I mean, that sounds like we're doing some fantasy booking on a WWE game, but I love it, mate. Yeah, nice one. Thanks for the comment. FN Raw Flash says, I feel like we'll see a Rollins versus Uso program at Backlash. That's something I can actually sink my teeth into because, of course, Rollins is related to the storyline with Roman at the moment. If they're not going to go straight into that, then a nice little kind of background storyline to do at Backlash, I think would be Jey Uso. Jey Uso is going to need an opponent, so that kind of works for me. What else do we have here as well? Grande Briticano says Heyman said on Pat McAfee show that they're going to give us answers tonight. Okay, very interesting. So hopefully we will see Paul Heyman on the show tonight as well. Drew said that poor WrestleMania finish might take away from his re-debut, and Aiden reckons a 25% chance of, I think that's of Rusev coming back as well. Casper doesn't think he's going to make it for Monday Night Raw, but does hope it's going to be a Rusev day. Zachary Baker says, I don't think WWE needs Rusev. And Alistair Black, of course, looks like he's going to be showing up on Friday, says El Grande. Aiden says he doesn't deserve to be in the main event slot of NXT straight away. I think he's put the work in, and I think it'd be good for Obafemi if he was. But I guess you could argue that this time round he'd need to maybe work his way back up. But then going down to NXT is kind of somewhat of a demotion anyway. So being the main event isn't far-fetched.
Ethan Page straight into that level, straight into that feud. Everything went fine. They brought in Sean Spears into North America straight away. I think NXT is a place where you can do that. And I think they haven't got a history of doing it too much. But I think also they've already given the opportunity to the guys who they felt were ready. So it's not like they're sitting on like a Trick versus Over match. We've had loads of those, and we've had Javon Evans, like we mentioned a second ago. So it's not like they all that stuff they could do, they're not doing. They've already done it, but now it's a case of, could even they had a little diversion via Moose, didn't they? The Moose had the match against.
True.
So it's a case of they've already done from TNA. They've already done. So I think it's with a champion like Obafemi, it's just a case of you need to keep giving him like better opponents. Is the only way he's going to get better is by doing that. But even they had Grayson Waller and Austin Theory go down as well, didn't they?
Yeah.
Which again, all linked to the fact that they are acknowledging that there is a gap there, because why would you bring in two talents on the main roster and talent from TNA wrestling, if there was already those people that were built up? So Rusev would be a good choice to go there, and definitely I'd say he's done enough both in the company and in wrestling in general to dictate that he can do that. And yes, demotion, although you see it, but it's like a case of sitting in catering after having a debut on like tonight for like 6 months, or actually getting on a program that will be ready to go for you.
Sometimes the Backlash feuds are a little out there, and I think there's a slight chance he could come back and do something big against like Jey Uso or something like that. So anyway, we'll get to some more kind of theories like that, and again more rumors around returns and debuts on Monday Night Raw tonight in a moment. But I'm now going to say thank you very much to Andy for joining us. I know he's going to hop out now, but Andy, before you get out of here, mate, once again appreciate you coming on. Please let the fine people know where they can find more of your content, because again it's always great to get your views on Pro Wrestling Matters.
Yeah, I'm being a Roman Reigns and just part-time in it tonight. So I'll leave it to the full-time professional Seth Rollins workhorse style people. And it's midnight, and I'll turn into a pumpkin as well.
Of course, better be quick, mate.
I know, right? But no, it's been a blast having being on. So thank you very much for having me. Lovely comment section, by the way, tonight. I love that people are getting involved, and it's always great to hear different people's opinions. So if you want to keep up to date with where I am, tune into Wrestling Royalty or give me a holler on a Friday, generally around sort of 8 o'clock time. We do what's called a Friday night feature where we like to talk about the biggest talking points in the industry. Generally, let's face it, WWE are the ones who kind of put a lot of stuff out there, so it'll be very WWE centric. But we often talk about TNA and British independent stuff as well. So especially with Joe Hendry going gangbusters at the moment, it's great to see that. So join us over on Gimme Ho Yeah and Wrestling Royalty every Friday. They do watch alongs for Raw. Obviously this week, stay tuned. There's a big watch along here. These guys have been working very hard this weekend, so show them some love. Keep them awake through till whatever time Raw finishes. Yeah. Is Raw 2 hours or 3 hours these days?
It's 3 hours again.
Yeah. 3.
But I mean, on Netflix they've tended to not go the full 3. Yeah, they've not done the full 3, so I'm hoping that's the case tonight. But we'll see.
All right. So you might be going to bed just as the birds start singing.
Just about, yeah. They might even be singing Seth Rollins' theme song for all we know. That will keep me up for a bit longer.
Well, I'm not against that, but hopefully you guys have a good Raw. I want to wake up in the morning to find out it's been amazing. Not like that time when I spoke to you at the airport and it was one of the worst Raws after WrestleMania ever. I like Joe Hendry. I believe you guys are going to get a good one.
Thanks, man. Great to see you once again. And yeah, hopefully have you back on the channel. Go check them out this Friday because I'm sure there are plenty of interesting topics for them to choose from. But yeah, Andy, see you later, mate.
See you
All
guys.
right. So let's get to some more of these comments here as well. We've got, I know you're going to love this one, mate. We'll fire through them, but I know you're going to love this. Obafemi versus Omos. We've got a big Homo sapien in the house here with Lucas, by the way. So if you didn't know that already, yeah, keep the Omos comments covered. He loves him. What else do we have? Aiden says there are better talents than him, referring to, was that about Rusev again? El Grande says, though, Rusev versus Gunther is money. I can kind of see that. That'd be quite a hard-hitting match. Casper says, where's Omos on NXT 2020, 2K25? I'm in NXT. I'd like to. I don't play the games much anymore, but someone like Omos would be fun to throw people around, wouldn't it? Drew says Rusev needs Lana or the League of Nations. Do you remember that? League of Nations. Casper says looking forward to seeing Rey Fenix again on Friday Night SmackDown. Of course, had a big moment at WrestleMania against El Grande Americano. I'm guessing El Grande Briticano's cousin. Aiden says if he returns tonight, I might boycott WWE. That's a big claim, Aiden.
Come to you, Aiden.
Oh no, come on. El Grande says my brother from another mother. Oh, see, I just speculated, were they cousins? El Grande Americano versus Rey Mysterio versus Mask at the Worlds Collide event. WWE, AEW, AAA, I should say, of course, just acquired that Mexican promotion.
Yeah,
just see what they do there.
Yeah, when Americano won, and I was hoping he'd win anyway, I thought that, yeah, they're going to continue this. And it seems now they maybe have put the kind of full stop when it will end.
Yeah.
That will be that Worlds Collide event, which is an interesting one. I don't know if you saw. It's kind of got, again, this news about the AAA acquisition and everything about it kind of got all this. This is what happens with WrestleMania weekend, I guess. It got swirled into that, vacuum of everything else. But
yeah, they
did confirm that Worlds Collide will be on the same day as Money in the Bank.
Yeah, crazy. It's going to be like WrestleMania.
Yeah, which is an interesting thing.
I'm not a fan.
I just, it's an interesting thing because I still think that I want to see if it opens up them doing that like more often.
Yeah.
And if they then even extend it to international.
Well, I guess the thing is, before they used to do NXT takeovers the night before PLEs anyway, but now that the PLEs are on Saturdays and SmackDown's on Fridays, they can't do that. So maybe they are going back to that format, but doing it in the same day.
Last year they did NXT twice on Sundays after Saturday.
Yeah, you could do that again. Yeah.
But yeah, it just begs the question though, like, are they just doing it because it's convenient for them? Or is this a new kind of thing we're going to start seeing? That's always a case to WWE, isn't it? Like it's a case of like I'm trying to think of other things that they've done. It's like when they first started doing the split brand pay-per-views at the start of the brand split. It's like, okay, well, they did like one, and it's like, okay, now we're in loads. Stop doing it. Or when they stopped the original, even kind of keeping the brand split thing, when they stopped the original brand split, they started with, Raw's a super show, and it's going to have like...
Yeah.
SmackDown is too, and now the brand split over.
Yeah, I don't like
so it's a case of, is this just a thing that is convenient, they want the date, they want whatever it was, or is that going to be the new norm? NXT will just go on the same day as a WWE PLE, just earlier in the, I guess, afternoon for America.
Yeah. I mean, like WrestleMania, it gave us extra content to cover, which is good for us, but it is kind of difficult to keep up sometimes. So especially on a week like WrestleMania, but we've spoke about that so many times already. But let's get to some more of these comments here as well. Zachary Baker says it sounds like everyone is asking for Ryback.
Nobody is asking for
I am. I like Ryback. It keeps coming up on this channel lately for some strange reason, but I like Ryback. I think he's
we've got Ryback himself in the comments.
Zachary Baker, aka Ryan. That's his real name, isn't it? WWE fans are changing.
You can anagram him, can't you? You can get Ryback out of
You can do. Yeah, Ryback's in there somewhere. Look at that. You don't think we've caught you out, Ryback? We know what you're doing. AKA Zachary says the fans are changing, but WWE is changing now to long form. We've got They've fixed the website now, says Aiden. Okay, yeah, that issue we saw earlier where Cody was still listed as Universal Champion. TNA's been involved now because Vince is part of it. I don't think that at all. I don't think that. Good evening to Andy, says Casper. Nice everybody being friendly to each other in the chat. That's all we like to see. El Grande Briticano says Oba will be like the Asuka of NXT. He ain't losing that title. I think he gets called up and will have to relinquish. Interesting. That's an interesting note. Ada says, we believe, of course, in Joe Hendry after a great debut. I say debut. He's been around a few times now, but a WrestleMania debut at least. Just wonder what Paul Heyman calls Seth's nickname. He can't call him a tribal chief. Yeah, I wonder if they'll come up with a new little tag for Seth. He's had a few nicknames in the past anyway, but it'd be interesting. My Messiah could be the term, says El Grande. Casper enjoyed Stand and Deliver being on the same day as WrestleMania. Fair enough, fair enough. Massive NXT fan, says Aiden. And El Grande says, Sol Ruka myself. So I'm a Sol Ruka fan myself, so I'm proud of her win. Double champion too. Yeah, really, really good win from So let's get over to, again, because we're on two streams at the moment. We're on the build-up show, which is also being played on the watch-along, because the watch-along itself is going to start in under an hour. Raw starts in under an hour, guys. So get your comments in. Let us know what you think is going to happen tonight, what you're most excited to see. And we want to hear rumors as well. We want to talk about debuts, NXT call-ups, and returns as well. Now, I'm not going to be able to bring it up in the stream for the build-up viewers, but those on the watch along, we'll see what I'm talking about. We got Daniel Wiley in the house. Always good to have you, Daniel. Thanks for joining us, buddy. And then Johnny Black in the comments as well. Says Rollins will finally have get to the top, and he deserves that. First, he just pinned Roman. Second, Heyman is always with the next top guy. And third reason is that Rollins is just a top wrestler and a top performer right now. I agree, mate. I think he's fantastic. And quite often he's kind of in the background, you know, and I think this pushes him to the forefront in a great way. He needed a little bit of a reinvention, in my opinion, and I think Heyman needed it too, and this is the shot in the arm that we need as well. Daniel Wiley is asking, is Raw starting at 1 a.m., excuse me, I wish it was 1 p.m. here in the UK. Yes, it is 1 a.m. in the UK, so we are 52 minutes away from Monday Night Raw starting on Netflix. And again, we'll keep you up to date with everything going on as we get right towards the show here in the build-up, but also on the watch-along, we're going to let you know what's going on throughout the show. You're going to have play-by-play analysis from me, essentially, and later on, I'm going to hit you with an instant reaction review. So we've got a lot of content coming up tonight with regards to Monday Night Raw. You're now watching the build-up show, and it's all about getting yourself and ourselves hyped up for what is usually a PLE, but tonight feels like a PLE, at least in a sense of Raw after WrestleMania. It's always a special one, guys. Hasn't always delivered in recent years, but we're hoping tonight's going to be different. And as I say, the watch-along is where you'll see me reacting to it as it happens, and then the instant reaction review is where I'll give my thoughts. Speaking of which, myself and Lucas were knackered last night. We came on air a little bit dejected, didn't we, talking about what happened in the main event. So let's bring it back round to John Cena conversation, Lucas. Before we do that, I'm going to run into some more of these comments here as well. Aiden says, still thinks the Joe Hendry match could have been longer. I like the length. I think it actually works out well. Temple Play says, rumors, WWE buys up AAA, but there are rumors WWE buying the rights to the Temple as the arena will be the location of Lucha Underground. I'd love to have that made a little comeback.
I do think, well. I do remember at the time, though, that there was a lot of kind of respect shown from the locker room in WWE towards Lucha Underground. And it seems to be something that has been brought up quite a few times.
Yeah, on commentary a few times.
Yeah, so I think there is definitely some respect. And this was, I think, some part of the problem that they've had previously. We're trying to get, there's two major territories where WWE are not the number one. And it's by far, and they can dress it up however they want over the years, and they can say that they've done tours and this, that, and the other. But the two areas where they've not been able to be number one are Japan and Mexico.
Yeah.
And we're not even talking distant number two in some of these cases. We're talking that they are barely registering on the radar, kind of over there, and they've had to over the years go do some very shady tactics to get hold of talent from those areas. Vince tried to drive a lot of people out of Mexico, and obviously took a lot of the rosters and stuff. But there was a massive kind of respect shown by WWE towards definitely AAA and CMLL, and to obviously they've done stuff over the years, like when they've had they brought in Mystico, and they did that respect, well, at first at least respectfully. So there's been some real kind of outreach to it. So yeah, if there is something to that, that is only a good thing.
Yeah.
And it does very much feel that potentially this could lead into an NXT Mexico kind of thing, is what I'm getting from it. But I think they're afraid to kind of say it.
Yeah.
They had teased, obviously, doing NXT Japan previously that Kairi Sane was linked to, and some other wrestlers were linked to, and it didn't, again, for the reasons that Japan's always struggled with, getting with WWE being a force over there. It's always the same kind of boundary that they face.
Yeah.
Because there's obviously New Japan, who are such a big force there, and I don't think WWE like the idea of going in with not being like on top. And similar with like NXT Europe. Well, NXT Europe has got its own different logistics, actually, to be fair. But NXT Europe hasn't taken off. They announced that being meant to be 2023, and they'll never forget certain things like that. In 2023, we're now firmly deep in 2025, and there's no sign of NXT Europe, kind of happening. So I think maybe they're going to just test the waters with this kind of Welsh Live show, and then see how maybe another super show goes, and then potentially go, okay, we're now going to start developing and training talent down there. And they've got people already within the system that could kind of help that. And I think what they've got to do, because obviously with the Japanese in particular, they spent decades really taking the piss out of them, taking the bleep out of them. And showing that, well, if you come here, we're pretty much not going to use you. We're going to be like an idiot, and we're going to use some very, dated and stereotypes.
Yeah,
that we don't really care about you. Whereas now with Mexico or South America in general, they are showing, look, we've got Stephanie Vicaire, who has really come in and been like I said the other day, she is the most over woman on NXT.
For sure.
By far. She is. And I think that's a good example where they can show, look, if you come here, we're going to respect you, we're going to give you the treatment you deserve, and you can come here and be a champion here. And then obviously, like on the main roster, like that shot again could have got swallowed into the. They got so much content over WrestleMania weekend, of course, but the shot when obviously they had all the current kind of Mexican superstars, on the stage, and then did the announcement. It makes you realize, actually, there's, you can be treated good here. Yes, there's some things that we can agree, okay, it's not working out, blah blah. Like I think Andrade still struggling a little bit, but you've definitely got more good than bad, nowadays,
especially at the moment. Especially at the moment when you're bringing in Penta and Ray Phoenix and you're treating them in the way you treat them, I think it's good. And we mentioned Penta. They did mention on commentary again his kind of links to Lucha Underground. Great comment here from Temple Plays again. It says the location of Worlds Collide is actually where they aired Lucha Underground from. So again, there's a lot of that kind of link towards Lucha Underground. You never know, they might kind of have a combination here where they kind of bring that back in itself. It'd be interesting to see there. Casper says, it's still o'clock again tonight for Monday Night Raw, but stick with us. We're keeping that energy up, guys. Aiden says, could Sammy return and turn on Jey Uso? I think that's a possibility. I do think he's probably due a heel turn, and maybe would have happened linked to the Kevin Owens situation. So, of course, he was off WrestleMania last night, which was a real shame. He put out a tweet showing pictures of him in the last 3 years and then him watching from the sidelines, which was, quite sad because Sammy's had an incredible few years. So, probably deserves to be on a card, but hey, a lot of people deserve to be on it as well. And it's about where it makes sense, and maybe something else is making sense as far as a new story for him coming up soon. Aiden also says The Rock may return and form a new corporate faction after WrestleMania.
I'll never hear that man's name again.
But
I just think, come on. He wouldn't even appear in WrestleMania.
No, I honestly think, Lucas, I started the show by saying I think he might be, because they were even selling Finally the Rock has come back to Las Vegas shirts, and I think they might be thinking, let's hold off on WrestleMania to give him something for Raw, and just not realize how bad that would mean WrestleMania was left in the lurch. But look, let's continue with some of these comments as well. Ada says, I miss NXT UK. Yeah, a lot of us do, mate. It's a shame the way it went down. Temple Plays says WWE and NXT have a partnership with Japanese promotion in Noah, and they have used NXT guys like Josh Briggs in their M1 Climax, similar to the G1 Climax as well.
I think with this, I think the problem is with that is that it is still, they haven't got the full kind of control. They made reach out to a number of talent last year and were kind of told, well, no, you can get who's the guy team with Josh Briggs at the moment? Inamaru?
Oh,
yeah. Sorry. Yeah, me and Japanese names don't. The names just don't go in there for some reason. But anyway, yeah, they were kind of told no, and so I think there's always that thing with WWE. They need to be. The problem is they need to be in control and on top. And in Japan, they just can't get either option. So it's a case of it's very much like what do you call it? It's very much like they need it's not a two-way street with WWE. It needs to be a one-way street for them. And Japan have made it very clear that it's very much they will dictate what will happen, right? Not the other way around.
It's understandable. Like, you don't want someone coming in and rebranding AAA as NXT Mexico. I think that will go down very badly, by the way. But I'm hoping it's not what they do. I hope.
Oh no, I don't think they rebrand AAA as that. But I think it will open up the possibility for NXT Mexico.
Yeah, like they'll do an NXT Mexico underneath AAA. I think that's the best case scenario, something like that, and maybe do the same thing again if they kind of work with, like we say, Noah or something like that as well.
And also, Casper put a comment there, sorry, about it being back City o'clock again. You know how they call, like the come down after like Christmas, after you have like,
that week in between New Year's, yeah.
Well, no, in general, I think they called it, is it seasonal? Is it sad, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think there needs to be like a new term for wrestling after we've had an international tour where we realise it's back to 1 a.m. again. Like, because it really was lovely, wasn't it?
We were spoiled, mate. We did so much more content around Raw and SmackDown as well. Look, we'll be doing the same when they come back for the Clash in Paris tour. So, it'd be good. I mean, if you haven't noticed already, we are from England and therefore watch at ridiculous times in the morning. It is currently nearly 20 past midnight. And the show starts at 1 a.m. and it's probably going to end. I see Daniel Wiley asking in the comments as well, does it end around 3 o'clock? We don't know. Between 3 and 4 for us here in the UK at the moment because they're not that tight with it on Netflix. Yeah, because of it being the show day it is, I think they might go a little bit longer as well. A few more comments here as well. Temple Play says tag team partner Briggs also comes from Noah as well. That's what you were referring to earlier on. Aiden says I'm accepting the fact that he will come back tonight. Casper says can't believe. I think The Rock. I can't believe that we have to wait to get Jordan Grace and Penta out in May for the roster release on. I don't keep up with this stuff, Casper. You'll keep me up to date with all the 2K news. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to be this guy, but back in my day,
you bought the game and I know the wrestlers you had.
Look, I get their model, but it is a bit bad when I think when people who are, particularly people who are active wrestlers in the company, after the release date, before the release date, don't get added, and they hold people back. Like they have the whole when they held like the Wyatt Six back. They're actively in the company. Yeah. Like you're purposely
they're a bit naughty with it.
You're going out your way to kind of not include them, then charge people for them. But as we know, gaming just went down that road about a decade.
Yeah, it did indeed.
Sorry.
No worries. Temple Play says The Rock was too busy playing with that Rubik's Cube to even show up to WrestleMania 41. He's still trying to crack it, it would seem. And also says, yes, you're right. Inamura is the tag team partner of Briggs as well. Edit says it's crazy. It misses 7 p.m. starts and the 8 p.m. starts here in the UK as well. Kobe's in the house. We're doing good. Hope you're doing well. And again, because we are streaming on both versions here, we're on the build up. You might be watching there, or you might be watching on the watch along. So I'm going to look at the comments just over on the watch along as well. Daniel Wiley says, I can't believe what happened with Paul Heyman, what he did to CM Punk. I was speechless. And also, let me see. I'm trying to get this one out. It's not working properly, but he's also got another comment here. Coming up. It says, where's the other guy that wears a mask? I can't remember his name. Well, his name is Rob. And he's our resident luchador. And mate, I don't know where he is. He's gone off the face of the earth. He's a mystical and mythical creature. So
maybe he's going to be on Raw tonight.
Maybe he makes his debut. We're going to get into some more surprises.
The NXT and Worlds Collide thing. Maybe he's getting ready for that.
True. Yeah, maybe he's a new signing, new lucha.
Maybe he's a side with a Grande Americano.
He could do. And El Grande Briticano here as well. There we go. That's not the lucha we're talking about, but we appreciate having you as well, man. Right. Oh, is that no, that's not Rob, is it? Is that what you're saying? Right. Aiden, imagine we are seeing live at 8 p.m. That would be awesome. Yeah, I'd be in bed.
Thing is though, Aiden, on that, we need to remember when we do get that tour in the summer, it is the summer. And so I think it would actually be really lovely, as I think there'd be people, annoyingly, Netflix don't allow streaming and pubs and stuff, which maybe they might change for this period. Even if they did like a little change for that, just that tour, because how lovely would it be? I don't even drink, but I love a pub garden in the summer. I love it.
Yeah.
How lovely would it be, literally, being able to watch like Raw or SmackDown or whatever in like a busy pub garden or something? Do you know what I mean? Just like sitting outside, put the screen. Because obviously, in the UK, we need to dispel this myth of any Americans watching. It doesn't rain here all the time, believe it or not. It just rains most days. Any day ending in Y, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it didn't rain all the time. We do get that lovely period, don't we? Actually, towards the pretty much starting from about now or so, where it doesn't get dark till about 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
It can be. I think it'd be quite a nice vibe. Do you know what I mean? Just like being able to watch Raw in a pub garden or something. Or I might actually challenge myself actually, but if I'm not going to go for Dublin show, I might challenge myself to see if I can watch it on the beach or something. I don't know. I might do something crazy.
Yeah, I remember I joined the build-up show from a beach. I've joined it from the Brooklyn Bridge. So if you do something like that, hey, we'll try and get some content out of it as well. Let's get some more of these comments here. Temple Place says The Rock was too busy playing at Rubik's. Oh, we saw that one, didn't we? Also says, I'm from the UK. I'm from Manchester, so please, Americans, feel our pain. I think they did during that run. Ada says, well, Tegan Knox won't be back tonight since she's live on Twitch. Okay, fair enough. No appearance on Tegan.
I love how you're giving apparently. Us news. Guys.
I'm loving it, Aiden. Yeah, keeping us up to date. It's fantastic. Casper says, yes, Aiden's definitely back here. Julie releasing the DLC. Yeah, and Casper's keeping us up to date with the DLC situation there as well. Look, it's a big story. Colby's asking, what do you think about John Cena tonight? What's he going to say? I've started to come around to this now that this might be a story where John Cena is going to be needed to be stopped. He's on this tyrant and someone needs to take the belt off him. I think that's what they're going to do with it. In which case, I think it needs to be a new talent. I think Cody makes no sense to do it with him because Cody saving the WWE just feels a bit odd to me because we've had the big story like that already. But what do you think, man? What do you think we're going with John Cena? Because we're in it now. We're in it. He's a heel. We might not like how it went down at WrestleMania at the end, but where are we going next with it? How do they salvage something out of this? Kind of both long-term and short-term as far as, we got Raw is the first step in this, but where do you think we're going with it eventually, Lucas?
So, yes, obviously last night we spoke and obviously we were very kind of a bit dejected, wasn't we, about what happened. But I'm going to throw something out which sounds a bit, well, I say a bit, it's really out there. But I believe that the match and everything in it was bad on purpose, by design. And it's still bad. It's still bad.
Yeah.
But I think it's definitely a controllable bad. I think that obviously just that line about John Cena. The thing is, even on their own, they're doing. Don't want to give them advert for this, but they are doing a stream somewhere on some social media platform, and they have kind of called it. Has John Cena ruined wrestling? So they're very aware of this as a thing. And I think John Cena, his thing was, when you think about the entrance last night, no running down thing, no talking, you see that little friendly banter with the cameraman when he comes out, just black, no video, no nothing, comes to the ring. Even when you look at the presentation in the match, how, he does his shoulder tackle spot, it was just shoulder tackle, wait, shoulder tackle, wait. There was no almost by design, he's taken out all of anything that makes him fun. Because even though you can't see me, it was very slow. It was very, and again, a lot of this is also because of his age and because whatever, and potentially we're seeing through what we're seeing. But I believe it's done on purpose. It's still awful though. If this is what they were going for, but you basically made your main event rubbish for when you didn't need to. But tonight, I think we're going to see the direction of essentially he basically wants to take. He said he said before he wanted to take the championship away from the fans. So I think we're going to see a thing where he's basically going to try and say, "Well, bye." Like,
so he kind of elaborated on this actually on the Pat McAfee show. I didn't get to see all of it, and I actually am not 100% a fan of what it was because I feel like they don't really know what they want to do with Cena, and they're letting him answer questions, but not at the same time. It was a kind of a messy situation, but. And it's what I really didn't like about, by the way, I got to say, is that Pat and the rest of the panel, Michael Cole, were like sucking up to him, saying, "You're amazing, but yeah, are you gonna kill wrestling? Are you? But you're amazing." It just made no sense to me. Even Michael Cole last night being like, "Oh, I know I've been biased, but like he is the GOAT. This is why you shouldn't have given him the separate title as a heel." But anyway, that's another conversation for another day. It's been plenty of days and conversations these days. But he did kind of say, look, he said, look. I ain't silly. When I go, like WrestleMania is going to be here next year. I just won't be around. The next year, then the next year, like I'll be gone. But what I want to do as far as kill wrestling is I'm taking this piece with me. It's the undisputed title, and you're going to have to make a new title. And this guy can win it. This guy can win it. Whoever wins it, whatever. But I'm taking the real title home with me. The one that was held by this guy. Named a few people, legends essentially. I kind of like that a little bit more. It's not what I would have booked. It's still not the way I want to see things go. So I think they're going to say that on Monday Night Raw, essentially. I think
the problem I think with it, though, is, yes, I understand I fully understand them doing it at WrestleMania. It's a big moment, blah, blah. But this would have more gravity if Cena's retirement, his final thing, was very soon. Because this does feel like if they're going to go down that route,
it's a long way, yeah.
Sit there for 8 months. Like, we've got to sit there for 8 months with this.
Yeah.
There's already been, obviously, that it's bonkers to think, really, that when The Rock won the WWE Championship back in 2013 or CM Punk, he set in stone the motions for what would become pretty much the next decade or so of WWE, where they would almost exclusively have part-time champions for the best part of the decade.
For a lot of it, yeah.
And they had to create a secondary belt at one point because of the fact that there was a part-time champion who had both the belts. They decided to merge together, and then went, I'm part-time now, so I'm it twice a year. So we've seen this happen previously, and you kind of got the feeling that when obviously then again, actually, because I'm actually now going to get to. We had a comment very late on last night's stream, didn't we, about how do we feel about Cody Rhodes' title reign?
Cody's reign,
and so I'm now going to get into this actually because it's going to go into this point anyway. So if you're just fuming for a little bit, so yeah, Cody Rhodes' reign. Oh, that's very hard to say at this time. In my opinion, it's a tale of two halves because I think at first it was booked how I thought they were going to book it, but then they kind of did a detour through the Bloodline story and setting up War Games, and then they decided to do the detour via Netflix and decided Netflix and Raw was more important. And we got to the point where, before WrestleMania, the last men's world title match was 2 months prior. Both world titles were not defended for a period of just over 2 months.
Yeah,
it's pathetic. Because the whole point and the whole reason I thought, and the thing that channeled Cody into Mania last year and finishing his story was that he was the guy to bring the belt back to us as fans.
Yeah,
and he didn't do that.
He was there with the belt. He just didn't defend it. Yeah.
And look, by the way, I'm talking about televised matches. Yes, I'm aware that you go to obviously the TV. You usually event, and yes, Cody Rhodes has been in that spot. And he has been showing up in that, but it hasn't been, in my opinion. Obviously, we only really most people, obviously most fans, literally green shirt guy, only obviously attend. One event a year, let's say, live in person, especially with the prices that they want to charge nowadays. Most fans only attend one event. Maybe we might see fans only be able to afford an event every 2 years, 3 years now.
Yeah.
So I would say, in a weird way, that Cody Rhodes' reign has actually been, and I say this as a Cody fan, and it's not because of his own doing. There has been some really good moments in there. Has been somewhat disappointing. Particularly that back end where, like you say, he only defended. The title was last defended, obviously at the Rumble against Kevin Owens. That was the last men's world title defense And even Gunther. The thing is, they put the stats on screen. You know, Gunther has 6 title defenses in these 8 months. Cody had 8 in a year.
Yeah, it's both
like,
not good enough.
It's not good enough, you know, and they just kept sidetracking around other bits and pieces. And so now, to link into John Cena, it's a case of what level are we now going to see? Because we now know the model of what they want to do. So based off Cody, it was 8 in a year, and based off like Roman, we're talking like 4 or 5 a year. Are we going to go back to 4 or 5 a year?
I mean, under Cena, it's going to be nowhere near that, is it? Like, surely. I mean, then again, this is last year, so maybe not.
Well, and we've got so much left of the story to tell, and the fact that, you know, you have to imagine that they want him to retire as a babyface.
Yeah, I think so. And again, I'm surprised he didn't win it as a babyface. I mean, maybe he goes out with 18. I don't know, but I don't know. Maybe someone does beat him as a heel, and they save the day, and he sees the error of his ways, and that's how we kind of get back to babyface.
We've got a long time to tell that story.
We do, yeah. It's a long way to go.
But also, this is where I do feel sometimes that other media kind of helps ruin some of the story here. Where I think, I saw some clips from the Pat McAfee show, and I think that it's one of those things, again, going back to the previous era, that wouldn't have happened. Yeah,
it's too much. It's prioritizing the wrong things, in my opinion.
Pat McAfee needs to decide what side of the fence he's on. Like, you know, I just find it a bit, I find it takes you out of the immersion, like, quite a lot. You know, and I think sadly, this actually goes into a bigger point. I think that they are doing this like more and more now, like taking you out of the fact that you're watching like a serious wrestling match. You know, like obviously WrestleMania was with the ads and the distractions and everything else. You know, you can't even look at the canvas without seeing an advert. You know, and then after every match having an advert, it takes you out of, okay, we're watching this show that's all contained. You know, with characters we're trying to like care about, when it's just like, oh, now we're promoting this, now we're promoting that, and this. The same thing with this is like, you know, I want my narrative, you know, in my head, I want my narrative to go from John Cena winning the belt last night, you know, in the main event, which, yes, I hated, and I still hate, even if there is that explanation where it was done on purpose and that it's all part of the story and business matters, blah, blah. I still hate it. But I wanted that to be the explanation point, and then tonight on Raw to be John Cena speaks and says what he says, and that's the continuation I have. But now I've got this annoying thing in the middle where John Cena sat on someone else's podcast with comments that are most likely going to be said, or most likely going to be, might be clips of it tonight on Raw potentially.
Yeah, maybe.
Loves nothing more than the sound of his own voice. So I think, he'll definitely be mentioned at some point. And it's just something that, like, you wouldn't have had back in the day. Like, I get that, yes, you know, kayfabe is somewhat dead or whatever, or it is dead, but I'm still not a fan of like having to be so out of this, you know, having to be so out of this and be actually accepting that, now we should just talk about everything, kind of, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's that kind of like, again, what side of the fence are they on? You know, is it part of the show or is it not? Is it canon or is it not? You know, it's kind of, and they've been like that before in the past where they show things that are from real outside media on their thing just because it was such a big bit of exposure and they couldn't help themselves, and I understood that. But there's so much of it now because of this Pat McAfee link as well. So I'm going to run through some of these comments here as well. We're getting very close now, 25 minutes away from Monday Night Raw starting. So get your Netflix loaded up, everyone. We'll be your companion as well. White Six tonight, possibly. Just don't know what the heck's going on with them. They won a Slammy. That was quite nice for him. Cena could reveal a new title. I did see a comment saying it could be the spinner title, by the way, which would be quite funny. Dan is in the house and give me a whole He says, good evening, guys. What's your rate for Mania as a whole? I'm giving it 6 out of 10. We were roughly around that yesterday, weren't we? It was about, I think the first night I gave between 6.5 to 7. Second night I'd go 7.5. It's probably fair, to be honest, because the end of it kind of threw it away from me. Just quickly on your review there, mate, Lucas, before I run to the next comments.
Yeah,
you got a number in mind.
I'll probably go a little bit lower, maybe 5.5. Just like
Drew to say the WWE says Aiden, and Drew is the chosen one. Big fan, of course, of Drew McIntyre being his fellow Scott. Yeah.
Because
Long
the
time
Chosen
ago
one
now.
was literally like early during
Yeah,
like,
2009. Yeah.
like
Temple Play says.
He's Teddy. Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Vince McMahon, I think he was the last person as well to be actually publicly endorsed by Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon did the because
maybe Austin Theory.
I'm sorry,
Austin Theory.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah. But anyway. So Temple Place says Cena, Randy Orton, three partner feud. I guess Orton takes title of Cena in the retirement match. Could see something like that. Don't know about the retirement aspect to it though. There is Spinnerbelt incoming, says Temple. And a few comments in here about how people rated Mania and stuff like that as well. We'll get to those. Temple Play says Cena did use excuse me. So I guess say he would ruin wrestling. He did that last night. It was like, what kind of dumbest thing the fans were getting something about again? And I don't think it's like, haha, smart heel. No, it just weren't entertaining. It just was not entertaining. Aiden said, well, I rated night 1 7 out of 10, night 2 5 out of 10, so 12 out of 20 total overall again when that's starting.
Yeah, that's 6, isn't it?
Aiden says, I just asked Tegan if she's coming back, and someone in her chat said they need to pay her $1 million. She said, yeah, I need a pay increase. Look at Aiden getting the scoops out here for us from Tegan Knox as well. Dan from Give Me a Hole says I was pretty similar for the ratings per night, and asks people going over to their watch along tonight as well. Dan, I got to say I don't want to say competition, but we're live tonight as well, mate. But I'm not going to discourage people from making that decision if they want to go to Give Me a Hole. My friend, we always encourage people to check your streams out because we don't usually do watch alongs, but as it's a little special occasion, we are doing a watch along tonight for Monday Night Raw as well. I tell you what, the solution is, mate. Keep us as your play-by-play. Keep Raw up with Netflix and Give Me a Whole Year over there. Have all the conversation going on.
Or if you've got a phone and a tablet, you can have one.
There you go. There's ways to do it. We can all be friends here. Let's jump to some more of these comments. Loving the comments, guys. Thank you so much for getting them in. Appreciate it. If you haven't already, guys, please subscribe. This is what we do usually for PLEs, but again, it feels a little bit like a special occasion tonight, so we thought we'd do it again. The build-up shows get you guys and us guys hyped up for the show, and again, later on, we're going to have our watch-along as well. A little bit of a comment here about the next PLE. Yeah, it's going to be May the 10th. It is Backlash. Temple places we need Jamie Noble tonight. We're going to talk about returns. If it was Jamie Noble, especially with Niddy, I'd be very happy to see that. Temple doesn't like the fact that Mania is 2 nights, and don't get started on SummerSlam being 2. I've swung the other way, mate. I started off that way. Now I want all the big 4 to be 2 nights, but that's a conversation for another day. We'll definitely get into that in future on the channel. So again, if you want to hear stuff like that, subscribe. How's everyone feeling? Aiden's getting sleepy. I'm getting sleepy as well, mate, but I'm hoping Raw perks me right up. Temple says Naomi should have won last night. Make this heel run mean something, in my opinion. I think Jade had to win. I think that was the story they were telling, but Naomi, I've been very impressed with by being this new heel character. Randy Orton, St. Louis missed the PLE, Great Balls of Fire. My goodness, do you remember that? Judgment Day and Unforgiven and Armageddon. Dan says they're going live at 20 minutes cover Raw. Do you think we might be called up? We touched on it a little bit earlier on. I think the general consensus was Fraxium is who we went with. Temple Play wants a chicken tenders chant tonight. Congrats to Dom, 100%. One of my favorite things about WrestleMania was Dominic Mysterio as well. Roman versus Jay at Backlash, says Comic Book History. I think that could be somewhere they go in the future again. I don't see it happening so quickly at Backlash because, look, we got not a lot of time to tell a lot of story essentially to get to the Backlash. So I think they might fall on kind of those pre-baked in stories we mentioned earlier on. Maybe a Seth Rollins, Jey Uso, because it links in with the storyline that we have with Roman, as someone mentioned in the chat earlier on. And again, Orton versus John Cena makes a lot of sense for a lot of reasons. We're about 20 minutes away from Raw now. Go ahead, Lucas.
Yeah, the thing is, though, obviously, we need to remember now that we've got our WrestleMania, kind of come down, is that we are going to go back to, well, are we going to go back to the 5-match cards for Backlash? We were spoiled this weekend. I say spoiled because there's still matches and wrestling we didn't see, but we were spoiled this weekend by having 14 matches over 2 nights. Even if you go on one night with 7 matches, which is more than we get usually. And so, are we going to go? Much as we're saying all this stuff's happening, is it all going to be set up for Backlash though? Because if it's a 5-match card, we usually get obviously one of the women's belts, one of the men's belts,
yeah,
tag. then if they have like a Randy Orton or a Cody, they're going to make another main level guy. We were talking about Rollins as well. Like, does Rollins get a match? That's like 4.
Yeah, you're right. They do tend to kind of hop him in and out, which is more kind of akin to what they used to do with what you mentioned earlier on, the old Raw pay-per-views at the time and the SmackDown ones. It felt a little bit like that, but they, weirdly cycled through some of the roster in the past year. But the ones that we think are more likely is John Cena is apparently going to be there, whether it's in a match or not. Triple H did mention it last night on his press conference, so it does look like we're going to get that.
The other thing, actually, that was funny because John Cena did the promo on the post show saying he's taking it out on them. Triple H sat there and went, "Well, John Cena will be at this event." It's like, this.
He ain't taking it yet. I
think this whole press conference is. This post show is nonsense anyway. It's just content for content.
I like it. I like the press conference, but I do think again there needs to be a line drawn somewhere. It's kind of they don't know what they want it to be, and sometimes just keep certain people away from it. If they're in a certain storyline, keep them away. I mean, I will like what Cena say. I like what Cena did. Throwing there's Cody side plates down was quite funny. His answers to every question being, that's clickbait. I'm not going to fall into that. I do like. One of the guys that answered, by the way, asked the question was Scott from Muscle and Fitness. Another Scott, not me, of course. I'm not as on the old Muscle and Fitness brand. I'm here for Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling, of course. But our friend Scott, who we met at some of the press events that we've been fortunate enough to go to, and provided us with some great content. Some of you would have seen it on the build-up show. We were looking at some of his content from out there in Las Vegas as well. He got to ask one of those questions. He's the one that said, "Look, Cena, how did you prepare for this?" Of course, he's got that Muscle and Fitness angle, and I felt bad for him in some ways, but also felt good because I knew he took it in a light-hearted way. It was kind of an honor, really, to be in that position to ask Cena something, even if he made a joke out of it. But yeah, that was
with all
funny.
This stuff. I always just go back to thinking, of old wrestling and thinking if this was around back then, like, could you imagine, like, after WrestleMania 30, they had to put Undertaker on the thing, be like, "Oh, yeah, how's it supposed to lose your streak?" And Undertaker's got to be like, "Well, it was all part of the credit process, and we decided blah blah." Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, true.
Well, after WrestleMania, oh god, I'm thinking another one. There's so many where he's like,
Austin turning on Rock at 17.
Yeah, and he comes straight out on the post show. Goes, "Oh yeah, we were talking about it for months, and I went on the jet with Vince." And we all just
hey, you know what? Talking about this behind the scenes stuff, they've just announced. I think it's called WWE Untold on Netflix. Have you seen about this? I didn't watch the trailer, but I saw a few images.
They announced it on Mania Night last night, didn't they?
Yeah, so it's going to be this. Which, look, as much as we're digging it out, I am intrigued, and I do enjoy the behind the scenes stuff. But it being current is, I liked when they did WWE 24 about the Mania last year because I'm like, oh, it's recent enough that I feel like I'm getting a little bit of a sneak peek of what's like behind the curtain, but far enough away to not ruin what's going on at the moment. So this will be interesting how they do it.
I think it's called Unread.
Or is it Unread? Okay.
Because Untold is already a thing, isn't it? But it's on something.
Oh, yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. It's on something. Right.
Yeah, like I think what I'm hoping with that actually is that I still can never forgive them for never doing a second series of this. But remember Breaking Point?
Oh, is that what it was called? Or no, Breaking Point was the PLE. It was not Stomping Grounds. Breaking Grounds. Yeah, Stomping Grounds, another PLE they did. I think it's something like that. The one they did in the PC.
Yeah, but since that
good.
Followed, like a set few wrestlers.
Yeah,
and so it had the realness to it. But could it follow a set few wrestlers? You had to understand that, they were able to edit and cut stuff out regarding other talents.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of hoping this does the same kind of thing. Like, I don't really want to... I think the curtain, obviously, because of how they do things, the curtain's been drawn, like, way back further than it should be anyway. But I wouldn't want to see a total exposing of what they do. I want to kind of see, like...
I think they'll still, because they're going to want to tell a certain story anyway. There will be a narrative they want to protect, and there will be things that they therefore do protect. But I get what you mean. Maybe not telling us everything about every single creative process behind every single match at WrestleMania, for example, or the build towards WrestleMania, or however it's going to be
having like a
framed.
set cast, I think it helps that kind of show.
Yeah,
I think it helps from a storytelling point of view to go, okay.
Yeah.
So obviously you can have other characters appear in it. It's like Total Divas, for example. They're the cast, but always go back to like when they hang out with other people that aren't the cast.
Yeah,
like blur their faces, whatever. They'll be like, oh well, so and so is just meeting up with so and so, and it's like, okay.
yeah.
I think that's kind of how it needs to be.
Mm.
But they are at risk of overexposing stuff. And obviously, I think we kind of allowed it for the Raw Netflix debut, and we've had some bits and pieces. And for me, it's just a case of trying to protect that kind of integrity to an extent. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We would have Triple H talk about heels and baby faces, and then he's talking about other bits and pieces recently. Like the more that's kind of said.
Yeah, where's the line drawn? I do like some of it. I can't lie. I do like some of it. But where does the line get drawn? I'm not sure. It's a new era, so it's hard to tell, Look, we are 14 minutes away from Raw starting, so we will start leaning towards Raw a little bit more here as we're going to get to a lot of these comments. But I need you guys watching to do a few things, right? Of course, I want the usual YouTube stuff. Please drop a like here, keep your comments coming in, subscribe. It's a big thing. I know YouTube has always asked for it, but it's a big thing for us. It's really, we reached around 1,000 subscribers this WrestleMania weekend. Talk about a big thing. We're so thrilled to have many on board for a few years now. Some of you have been with us for a few months, and some have just tuned in tonight for the first time. And if you like what you see, we appreciate it. We do build up shows for each big PLE, sometimes for big Raws as well, like this one. And it's not just this. We interview WWE superstars as well. So if you want to see us chatting to the likes of Bailey, we've got conversations with her on this very channel. We've also got great conversations with the likes of LA Knight on this very channel as well. So go and check those out on this channel. But we are here to break down Raw tonight. And again, the big thing I need you to do now is tune in to the watch along. Because at the moment, you're watching us on the build-up show. I see a lot of you still hit with us. And some of you, I can see on my other screen, are there on the watch-along. It's a simulcast. Don't get me wrong. You get the same business everywhere. But this stream, if you're watching on the build-up stream, look at the top of your screen now. If you're watching on the build-up stream, this is going to end very, very soon. And we don't want to lose you. We want to keep a hold of you as we fly into Monday Night Raw tonight. So please, guys, when you're ready, when you feel comfortable, hop out of this stream here and you'll find it on this very channel, the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. There's another thumbnail. Let me see if I can bring this up for you as well, just so you can see what I'm talking about. It looks like this. John Cena's there and a little mystery person, because we don't know who's showing up tonight on Monday Night Raw, of course. So please, when you can, hop out of this one and join us on the live watch along. And trust me, we're still there. We're still there. We'll carry on this conversation. This conversation will not end. It will continue as we get further into Monday Night Raw. But again, Monday Night Raw is 12 minutes away. And this stream, if you're watching on the build-up, will be finished by then. And I don't want to lose you guys. I want this conversation to continue. So please, please, please hop over and join us. And I can see some of you are doing it already. Join us on the watch along. Again, it's on this very channel, guys. And we don't want to complicate it, but we've loved having this conversation and we want to keep it running as well. Let's run to some more of these comments before we do officially wrap up on the build-up show. And look, you're not going to miss much, guys, but jump out of here and join us on the watch along. The conversation will continue. You know what? I'm going to give you a few seconds to do this. And I know some of you are thinking, but you might read out my comment and I might miss it. So what we're going to do, we're going to buy some time and I'm going to play our channel trailer. And then you'll hear about us if you're in the right place. And if you're not in the right place, it gives you time to hop out of this stream and get to, again, the thumbnail that looks like this, the Raw watch along on this channel, the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. You got a bit of time. I'll see you in a sec.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
That's it. We don't want you missing the action, guys. We've said hop over to the other stream. You'll still find us there. Still some of you lurking the build up and we love you being here, but please join us on the watch along show as well. You've been watching the build up, taking you right up to Monday Night Raw. We're 10 minutes away from Raw starting. We're going to have a watch along experience and then we're going to have an instant reaction review at the end of it as well. But I see some of you lurking here on the build up. We love you for it, but come and join us on the watch along as well. Lucas, we're getting very, very close, mate. Let's run through some of these comments before we do hop over there officially. Great comments. I don't want to miss these, guys, but we'll have to cycle through them as much as we can. We'll go in depth a little bit further, by the way, on these on the watch along. So again, join us on the watch along, right? Where were we last up to with the comments? Let's find a little conversation there about Randy Orton backlash predictions. We've got Dom versus Penta for the IC title at Worlds Collide. That'd be pretty cool. Casper's letting us know. We love this on the build-up show, Casper. You know it. Your takeaway tonight: fries, kebab, mozzarella sticks, garlic bread with cheese, and a bottle of Coke to blitz his way through his takeaway meal. Mate, Casper, you were tired. That's got to pump some energy into you, surely. But, mate, what a meal. You always come out at it with a great takeaways and things like that, don't you? Comic book history says Cody beats John Cena at SummerSlam, probably winning the title back, but I think Cody will be a heel at the point. And what does Cena do after that? I think Cody's got to be a heel soon. How soon? I don't know. Temple Place says Gunther's first feud post-Mania will be Kaiser. Thoughts on that? I don't know. Is that a statement? Is that what you're giving us there, Temple? Have you heard something? That's a feud that is ready-made and I think should happen. I don't know if it will happen yet, but look, we'll get to that, I'm sure, when we talk a little bit more Gunther if he shows up on Raw as well. Temple Play says Austin probably getting sued because of last night. Oh my gosh, that was... Yeah, we'll leave it there with that one. We believe in Joe Hendry, says Aiden. Comic book history says, I think Travis Scott thing was stupid because no one watched WWE cares about Travis Scott, and those who do ain't watching it. Yeah, it didn't really land for me either. I understand the appeal in using a celebrity, but as we mentioned on our instant reaction review last night, that's not the way to do it. But with certain celebrities, I feel. Right, everyone, I'm tapping out, says Aiden. Going to bed, enjoy Raw, watch it tomorrow, and check your instant reaction review once I've done. Aiden, you are a star. You've been giving us great comments all night. We appreciate you, and we appreciate all the comments, of course, as well. I still see some of you lurking here in the build. Come join us on the watch along stream instead. Aiden says, Lucas and Scott, I'll speak to you next time you're live. Thank you so much, mate. And again, we will have an instant reaction review after Raw. It will be live on demand on this channel as well. Dr. Luther will help Seth against Gunther in the #1 contender match. Right. We are getting very, very close. You've been watching the build-up show here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel, and we are now getting close, as I say, to the watch along. So what we're going to do now is we're going to wrap up here on this stream, and we're going to jump over officially to the watch along, guys. So stay tuned. I'm going to try and make this as smooth as possible as I jump between one stream to the other, and my flipping mouse is messing up, so it's going to make it complicated. You might have a few seconds, guys, where I'm not here, but yeah, look, we'll be back very, very soon. Thanks for tuning in, guys, and we'll see you on the watch along. Don't forget, it's on this very channel. Go join us there, guys. Thank you very much, and we'll see you later.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
Oh, pretty smooth, except for me being too small, but that's what you get for running on empty, mate. It is a crazy old night here, but we are here for the watch-along experience of Monday Night Raw. We're about 5 minutes away from it starting, guys. Keep that energy coming from the build-up show. We appreciate you. Comic book is back in the house. Oh, my gosh, to stay away from that one there. Gosh, Casper says, I am watching on the watch-along stream now. Thank you, Casper. You know where it's at. We appreciate you. Thank you very much for sticking with us as well. We might actually get Lucas with us as well. So, yeah, let's